What I like about the Beard Terrace is it's a relaxed location, great place to look at the cricket. You've got a great view of the cathedral and the iconic view just looking over the pitch. And just this being styled in here is just completely different to any of the other venues. Food was great from Paisley Flour, drinks, obviously, all-inclusive bar, which is a plus. Everyone's mingling around, and as the food gets delivered to you around the room, just so much better than anywhere else.
Absolutely loving the day. It's been fantastic. Come in, bars here, amazing food. The atmosphere here is electric. It's just such a fun day out, afternoon, evening. It's just fun. You come, you enjoy it, you watch some amazing cricket. Being able to just go and stand there and get up close and then watch everybody, the entertainment. And I'm very proud that we have that backdrop of the cathedral. It's iconic. There's no other ground that has that. And it is just amazing. And the view from up there, totally recommend anybody coming here for hospitality, come here.
So I'm in the Chestnut Marquee. We've had a great event here so far. Drinks have been good. Food-wise today, yeah, we had some really good chicken tikka masala, some amazing flavours. After when the food's done, we go out and watch the cricket. We've met some really good, interesting people, some great conversations, and obviously, while we're here, the cricket's been great too.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze In Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
macron.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Ireland and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we were really missing was a county club in England, and then we're having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further for the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually, with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allowed us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and given a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on Front of Show and the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way and making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure obviously for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
So yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing One Day Cup shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements, it's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level. So we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is shortly to get underway in this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between the Division 2 bottom pair, Worcestershire in 7th and Gloucestershire in 8th. So you could say, even if it's just for pride, it's a must-win for both sides. My name is Frank Watson. I'm from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me from BBC Radio Bristol is Ed Seaborn. I'll give you the Worcestershire side, and then I'll let Ed give you the Gloucestershire side with the news. Gloucestershire won the toss and chosen to bat. The Worcestershire side chose 2 changes from that which lost against Middlesex here on Monday. Out are Henry Cullen, who debuted in that game. That's because Adam Hose is back after missing that one for personal reasons, and in comes Fateh Singh replacing Adam Finch, who was injured in that game. So Worcestershire team in full is Latigan, Libby, Roderick, Hose, D'Oliveira, Waite, Brooks, Taylor, Swanepoel, Allison and Fateh Singh. And Gloucestershire?
Gloucestershire, well, morning. First of all,
Sorry,
it's all right. It's one of those.
Just trying to do a nice link.
No, it's one of those mornings where I can't decide whether to have the sunglasses on or not. It's very bright when the sun's out, and then some quite dark clouds as well. But yeah, it makes sense to win the toss and bat first. I think Bancroft and Phillips opening the batting. They're out there in the middle already. Tommy Borman, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, Jack Taylor, Graham van Buren, Christian Clark, Daz Ahmed, Will Williams. That's all the same. And the one change, Matt Taylor, who's being rested for this game, is out, and Luke Charlesworth makes his first full appearance of the season because he did come in as an injury substitute a couple of matches ago.
Tom Taylor to bowl the first ball from the Diglis end in bright sunshine. 4 slips waiting as he's in and bowls, and Cameron Bancroft is pushing it out square on the offside. It's fielded at point by Dan Latigan. So we've got Adam Hose at first slip, Ethan Brooks at second, Ben Allison at third, Jake Libby at fourth. We've got Dan Latigan at cover point. We've got Byers Swanepoel under the sun hat at mid off. And then at mid-on we have got Matthew Waite. Brett D'Oliveira, the captain, is at mid-wicket, and down at deep long leg is Fateh Singh. In for his first game of the season, the left-arm spinner. Taylor bowls outside the off-stump. Bancroft leaves alone, and Gareth Roderick behind the stumps gathers. Friday, a decent crowd often, and it probably fewer over the weekend. Because of, I haven't quite worked it out. I think other cricket, maybe club cricket and league cricket, affects Saturday. Friday's usually pretty good. Quite a few in the D'Oliveira stand. They'll need their sun cream today. And the Graham Hick Pavilion, as ever, pretty well populated. As Taylor is in and bowls, Bancroft again leaving alone outside the off stump. And then a smattering of spectators around the 7 side. Long way away if you sat by the scoreboard over on the cathedral side of the ground, because we're playing on a pitch which is quite a long way over to the pavilion side, and there's always a few hiding away in the shade of the New Road stand away to our left. As we sit here, Ed and I, with the bowling from the Diglis end, we're at a sort of third man really, behind the slip fielders, as Taylor is in, and Bancroft's on the walk this time, quite considerably on the walk, and just pushes that one back up the pitch to the bowler. First fly of the day is destroyed by my scorecard on the window.
I think that's what they're for.
Yeah, once you've read them, that's what they're for. What, flies or scorecard?
Well, yeah. maybe both, yeah.
Yeah, we do get a few in here.
80p for a fly swat on your way in, or maybe a fan if it gets particularly hot. Multi-purpose these
probably
things.
got one somewhere. Here's Taylor again bowls. Bancroft is again walking, and this time pushing out square on the offside. Latigan again the fielder coming in from cover point. Allison loosening up at third slip, clear that he's going to be the other opening bowler. He came into the side for his first game of the season after having an injury over the winter, and did well actually. He got 6 wickets in the game against Middlesex, and as a night watchman a career best 89. So he had a good game even though it was in a losing cause. Here's Taylor again. Last ball of the first over, outside the off stump, left alone. It's a maiden. Gloucestershire yet to open their account.
Yeah, tidy start as you'd expect from Tom Taylor and Bancroft. Always you talk about him as a key wicket at the top of the order. He's scored a decent number of second innings runs this season, but skipper out there winning the toss, choosing to bat first, going in first. I'm sure he'll want to set the tone alongside Joe Phillips. It's we've got two youngsters in the top three for Gloucestershire, so if Bancroft goes, the two young'uns will be in there together with Tommy Borman down to come in at 3. I suppose actually at 25, Daz Ahmed's not, and he's not as young as some, but he's right at the start of his professional career, just his 3rd first-class game. Luke Charlesworth has only played a handful of games across a few seasons. Injury has been a major contributing factor to that. And here comes Ben Allison, one-time Gloucestershire player, from the New Road end, bowling to Phillips for the first time. Rising delivery, left alone through to the keeper. Was on loan in the promotion season to Gloucestershire in 2019. Ben Allison played a match at Cheltenham. Ben Allison and Ethan Bamber.
I remember Ethan Bamber.
On loan for
Ethan Bamber played against Worcestershire at Cheltenham that year, didn't he? And did well.
And Allison played, I think, in the
he didn't play in the Worcestershire
fixture.
Yeah. Ethan Bamber, I was very impressed with Ethan Bamber in that game.
Yeah. Well, I think if Gloucestershire had been able to lure him on the well-trodden path between Gloucestershire and Middlesex, they'd have loved it. Allison bowls to Phillips, who drives beautifully. It'll be 4. Down through mid-off. It is over the boundary rope now, and 4 without loss as Joe Phillips executes a nice-looking off drive down the pitch a little bit, stepping into the ball and high front elbow, all that lovely stuff. And so Gloucestershire are underway. Phillips, who made his first-class debut, if I remember rightly, I think it would have been the last fixture these teams played in the County Championship in 2023 at the Cheltenham Festival. Allison into him, length ball left through to wicket-keeper Roderick. And Phillips just already removing his glove, seemingly. After 3 balls, the hands got a bit sweaty. And Bancroft having a bit of a stroll back to the non-striker's end. Pretty tall man, Ben Allison, already extracting a bit of bounce out of this surface. Coming in off his lengthy approach, long strides in and bowling to Phillips, who works that one through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Should come back for 2 here as Matthew Waite goes into the slide, so that makes it 6 without loss. It was an impressive debut for Joe Phillips, who actually I seem to remember now. There's a mistake in my notes, which I haven't corrected for about 3 years. I'm pretty sure he actually made his debut in the previous game. But anyway, he made his debut in the festival as Allison bowls to him, and that's left alone in exaggerated fashion. But he did impress in the game against Worcestershire. Made 80 and 26. 80 in the first innings really stood out. Just looked at home straight away. Excellent season last season. Came in about halfway through because he still had studying commitments, as many of them do now. Got his first class ton also at Cheltenham, 136 against Middlesex, a couple of 50s against Lancashire as well, so he enjoys the festival, as many do. Allison bowls, and that's defended by Phillips into the leg side. So 6 runs from the first over of Allison. Gloucestershire are 6 without loss, and these 2 sets of supporters will be enjoying the Cheltenham Festival again this year. Just the one championship match at the slightly odd time of the end of August, just a matter of days before term starts, but thankfully Cheltenham College have allowed us to still have a championship fixture at Cheltenham, which plenty of people were quite concerned that we might not have before the start of the season.
Taylor starts the 3rd over, and Bowles, and Bancroft pushing out on the offside, still not off the mark. Swanepoel the fielder at mid-off. So 4 slips, as I said. Hose first, Brooks second, Allison third, Libby fourth. The pitch for the Middlesex game was a good surface, a bit slow, nipped around throughout the game, did quicken up a little bit, and took turn towards the end. So whether this will be the same or not, we don't know. A lot better than the pitches here last year when the flooding was so disastrous. Taylor Bowles, Bancroft drives, half volley, beautifully played. It's the one he's been waiting for. 2-4 from Taylor, driven through mid-off, and it just stops a foot or so inside the rope at long off. He didn't really whack it, he just made sure he found the gap. So he's got 3, and it's 9 without loss. And yeah, just going back to that pitch, the story of last season can be told in a couple of stats. Worcestershire got 3 batting bonus points at home all season, and they all came in 1 innings. And Taylor and Allison, between them, got 98 wickets in Division 1, and Worcestershire got relegated. Most of those wickets came here. So if you were a visitor, you only had to bat here twice. If you were in the Worcester top order, it was not an easy summer. Taylor Bowles again, a bit straighter. Bancroft half forward this time, pushes to Swanepoel. And this year, the irony is that the pitches have been better, and Jake Libby, who got 1,000 runs in Division 1 last year, including playing half his games here, a fantastic effort, hasn't got many runs at all this year. So I was talking to him about it the other day. He said he doesn't feel out of nick, he just keeps getting good deliveries. That's fair enough, isn't it? I suppose it happens. Taylor in again, Bowles. Bancroft is again leaning forward rather than pressing far forward, pushing out on the offside.
It's almost the opposite tale for Gloucestershire, really, in that last season they scored the most runs in the country, and this season they've wanted more pace in the pitches, and they've been doing a lot more at Bristol, and as a consequence they've gone from scoring the most runs in the country. I mean, only 2 people have got hundreds this year for Gloucestershire. Bracey's got 2 now, and Hammond's got the other.
Taylor again in, Bancroft on the back foot this time, plays to the same fielder, Swanepoel, coming in from mid-off. Swanepoel, who Worcestershire listeners and viewers will be well aware, but those who follow Gloucestershire might not, was the player that was involved in a bit of controversy when he came at the start of the year, because his certificate to play was not signed off by the South African authorities.
And Worcestershire have buyer's remorse.
Very good. That is good. You haven't just thought that up, have you?
I have, actually, and that's the scary thing.
Well done. Taylor in, Bowles, and he beats him outside the off stump with a really good one. Last ball of the over, 9 without loss off 3, and he was here in accommodation in a city that he didn't know, while the team were playing away at Derby.
Gosh.
And he didn't know what to do with himself really while he waited, and it was all because he left a game while it hadn't concluded, and blah blah blah. Eventually it got sorted out, but one felt for him initially, because it was all a bit confused. I don't know what the exact story was, but he left the field to catch his flight to come here, and then found that having got here he wasn't allowed to play. So that situation persisted for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was a curious saga to watch play out from afar. Here's Allison into Bancroft, appeal for LBW as the ball loops off behind square on the leg side, and
full toss, wasn't it?
Doesn't look as though there's going to be a signal from the umpire, so
no,
a run to Bancroft.
Yeah.
Moves on to 4. Gloucestershire 10 without loss. And what, I don't know whether it's been the same here, but we were discussing it quite a bit at Northampton, Radders and I, this season, that it feels as though the first, well, maybe conservatively 4 or 5 overs, but maybe 6 or 7 overs, sort of lulls you into thinking it's quite easy out there, as Allison bowls a length ball pushed into the offside for no run. And what then happens, lacquer comes off and it starts doing a little bit. So whilst so far they've not looked in a a great deal of trouble, Gloucestershire. They've been made to play, but there's only been that one strangled LBW shout where there was some bat involved, so early going off to a decent start at the openers, but it may be that the hardest work is yet to come. 3 slips in a gully for Allison, who's in now and bowling to Phillips, who drives pleasantly through the offside. That probably doesn't have the legs to go to the point boundary, but they'll run him up and just take the 2. They might have got a third if they
a bit of
hustled from the start.
tag team fielding by D'Oliveira and Latigan. D'Oliveira is quick, flicked it back up from a prone position.
The outfield's surely going to get quicker as the
It's very lush though.
Game goes on, yeah.
It was terrible last year, especially down here because of the floods again, but this year much better. Forecast's good. Yeah, it's gonna get quicker, I would have thought. And you'd expect the pitch to and to take spin later.
Yeah, I hope so, because that's a very precious little spin in the games I've seen so far. Phillips drives once more. There'll be at least 2 here through the covers. This time it's a fairly comfortable 2 as mid-off jogs after it, and Joe Phillips not going hard at the ball. He's not a massive mover onto the front foot, but just letting the ball come onto the bat and just a quiet push, and gets runs through the offside, and immediately after
one of the
a couple of 2s, there goes somebody from the cordon. So just 3 slips, the gap to backward point and the cover going in place. 14 for no wicket as Allison bowls to Phillips, and another delivery which actually, having said he doesn't move onto the front foot a huge amount, Phillips did there, and right forward and head over the ball and defending away. A man born in Truro, grew up in Cornwall, but very much came through the
2 Cornishmen in the game then.
Yeah.
Jake Libby is a Cornishman, proud Cornishman.
More and more of them these days, seemingly. Allison to complete over number 4. Bowls now. Phillips defends with a flick of the wrist and a flourish into the leg side. So no run. Bancroft has 4, and Phillips has charged on to 10 from 15 deliveries.
Yeah, I was tongue-in-cheek earlier when I said it was a battle of the bottom 2, but that is a fact. The fact that Worcestershire and Middlesex were level when they started the game last week, and you felt that there was a very small difference in points between 2nd and 7th. That's changed with Middlesex winning that one. And if you lose this one, either of these 2 teams got a chance of being kind of cut adrift a little bit, I think. As Taylor bowls, and this one is just steered by Bancroft down into the slips. Libby fields at 4th slip. 14 without loss. And you don't want to be cut adrift, is the point I'm making. It's like there's no more Championship cricket now for ages, and it can affect the psyche, I think, just looking at the table and seeing where you are.
Yeah, well, I fear that Gloucestershire are a long way behind Worcestershire, even in the table, and of course with a good start in the T20 as well.
Taylor in, and that one's gone past the outside edge and then nipped back really sharply, and Roderick's dived to his left to take it. Taylor holds his head in his hands, cannot believe that he hasn't bowled in with that one. That must have been really close to the stumps.
How did it miss? I mean, it looked as if that's come in. It's hooked it, hasn't it?
He can do that, Taylor, with the new ball and with the white ball. He can get prodigious in movement. And that one, he's very unlucky not to get a wicket. Here he is once more, busy in from the Diglis end towards us, bowls right arm over to Bancroft, and he gets a single, pushing into the gap between Latigan and Swanepoel on the offside.
It's classic Bancroft, really. He sees his delivery like the last one and thinks,
I'll get up the other end.
Exactly. There's an art to it.
He's played a bit, there certainly is. Yeah, absolutely. There aren't many openers who haven't developed that skill over the years, I don't think. Boycott always said it, didn't he? Best place to play him was from other end. Here he comes, Taylor. In bowls to Phillips. Oh, what a lovely shot. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Half volley, got what it deserved, but executed to perfection by Phillips. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Everything about that shot was technically correct. Superb. Through the covers for 4. And a very, very nice little start developing here as we approach the end of the 5th. 19 without loss, and just one scare when Bancroft was nearly bowled earlier in this over. Taylor again bowls. Oh, and that was edged all along the ground though, but a much better delivery from Taylor. And Libby at 4th slip does the fielding.
There was an audible purr when that last ball left Joe Phillips's bat, I think from almost everybody. I certainly saw quite a lot of Gloucestershire fans in the queue this morning. They all love coming up here. I think most county supporters, it's one of those venues that,
and it's an easy
circle
trip
in the
isn't
calendar.
it?
Yes, exactly.
Taylor once more then, last ball of the over. Bowls, Bancroft on the back foot, steers behind square on the offside. Latigan is the fielder. That is the end of the over, and Gloucestershire having won the toss and chosen to bat on 19 without loss from 5. Bancroft has 5 and the impressive Joe Phillips has 14.
I might possibly suggest, having seen the edge that followed the boundary, that so far Taylor got it right a couple of balls in that over, but Worcestershire have either been a little bit short or a little bit full in the first 5 overs, but still time to settle in. Ellison's only 2 overs into his spell, bowling at Bancroft, who drives and won't get a single. Wanted it, but it's not there, as it's fielded by Tom Taylor at mid-off. Joe Phillips had his glove off again. He's always had that habit a little bit, Phillips, but it seems to have... if that's an idiosyncrasy of yours, it seldom gets less so, if you like, as your career goes on. So I suspect I'll be spending an awful lot of my time, as long as I'm doing this, watching Joe Phillips take his glove off and put it back on again. Allison into Bancroft, wide of the off stump, and Bancroft doesn't have to play.
Yeah, you're right. Once a player starts doing something, he's doing it again now. And he is wiping his hand, to be fair.
Yeah.
David Warner undoes the Velcro on both gloves between every single delivery and then does it back up again.
And he's got that sort of strange sort of end of the over. He always does that strange exaggerated tuck, or did. Strange exaggerated tuck of the bat under the arm as well.
Every ball. Latigan has got a little pre-shot routine, which you'll see when Worcestershire bat.
Gloucestershire fans will be tired of me pointing out Bancroft's same every ball in between. Bancroft works this into the leg side wide of mid-on, so thankfully I won't be able to talk Gloucestershire supporters through Bancroft's between ball routine for the 2000th time, because he's taken a single. It's 20 without loss.
Latigan walks away to square leg, turns round and then jogs on the spot for about 5 steps.
Jogging.
Then walks back in.
I think John Simpson is the furthest wanderer I've seen on the circuit. He almost manages to make his way to the square leg umpire in between deliveries. Phillips on strike, Allison in and bowling to him, and it's just nudged up to mid-wicket, where Fateh Singh does the fielding, and there's no run. Phillips off for a short wander. The gloves have stayed on this time. He just wipes his hand on his trousers, which you can only do a certain number of times before you're not drying it. Lovely scene, not too hot, and just a gentle breeze as Allison bowls, and that one just gets up a little bit off a length, but Phillips rides the bounce and prods it out to Latigan, who springs in from cover to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Gloucestershire winning the toss and deciding to bat first, which I'm sure will have pleased the section of supporters that say you should always bat first, no matter what, even if the pitch appears to have craters on, you should always bat first. Allison bowls, that's a bit of a waft from Phillips, just for the first time. Allison getting him to drive at a ball that was not as full as the ones that he has been putting away. He's rehearsing the shot, but I think that was always going to be an ambitious one. 6 overs gone, Gloucestershire 20 for no wicket, but it does remain a fact that, despite the fact that I think I would have done exactly the same thing on 2 of the 3 occasions that Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bowl first, it does remain a fact that whenever they've done that, the opposition have gone on to score 400, and the one game that they've won this season, they decided to bat first, got 500 or so, and won the game.
There's Taylor from the Douglas end, bowls, and Bancroft is forward, pushing out on the onside. No run taken. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire at the Douglas end, former Worcestershire player, of course, and visited us this winter to speak to the Worcestershire Cricket Society one evening, and was very entertaining and very honest about umpiring in general and how he's found it over the years. Simon Widdop is his partner, he's at square leg. Taylor is in. Balls, Bancroft edges all on the ground down to third man. It's going to be 4 past the diving Libby. I write them down now, Ed, because it annoys me so much how many runs go through third man. That's the first one today. Nothing's gone to long leg.
No.
You're aiming for the top of off stump.
That's that. Do you know that's actually started to get to me now? The long leg, fine leg, whichever. I for some reason I'd never really thought about it, and then all of a sudden I thought, I don't know, it was sometime this season even, I looked at a fielder down there, I thought, hang on, he's not touched the ball all day.
Yeah. Where do you want me to bowl? Top of off, please. What's going to happen if he edges it? If it's not caught, where's it going to go? Taylor again, in, bowls, edged through the legs of Allison at third slip, didn't carry, second edge of the over that's gone along the ground. So Taylor, you could say, but unlucky. Now you might, I've discussed this with players and coaches here this season. Where are you going to get him from? I said long leg. What if you drift into the pads? Well, it's probably going to go for 4 anyway. So what we need to count is how many singles go to long leg, and compare that to how many 4s go to third, and work out which way the equation is most damaging.
And most of the time it's not actually clipped down there with enough pace to go for 4 anyway.
There's Taylor again, bowls, Bancroft covers up, pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. And I make the point again, you're aiming for the top of off most of the time, and it stands to reason that's where it's going to go. But they tell me otherwise. And the analysts have, that's the meal trolley going past. You can probably hear. Oh my goodness.
Nails scraping on a blackboard.
It hasn't got very pneumatic tyres. There's 4 more to third, so that's 8. So we're 6 in deck, because they would have been singles. Bancroft moves on to 14. They're both on 14, 28 without loss.
So you've got extras column, no ball, wide leg by. Is there a column in the Frank Watson edition of the scorebooks that says runs through third man?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't mind if it's a spinner bowling and you haven't got a third man.
And you take a risk to play it down there. Yeah.
Here's Taylor again. He bowls, and Bancroft is turning this one on the leg side. D'Oliveira fields, there's no run. It's the end of the over, 28 without loss. Bancroft and Phillips both have 14 each. This after Gloucestershire won the toss and chose to bat on a beautiful day here at the beautiful New Road.
Well, it's certainly been a livelier start than at Canterbury, where Kent is 6 without loss after 7 overs. You can tell Zach Crawley's not opening the batting. There's no way that would happen. Ben Dawkins and Ben Compton opening for Kent against Middlesex. Kent deciding to bat first there. Northamptonshire taking on Durham in the top of the table clash at Chestley Street as Allison is into bowl, edged, caught at third slip, and Joe Phillips goes for 14. He made a bright start, but looked as if that was one that, at least first up, that he did have to play at. There have been a few edges that haven't carried, but this one was safely taken just to his right at third slip, and Joe Phillips, yeah, it was quite a straight ball. Wasn't one of those that he pushed wide at. Was basically top of off and got the edge and taken. So Gloucestershire 28 for 1. Phillips the first to go for 14. Strolls off towards the pavilion. So
nice catch by Libby. I thought shin high, never that easy. I also think, and again this is based on my own experiences, that first is the best place to field if you're a slip in terms of seeing the ball, because you probably then, I was a keeper, but you're probably watching the ball at first slip. Second and wider, you're watching the bat. The wider you go, I think the harder it gets. You do get some specialist gullies who are very good at watching the bat. Most catches, the big catches over the years, Graham Hick here, Darryl Mitchell here, in the test sides, the great catches are usually second slip, where the ball has moved quite a long way. If it's just nipping a little bit, you get a lot at first slip. Stands to reason, they're not big sharp jags of the ball off the seam. But third slip, I think, quite difficult. And that was low and sharp, and I thought he took it very nicely. Put one down the other day, actually. Took one, but put one down as well.
It looked relatively straightforward. So once again, I'm not saying that ball did all sorts, but we're into the 8th over now.
Got the length right. You talked about that before. That in between length.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like that's where you need to be living. Tommy Borman comes out to
I've never
the
seen
middle.
him before.
6th first class match. Born in Cheltenham, played his cricket for Dumbleton right on
I know the club very
border.
well. Yeah, I played for Broadway for quite a few years, just up the road.
Then
and went to Malvern College.
Indeed, so it's definite Gloucestershire, Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Straddling of the border from Tommy Borman. I'll face up now to Ben Allison, who's into him and bowls and beats him first up with one that he does just probe at a little bit.
I played at Dumbleton once, Ed. I have told this story before. It's quite amusing. I played for Broadway against Dumbleton in the Cotswold Hills League towards the end of my sort of club playing career, and we bowled first, and they set us a target, and we had tea. And as we came out, there is a pond behind the pavilion. Been fishing there a few times. I'll just break off.
Allison running in. Still 3 slips, bowls to Borman, who gets bat on ball for the first time and defends to mid-off.
As we came out after tea, one duck was sitting on the steps as we went down the pavilion. We hadn't seen a duck all day. It was blazing sunshine, no rain. As I say, there was a pond behind, but one duck. And I said to my partner, I don't like the look of that. And he said, what do you mean? And I said, well, it's not a good sign. The pitch was blameless. It was beautiful, really flat.
Here comes Ben Allison, rises up and bowls, and that's let go by Borman.
And I was opening the batting. I was number 1. And the bowler, I remember his name to this day, Alec Edge, and he was quite quick. He was well known in the league for being, he wasn't a great standard, but he was quite quick. And he ran in about the third ball, and he bowled it, and it just went vertical off a length. And I put my bat up to defend it, and it hit the very end of the handle.
Okay.
Between where my left hand was holding it.
Allison into Borman, pushes away into the offside, and there's no runners.
And it looped up in the air, and I was caught in ball for naught. not one delivery misbehaved for the rest of the game. And I laughed about it with the bowler afterwards. He said, I have no idea how that happened. And I said, I do. There was a duck on the steps. It's the only time I ever played there. There we go. Strange but true.
It didn't quack at you as you walked past it back into the pavilion.
It had gone. The damage was done.
Allison is in bowls. Bourman leaves a good leave, as it turns out, as it goes through to the keeper, but he had to make sure that he got his bat and gloves up out of the way and wasn't too far off for hitting him on the thigh, I don't think, but just passes by. End of the first wicket-taking over of the morning, just around about the first half hour. Worcestershire have their first breakthrough. Gloucestershire 28 for 1.
Yeah, just watch the replay. Proper delivery, proper dismissal. Had to play it. Slightly indeterminate footwork and a sharp edge, neatly caught. Proper dismissal. Not one he'll beat himself up about. Sort of thing you expect with the new ball, really. As Taylor is in. And then, another one. Edged. Bancroft living charmed life a little bit against Libby's edge, that one against Taylor, and it's bounced just in front of Libby. Didn't carry, but just as well he didn't go hard at that one, I think. It's quite soft hands, and Libby just half stopped it on the bounce. Latigan, Brooks ran behind him and picked it up. So no run, still 28 for 1.
Worcestershire have not got too carried away with trying to get Bancroft across his stumps and LBW like some teams do.
Taylor is in and bowls, and he's forward. Pushed out on the onside. Long leg still yet to be called into service. We're in the 9th over.
I suppose partly because they're not trying to get him to walk across his stumps and LBW.
Absolutely.
You've got the slips there, bowl for that.
New ball, top of off. Yeah.
I'm not saying you won't get out LBW, but they're not
obsessed with it.
Yeah, they're not. They don't follow what Bancroft wants them to do and adjust their lines and lengths.
Taylor again. He's on the walk, and he turns it on the leg side, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid wicket. He falls to his knees to field it, and then immediately, without regaining his feet, polishes hard, puts a bit of sweat from his brow onto the ball, returns it to the bowler now. Slight breeze stirring the trees in front of the cathedral. Beautiful sight. I say it every game now. I'm going to say it again. Worcestershire fans, back me up. Taylor again. He's in. He's on the walk again, Bancroft, pushing it back to the bowler. Our colleague from Durham looked at the cathedral when it was in the light that it is now in. It will change as the day goes on and the sun falls on it. And he said it could do with a scrub.
Right.
Which I labelled heresy. I was backed up by quite a few people who got in touch with me. At Frank Watson 58, by the way, on X or Twitter if you want to. And he was broadly admonished. Beautiful shot from Bancroft, not stopped by Swanepoel. I was going to say well stopped by the sliding Swanepoel, but he only half stopped it, and they get a single, which takes them on to 29 for 1. And then it prompted a ridiculous debate between, it was top trumps for cathedrals. So it was Durham against Worcestershire, obviously. Then a lady got in touch who's rung the bells in both, but she was a big Worcester fan. And then the sun came out in the afternoon and went round, and I said, now look at it. Could do with a good sandblast. Heresy. Taylor again in bowls, and this is steered by Bourman. Square on the offside. This time Swanepoel does manage a sliding stop. End of the over, 29 for 1. Bancroft 15. Bourman yet to get off the mark. The man out. Phillips for 14. And we had to agree, leave our cathedral alone.
Well, I must say, every Christmas go and see family in Lincolnshire, so we tend to go to Lincoln Cathedral on the Christmas morning, and
Lovely.
they have spent a long time now redoing the entire front of the cathedral. They've even shipped the statues off to be cleaned, and it's astonishing the difference between that and the rest of it now. It looks incredible, but just a completely different colour. Here's Ben Allison bowling and beating Bancroft. 7 overs. All starts happening. Admittedly, also they've got a wicket.
Spell from Bancroft. Yeah, I like Lincoln Cathedral, and I like Lincoln for 2 other reasons. That part of Lincoln, it has the most aptly named street.
Yes.
Steep Hill.
It is.
And at the bottom of Steep Hill, there is a chemist shop. It's a very old-fashioned chemist shop with gold lettering, gilt gold lettering above the door. F.P. Watson, me, chemist.
Allison bowls, that's worked into the onside fielder at forward square, and there's no run. I thought that you were going to say it was because of the specialist whiskey shop at the top.
No. But Steep Hill and F.P. Watson chemist at the bottom. I didn't have a phone that had a camera on it in the days when I was there, otherwise I would have taken a photo of it. You could probably find it somewhere. But yeah. Splendid. Steep Hill. What should we call it? Well, I'll tell you what, let's call it Steep Hill.
And have a few of those in Bristol. Here comes Ben Allison. Now bowls, and Bancroft flicks it down to fine leg. There's a long leg, but he's not going to stop it.
There you go.
It's 4 runs. He's not going to get anywhere near it, especially with that short boundary.
I didn't take much finding. Just Google F.P. Watson Lincoln, and there it is.
Dispensing.
Yeah. Splendid.
33 for 1. That should be your bio on social media.
Yeah.
Dispensing.
Yeah. Dispensing nonsense.
Wisdom on cricket.
Yeah. Dispenser of nonsense.
33 for 1. Allison into Bancroft, gets to the pitch of the ball, well down the pitch. She pushes firmly and won't get a run. So he picks out mid-off. As he is wont to do, Bancroft, give Allison the charge. You never quite know when he's coming, but every so often he'll do something, and then we're going to keep her up here. I think we are. Well, this was the talk of the test match yesterday, wasn't it, when the keeper came up and Root and Brooke could no longer use their feet and both got out very quickly. So the keeper's up for Allison to Bancroft, and he gets right over that one and pushes it square on the offside for no run. You would imagine that Bancroft, sometimes, I say, you imagine he'll have to be a little more circumspect in terms of his wandering, but you feel with some players sometimes there's actually a bad thing to get them more rooted. Some players you actually want to start wandering all over the place.
Yeah.
We'll see. Last ball of the over. Allison to Bancroft, who from the crease just tucks it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 10 overs bowled. Allison 1 for 16, but he went for most of those 16 in his first 2 overs. I think his
6 in the first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first 2 went for something like 11, and it's really settled in now. And Gloucestershire are going to have to be careful and about their business to see off the rest of these opening spells. 5 overs apiece for Taylor and for Allison. Taylor set to continue.
Tim Del-Lace from South Africa has been in touch. Says, I don't know if you've had a word with Dan Latigan about the pronunciation of his name. Tim gets all the South African pronunciations sorted for me.
It's not Latigan or something.
But if he wants it to be as it should be, the current pronunciation is wrong. Taylor bowls outside the off stump. Roderick takes no run. If, however, he isn't bothered like Labuschagne of Australia, then it is all good. Well, Tim, I will ask the question. He has never objected so far when I've interviewed him and I've said he's Dan Latigan.
So it is Latigan?
Don't know. Tim doesn't say, but it presumably is. He came on the air the other day and we said Dan Latigan. He didn't say anything. I think maybe now that he's made his home in England, he's decided to go with Latigan. But I will ask him. Here's Taylor again in bowls and edged down to third man. I'm counting. It's that man Latihan does the fielding, and they get 2. That would have been 1. So that we're 7 in arrears now. There's 10 gone down to third man. If there'd been a third man, they'd all have been singles. What do they do, these analysts? $35 for 1. Borman, 2 off 8 so far. Played and missed a couple of times at Allison. Waits now. Taylor is into him. And he's out! Caught by Latigan. A loose shot from Borman, not a good shot. It has to be said. It was very full and very wide, and he threw his hands at it and sliced it in the air, and Latigan jumped to his right and held a pretty sharp catch. So a wicket for each of the opening bowlers now. Borman has gone for 2, and it's 35 for 2.
Yeah, loose was the word, unfortunately. It was a flash from Tommy Borman, who kind of motioned to hit it very hard and hoped that would be enough, but
didn't get enough bat on it, did he, really?
And that's
good catch.
Big blow, because Gloucestershire were pretty close to getting through the first spells, and 1 down. I think, not that you'd ever hope to be wickets down, but I don't think it would have been too bad a result. Joe Phillips got a decent delivery, but yeah, both lesser experienced members of Gloucestershire's top order now gone, so it's up to the experienced ones to see Gloucestershire through to, well, see Gloucestershire through to lunch and beyond.
We always have this debate. Forgive me again, regular listeners, because you've heard it before, but I always think, what's par at lunch? 80 for 3 is my par at lunch. If you put in and you only lose 3, probably okay with that. If you only lose 2, it's been your morning. If you get 100 for 2 or 3, that's pretty good. If you lose more than 3, very much the bowling side's morning, I think. So Worcestershire are 1 away from that third, and Miles Hammond is the new batsman, and I think he will look to dominate, won't he? Usually does, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean it's.
I know it's not.
He certainly can play that sort of innings. It's you never know what you're going to get. Sometimes he will play a really quite defensive innings, but
yeah.
We'll see.
Taylor round the wicket to him anyway, being a left-hander, pushes it out, and Nasigan fields square on the offside. He just seems to me he's a sort of batter who likes to. He doesn't like to be tied down, I don't think. He likes to impose himself. But you've seen a heck of a lot more of him than I have.
No, I think that was definitely right. I mean, he's out there looking to score, but when he's at his best, it's when he's leaving the ball well. That was really the hallmark of that 145 that he made at Derby. As much as the attacking shots, it was his judgment.
That was where the 9th wicket, the 10th, was it 10th?
Yeah, 9th or 10th
wicket,
yeah.
Henry Brooks, who'd have thought it? Hammond is forward to this one, pushing up to mid-off. Certainly not his brother, I can tell you that. Second slip, we had a good laugh about that. Said, which of you has actually got the most runs this season?
Yeah, he made 89 and Will Williams 98.
Extraordinary.
Run out going back for a...
Yeah, when I saw it was run out, I just thought, well, that really is a bit daft.
Well, the thing was they were going to declare, so there was the onus on him to try and get back on strike. So he took on a fielder from deep point and unfortunately didn't win.
Next one from Taylor is played up to mid-on by Hammond, and there's no run. The end of the over from Taylor, 35 for 2. He now has figures of 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Allison has figures of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. And I think we're going to have a bowling change, and Byers Swanepoel is going to have a bowl from the New Road end with his right arm over the wicket, medium pace. He's been okay, the South African. He's not done a bad job. Not been flush with wickets. Picked up 1 in the first innings against Middlesex, none in the second. He's not played in the T20. Hasn't played in all the games, obviously, because he missed those the first one. He's done a job a couple of times, but he's not really been that dangerous.
Watch him here in a bowls. First up, back of a length ball, which I think Bancroft may have played inside that. Yeah, it wasn't a full-on.
He got 3. He got 3 against Kent, actually. To be fair, which was his first game, and that was his old club, of course. That's where he played against Worcestershire last year. 3 in that one. At Northants, 2 in their first innings, where they only batted once.
In comes Swanepoel, bowls, lively full delivery, and Bancroft uses the pace, but his guide does not find a gap on the offside, straight to cover.
Didn't play against Durham, and as I say, a couple the other day. So yeah, not he got a 30 odd, I think, the other day, but just so far steady, but nothing to write home about. 35 for 2.
So Swanepoel, a bustling run, quick action bowls, defended by Bancroft up to mid-on. Just back to that Williams innings. He had Gabe Bell at the other end, who batting not really his strong suit, averaged 7, I think, in first-class cricket, and they wanted to declare, and as it turned out, final day wrapped it up at about what was it, probably about 4:45. Swanepoel into Bancroft, and that's let go. It started to tip down about half an hour after that. So in hindsight, they could have said, okay, you could have another couple of overs, but they didn't have too much time to play with. But you did feel for him in a crumpled heap at the striker's end, with the stumps having been broken. But he then went on with Bell to take a large chunk of the wickets that were needed. Into the pads of Bancroft, and we'll have our first piece of fielding at long leg.
Yeah.
It'll be a single.
So I'll knock one off.
Okay. It's 20 to Bancroft, 36 for 2. Hammond will just have the 1 delivery.
So I'm knocking one off my third man score. It's 9 now. If you'd had a third man instead of a long leg, they'd be on 27 for 2.
So Swanepoel, as basically every bowler does now, see left-hander, bowl round the wicket.
Yeah.
And a word from D'Oliveira. Oh no, they just changed his mind. That obviously was what the discussion was.
Yeah.
He wanted to bowl round, and the captain said, no, you're going to bowl over. For the 1 ball in the over. Swanepoel to Hammond in line, and it's nudging it back to bowler. A whirl of the left arm for reason I know not what, just getting himself loose. 36 for 2 after 12 overs.
And it's Matthew Waite coming on at the Diglis end. Waite, who played in the game against Middlesex but didn't bowl, owing to a slight side strain that he's been carrying, and he didn't want to bowl and not be able to bowl in this game. He bowled a few looseners out in the middle during the interval, but he didn't bowl in the match, despite the fact that they very much needed him to. Happier generally, I think, bowling at right-handers. Does have that natural shape away, and this season has been as consistent as anybody in the Worcestershire bowling attack. Turned in some very good performances, becoming a very, very integral part of the side here at Worcester. Proper, solid, no-nonsense county cricketer. Here he comes. His first ball is down the leg side, and maybe That was the one that you were talking about with Bancroft as he fell over inside it. And we might see Longleg get called into a bit more action. But Waite again is another who tends to targets the top of off. So 36 for 2. Allison in discussion with Waite. And Waite decides to have a leg slip. So Libby goes from third slip to leg slip. This is obviously something they've worked on and they've talked about with Bancroft, and Waite might just think he might get the other one to nip back in. But he's outside the off stump with this one, and it's pushed into the covers to Swanepoel.
Yeah, Northamptonshire, I think, pretty much started with a leg slip with Bancroft, and I said to Radis, I've watched a lot of Bancroft, particularly in recent years, and this is his third season back with Gloucestershire, but played for them back in 17, came for a little bit before as well. I'm struggling to remember him actually being caught at leg slip, but we'll see.
Leaves this one alone outside the off stump, but it might be a kind of discouragement, really, to discourage him from moving across and looking to play that little flick.
I think there may be a feeling that, okay, he might not get caught there, but it may force him to play into the leg side, having moved across a little bit differently, and you might be more likely to get him LBW. Need to change his shot a bit.
His weight again. Just the 2 slips then, and that leg slip. He bowls, and that's what he does. Shapes it away, bit of bounce, shoulder of the bat past, and through to Roderick.
As far as I can see, he's the only surviving member of the seam attack from the last game that the two teams played on this ground. Joe Leach, Ben Gibbon.
Ben Gibbon's still around, but
Dylan Pennington, Josh Tongue. Those were the 4 frontline seamers. Then Matthew Waite came on.
I wish, yeah.
in his second over, he finally got rid of Tom Price, who'd made that 100 and took the hat trick.
Yeah.
Matthew Waite ran him out at the non-striker's end.
4 more to third man. Goodness me, they won't believe me, you know. That's 13 now. If you'd have had a long leg at third man, you'd have saved 13 runs. Off the edge. Bancroft's got 24, and he's got 12 of them down to third man. That's the way it goes. And now we're going to get one. Just slide that bolt across and watch that horse running off into the distance. 40 for 2. Weight in. Bowls. And forward comes Bancroft. Pushes into the offside. There's no room. But the third man wasn't taken from long leg. He was taken from extra cover. Which might be a kind of a ploy in the sense that if the batter sees a big gap at extra cover, he might be tempted to drive at something that isn't quite there. End of the over, 4 came from it, 40 for 2.
I'm surprised it's taken me nearly an hour to bring up the particular day in 2023. It was the last time I sat in this commentary box for a championship match in Gloucestershire.
I was in Malaga,
oh gosh.
I think, listening to it, watching it.
I was with Ian Randall that day. Gloucestershire had won the toss, decided to bat first. 45 for 7. The 22nd over. Here comes Swanepoel over the wicket to Hammond. Just watches that one go past, angling across him, and taken by Roderick. So 45 for 7, a few runs from Zafar, and then Tom Price, Marchant de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale. 45 for 7 to 231 all out. Tom Price, 12 fours, 4 sixes.
His day.
Yeah, it was. It's still his only first-class 100. He's got some runs this season for Sussex. Swanepoel into Hammond for defence. Trickles to mid-off, and there's no run. It was extraordinary, and I have to say, with Worcestershire did keep on bowling short at him, and he kept on thwacking them through straight mid-wicket. But yeah, something that had never been done before in the history of first-class cricket, to score 100 and take a hat-trick on the same day. Swanepoel to Hammond, a misfield at mid-wicket, which will frustrate D'Oliveira, especially because it's allowed Miles Hammond to get off the mark. As mid-on tidies up behind him, 41 for 2. But yeah, just extraordinary. I've never seen him strike the ball like that, Tom Price, and now no Price brothers in this side, with Ollie Price having sustained that injury in the T20 fixture between these teams at Bristol. Swanepoel to Bancroft, and that's a tidy defence into the offside. Yeah, I don't think I shall witness anything like that again. The odds aren't great considering how long first class cricket's been going, and the chances of it happening again, never mind you seeing it. It was a scorecard that needed to be saved. I'm not too sentimental about most things, but Swanepoel, length, back of a length ball really, and Bancroft rises up and blocks it out back to the bowler. Yeah, that is one scorecard I've had to save.
Talking of saving things, we had this came up the other day when it's nothing to do with cricket, nothing to do with this game, but they were talking about the price of tickets for the World Cup games. Yeah, ticket prices. They're mad, aren't they?
Money. I mean, the money you spend to get out there, never mind pay to watch a match. This is driven by Bancroft. It's going down towards third man, where there isn't a fielder for Swanepoel, so I think that'll be another.
It would have been one.
Another black
two,
mark.
So I'm going to give it one. Yeah,
2 to the total. Bancroft on to 26 at the end of Swanepoel's second over. 43 for 2.
So ticket prices, and I recalled, because I'm a Norwich City fan, Ed, as most listeners know, and I went to the League Cup final at Wembley when Norwich lost 1-0 to Spurs. Goal scored by Ralph Coates, a substitute, and I'm pretty sure it was 1973. Just checking. Wait, I beg your pardon, bowls to the left-handed Hammond, and he plays out in the offside. Yeah, 1973 Football League Cup final. Spurs 1, Norwich City 0. First time Norwich had ever played at Wembley. And I found an old scrapbook the other day, and my ticket is pasted in, glued in to the scrapbook. The Empire Stadium, Wembley. 1973, so it's only,
Good year, 1973.
Your year, was it? So well, 7 years after England won the World Cup.
Gloucestershire's first trophy.
Okay. Of course. Anyway, wait again to Hammond. Plays that out on the offside, no run. Standing ticket, went on my own, told my mum and dad I was meeting people from school, but wasn't. 14 years old, went on my own. How much do you think my ticket cost?
£3.
60p. 60p for a cup final ticket. Imagine. Goodness me. I cannot even calculate the rate of inflation that has happened. There's Wait again. He's in and bowls, and Hammond is edging this one, and it's third man again. And it's gone all the way. 4 more for my tally. So Hammond is now on 5. Has it gone on?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5, and it's 47 for 2. So third man is now on 16. And he's on 18. And by that, my argument is, if you're listening and you're just joining us and you're wondering what's he banging on about, if you had a long leg, if you had a third man instead of a long leg, so far today you would have saved 18 runs. There's Wait again. Over the wicket. Bowls, and Hammond is pushing this back up the pitch. Because we have a long leg here for the left-hander, Fateh Singh. He's been at long leg for most of the day. I can't remember him fielding the ball. Once down there. Yeah.
I still think there's got to be a job in the Brendan McCullum regime. I mean, they're challenging long-held ideals about Test cricket,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah. Get more than they'll do for this, wouldn't they? Swanepoel's gone out to deep square leg now. Is Waite going to drop one in short? Do they expect Hammond to chip one up in the leg side? No, he clips it instead through mid-wicket and picks up a single as Allison runs across to his left to do the fielding. 49 for 2.
Speaking of,
48 for 2.
England almost all out.
Are they?
Now, 256 for 9. Trailing by 135. The problem with Championship cricket that goes alongside Test cricket is I can't help calculating the number of bonus points. You go, oh yeah, they've got 1 batting point there. Just can't help it.
They didn't have a very good day yesterday, did they?
No.
Here's Waite to the right-hander, which I think he prefers. Bancroft is on the walk and pushing back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. Waite hurls the ball to the keeper. Bancroft has 26. Hammond has 6. The 2 men out are Phillips for 14 and Borman for 2. And Gloucestershire, having been put in, are 48 for 2.
Well, Kent have moved on to the dizzying heights of 24 without loss in the 15th over, but Dawkins and Compton continuing to see the new ball off there. Northamptonshire 52 without loss, with Vasconcelos and Proctor off to a decent start at Chesley Street, with Durham having put them into bat. Swanepoel continuing, Hammond facing with 3 slips, and this is angled down into the gully, misfield at backward point. Hammond wants a second, they're going to sprint through for it. There might be a relay from Roderick to the non-strikers there. No, he'll hold on to it. Bancroft
That would have been
quick
1,
enough.
wouldn't it? That would have been 1.
50's up for Gloucestershire with Hammond on to 8. Lancashire taking on Derbyshire at Chesterfield, I believe. Yeah, Queen's Park. It's a typically Queen's Park-esque start. Swanepoel to Hammond, forces off the back foot but won't get a run to cover. Lancashire are 57 for 4. Tends to do a bit there.
Yeah.
But they've already
They'll
got...
be loving it, the crowd.
Oh,
They'll
yeah.
be loving it.
Jennings was out for a golden duck to Mohammed Abbas, who's...
First ball of the innings, then?
Not first ball of the innings,
second
but
over.
first ball
right.
that he faced.
Yeah.
4th ball of the innings.
Right.
Abbas got rid of Michael Jones as well. Bohannon gone for 16. He seems to be having a wretched season, Josh Bohannon, and Marcus Harris is also out for 17. Swanepoel to Hammond, lets it go. Through to the keeper. Liam Livingston, I think, will be coming out to bat at 12 o'clock. So, not going amazingly well for the Lankies. In Division 1, Hampshire 54 without loss against almost top of the table Sussex. Just 1 point off Essex. It's so tightly bunched, the First Division, as Swanepoel runs in, bowls. Hammond looks to drive, completely mistimes it out into the offside. I couldn't see because Matthew Waite's head was in the way. Yes, I was going to say, judging by the way it came off, I assumed he edged into his pad, but I couldn't see. Thank you very much. So Albert and Gubbins 50 partnership, which is a rarity for Hampshire in Championship cricket, a 50-run opening stand. Somerset lost 3 early wickets against Warwickshire. They were 21 for 3, but they're now 57 for 3. Swanepoel, full delivery. Hammond blocks it away. Fields it mid-off, does Matthew Waite. And Thomas Rue is batting for Somerset. James,
good player
in the Test match.
Good player.
Well, Tom Kohler-Cadmore returning from injury, was out for a duck. 2 wickets to the aforementioned Ethan Bamber, and the other 2 Nathan Gilchrist. Swanepoel to Hammond. That could well be a boundary. Just glance down to the vacant region, the nameless region. You know where it's hit. I don't need to tell you, surely. Between gully and backward point. 4 runs to Hammond. He's on to 12. It's 54 for 2. I'll just run through the other 3 scores. Yorkshire are 45 for 3 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Couple of wickets for Ben Green. Glamorgan 33 for 1 against Surrey, with Billy Root out, having opened the batting for 6, and Essex 45 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Chelmsford. Elgar and Walter both out. Well, the First Division table with Essex 1 point ahead of Sussex, 3 ahead of Somerset, 5 ahead of Warwickshire. It's remarkable. You can go from, I think Yorkshire, if they'd got over the line at Scarborough, Yorkshire would have been 4th, but they're 8th. Is it my over or is it yours?
It's mine, I beg your pardon. I was just working on my... I was listening to you talking about the other games, and I was working on my third man theory.
I wasn't
Matthew
sure
Waite bowls, and it was blocked. I beg your pardon.
That's all right. I didn't want to take over.
No. You do. It's very easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes, especially when there's only 2 of you, and you just keep going. But no, it's mine, and I'm very sorry. But I was just thinking about this third man conundrum. Here comes Waite, and he has got a third man, and he bowls down the leg side, and Bancroft, I think it just took him on the thigh pad and run to Libby at leg slip. We've still got 2 slips on the offside and the leg slip. Then we've got third man and a long leg, and then cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. It's fairly conventional apart from that leg slip. Wait again then. Hasn't quite hit his straps yet, I don't think. He's been out for a while, of course, hasn't bowled for a while. Hasn't quite got his rhythm. Bancroft walking down the pitch turns him on the leg side. They'll get 2. Quite a long chase round for Fateh Singh from long leg to backward square.
And probably at risk of labouring. That would have been 2 anyway without a fine leg.
Yeah.
Square leg would have made that 2.
I think so. So we're trying to work out, we're not just working out how many runs go through third man, that's fair enough. You can do that easily. But if, my argument is, if long leg were at third man, what would the difference be? So if it goes to long leg and they get a single, and it would have gone for 4 if he weren't there, then I will take 4 off my tally. And if it goes to third man, and there isn't a third man, but there is a long leg, I count the runs. Waite bowls, Bancroft pushes up to mid-on, and my calculation so far is that had long leg been at third man since the start, the score would be 33 for 2 as opposed to 56 for 2.
I have to say, I'm really taken with some of these advertising boards at the far end. Obviously I won't read out
those ones over there.
Over on the Dolivera
stand. Right, okay.
I'm particularly enjoying the advertising board for an advertising board.
Wait again out, so the stump left alone, end of the over, and at the end of it, it is 56 for 2. Bancroft has 28 now, and Hammond has 12.
It's a bit like, you're on the tube or something, and you look up and you see this. Exactly, So you see almost the advert for the advert, but this isn't quite like that. This isn't actually a company which does signs, so they're actually advertising their own product with a massive capital letters, huge impact, massive white letters on black background on the yellow sign.
Well, I suppose even advertising companies need to advertise, don't they? Yeah.
Swanepoel to Hammond. Oh, that's taken off a bit. Beats him, and then Gareth Roderick's lunging up almost above his head to take that one. That one's caught something. So I'm remembering something now. At airports where it's always yellow. Well, I say always. I think one particular airport company does it, but yellow background, black writing. Apparently it's meant to be the most soothing combination.
Okay.
Full ball on push from Hammond, and there's no run. And I don't know whether that's what they're going for with the mostly black writing on a yellow background, but I'm told that's why that particular airport company did it. In most airports you go around the world, you see. See that?
Well, I'm sure there's some science behind it. They wouldn't do it, would they? Spend a lot of money on it.
I was going to say, if there isn't, then they'll come up with something, because otherwise, why would people need to spend the money? Hammond's on 12. Swanepoel false started. Thank goodness we didn't need to see a dead ball signal, because he only got about 3 steps into his run up. He's in now and bowls, and that's whipped away. Strong bottom hand from Hammond, but he'll pick out mid on, and there's no run. A stylish shot, but not one that has brought him any runs. Yes, we've got ice cream being advertised.
Famous.
Some sort of beard related company.
No, they're just called Beard, but they're an advertising company as well.
Right.
Creative design.
Okay. As Swanepoel bowls, dropping the hands on that. Hammond wants a single. It's not there to backward point. There'll be a shy at the stumps, which Hammond would have been back anyway, but
if you go out,
just love to throw the ball anyway.
Go out to the pavilion and turn right. There is a terrace called the Beard Terrace, which is hospitality.
His Brad is standing there.
Yeah. You're only allowed up there if you haven't shaved.
And then, by the looks of things, well, some sort of party company with advertising balloons.
Yeah, something party. Shrub Hill Station. Other party shops are available.
Swanepoel bowls. That's another
that's
good
a
ball.
beauty.
Tasty delivery across. Hammond felt he had to play, and then
that's where you go if you want party balloons.
Right.
You know. I've used it a few times.
It's always important to know in any city where to go to get balloons.
Well, it is if you're a granddad like me and you have to do birthday parties.
Okay, well, it's always good to know where we are. Here comes Swanepoel, last ball of the over, little over pitched, and that's the shot that Hammond was looking for earlier on in the over. That almost flicky on drive, and he's timed it beautifully, kept it down, and hit it for 4 through long on. So
missed the fielder this time. Yeah. So Phillips out for 14, Bournemouth for 2. But these two have added 25 so far for this third wicket. Bancroft's been pretty untroubled, and he edged a couple from Taylor along the ground to slip, but he's used his feet to good effect.
He's just sort of gone about his business in a fairly
Yeah.
typical way,
Yeah.
really. You don't
Yeah.
always really
Measured.
notice. Yeah, you don't really notice what he's on almost, and then you can look up and see he's on 28, and you think, well, where did he? I only remember one. I remember one big shot.
And that's the sign of a good accumulator, isn't it? And very valuable runs they are when you put into bat. We've got 40 minutes to go to lunch. They're going to be over 80. I said that's my par. Maybe I ought to change that because it's based on, you know, old money really, a long time ago, and people do score more quickly these days. So maybe you could say 100 for 3 as a par for lunch when you put in, or 90. This one from Waite turned to mid-wicket by Bancroft, and D'Oliveira does the fielding. It's going to be attritional, I reckon, that kind of day, as it was in the entire game against Middlesex. It was a good game. It was a contested game until the Worcestershire last day collapse, but it was never a thrilling game, if you know what I mean. It was attritional. We use that word quite a few times in commentary. Waite is in once more and bowls, and Bancroft is pushing out on the offside, and there's no run.
I'm sure it was all action off the field though, with Kevin Hand.
He was
pulling chairs out from underneath people, playing schoolboy jokes.
He was very busy. Very busy.
Oh yes, he always is. Yeah.
He was going back to his hotel at night and doing text commentary on World Cup games, and
yes, he's probably got an innuendo or two in there.
Oh, he did that all right. He did that all right.
Well, I mean, I did mean specifically on his text commentary, but you can be guaranteed there'll be several during the day.
He did one on air that was very, very good. I'll tell you about it when we're off air. Waite is in and bowls. Keeper standing up now, for obvious reasons, as Bancroft has been taking liberties with the length, with his footwork. Drives this one back past the bowler, half stopped.
I think it just comes so naturally to him that the innuendo, he ends up doing it without actually realising now, even when he's doing his text commentary for a well-known news provider.
His weight again. 2 slips. Keeper stood up, bowls. Bancroft steers behind square on the offside. Swanepoel fields. There's no run. A wicket each this morning for Allison and Taylor, the opening pair, but I'm going to say they've been fairly comfortable. There haven't been that many player misses. I can't remember a proper LBW shout. I think batting's looked fairly straightforward, and so far you would say, I think, that the decision to bat first has been justified. You'd expect to lose a couple in the first hour, maybe. If they get through to lunch only 2 down, they'll be very, very happy. Waite in, bowls again. Bancroft is forward. Plays it up to mid-on, there's no run. He's hard. The other thing about Bancroft in this innings, and I think it's fair to say, he's hardly played what I would call a shot in anger. He's hit 4 fours, well at least 3 of them have been down to third man off the edge.
So the only one I can remember is that shot through straight mid-off, but that didn't go for 4.
No.
Went for 3.
He's been very circumspect indeed, but he's done a good job, and he's seen almost the first 19 overs of the new ball off. He will have after this delivery, and he lets it go to Roderick outside the off stump. 60 for 2 it remains. Matthew Waite has now bowled 4 overs. That was a maiden, and he's conceded 11.
Yeah, I still think Gloucestershire can't really, I said they can't afford to, that's a bit far, but really wouldn't want to lose one of these in the next 40 minutes or so. They've got James Bracey, who is in wonderful form at Northampton, scored a 72 in the first innings, and then that majestic 148 not out where he'd have felt if he'd had a large number of partners, they'd have struggled to get him out. Swanepoel to Hammond, and they'll just watch that one go by.
James Bracey, a player I've admired for a long time. Obviously he's done well against Worcestershire lots of times. I've always thought he's a really good player. I thought he deserved his chance when he got into the England side, and it didn't go well for him. I don't think anybody would dispute that. Am I right? And if I'm not, I apologise. And if you're a Gloucester fan or James Bracey's family or whatever, I apologise.
Swanepoel to Hammond, drops it down into the offside, no run.
Am I right in saying that he did kind of suffer a bit of a hangover from that, didn't he? And he lost form for quite confidence for quite a while.
He did. He played at Cheltenham quite shortly afterwards, and there were a couple of games where he conceded about 30 or 40 buys in one of them and about 20 odd in another. It was you could see he was going through a tricky patch. Swanepoel bowls really cramps up Hammond for room. I don't think he really knew what to do with that, whether he was trying to defend or part of him thought. And that's the problem, as you get into sort of T20 time. Hammond would look at a ball like that and try and pick it up over the leg side for 6 usually, and was halfway in between the two, and it just hit
back at him, I think, didn't it? It nipped into him.
But yeah, and I'm sure nowadays James Bracey would be pretty stoic about that whole time, and he's come out
back
of it
to real form.
Oh yeah. Swanepoel in a fiddly defence from Hammond, well down the pitch. Just crabbily makes his way back into his ground. Swanepoel didn't even motion to throw at him, or at the stumps, I should say. Throw at the batter, but you know what I mean. But he did come through it. I think, I say it over and over again, both his batting and his keeping. He is a far better player now than when he was picked for England. He's got so many more shots. He spends longer at the crease. He's got a couple of double hundreds now. Swanepoel in, and that's turned into the leg side for no run. Yeah, he 2 seasons ago became the first batter since W.G. Grace to score back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds for Gloucestershire.
Gosh, that's fantastic, isn't it?
And last season, another 150 at Canterbury, which is another unbeaten score.
Back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds. Goodness me.
Last ball of Swanepoel's over. In now down the leg side, flicked away, and that's 4 runs through square leg. And I'll freely admit, I got completely sold there. There was a shadow of a pigeon or something that had flashed through mid-wicket, and I thought that's where the ball had gone, and it actually went through square leg. But I did go for 4, so at least I got that part right. And it is 64 for 2 at the end of that over. Hammond moves on to 20. Bancroft has 28. But there are just some innings, and that second innings at Northampton was another of those, where he walks out there and quite early on, usually he gets a couple of cover drives away. He used to drive the ball through point and backward point. Now he can drive it through cover as well. He gets a couple of those away, and you sort of think, right, this is an innings where they're really going to struggle to get him out. And admittedly, they did have their chance at Northampton, and he was put down at slip, but well, you could tell he wasn't going to give another one away. And yeah, his keeping, he is one of the best keepers in the country now, no question.
His weight from the Diglis end, bowls, and driven up to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, you just never know how it's going to go for somebody, do you, when they're picked? I remember some of the social media stuff that people said, what on earth is this bloke doing playing for England? And I was replying, this guy's really good. I've seen a lot of
and of course, the other thing that was completely lost was that he'd spent all of 2020 in the COVID bubble not playing. Yeah. So there was an entire year where...
It just came at the wrong time. Wrong time.
He had one innings where he was ended up opening the batting. That was the only red ball cricket he got for a year, and then he was picked only a few games later, as it were.
Weight bowls, and this one's turned by Bancroft down to long leg. They're going to get 2, and I'm not going to count that because we've now got a long leg and a third man, so you can't really continue the equation, if that makes sense. 66 for 2. Bancroft now has 30. Very patient innings from him. He's faced 61 deliveries.
But yeah, that was something that really got lost, and also because of the other man standing behind the stumps at the moment, Gareth Roderick, he'd not actually kept an enormous amount for Gloucestershire before he got picked either.
Strange selection. Weight bowls. Bancroft defends up to mid-wicket. Strange selection in that sense then, I think. I mean, this is pre the McCullum era, isn't it? So it's pre hunch selection, which is what we have now.
Wouldn't it? I think in those days
we have hunch selection now, don't we? We have. I fancy him.
Although, in fairness, actually, I think a little bit that's what it was with Bracey. They just really loved his, and understandably so. They really loved his mentality and his character. Yeah. And then Ben Folkes slipped in his socks in the dressing room, and he was in there.
But he wasn't ready, was he? He wasn't ready for Test cricket. Anyway, that's my theory. Weight bowls. Bang on middle. Bancroft plays up to mid-on. Waite stands with his hands on his head thinking, if you hadn't hit that, I'd have been shouting. But he did hit it in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it's just strange, isn't it, all the timing. I mean, now...
Now's the time.
Now's
the time, and they need a keeper.
There would be in a different world an awful lot of clamour around James Bracey. He's got back-to-back 1,000-run seasons. He's keeping incredibly well, but I think now.
That ship has. I think so. Weight bowls. Bancroft drives nicely, but Libby tumbling to his right makes a good stop at extra cover.
I think this is the first time I've really talked about James Bracey in England for a while. Anyway, I think he has made, to go back to that tricky period after he was picked. I think he has made peace with things now, and that's why he's brilliant. He's really having the best time of it,
and without being too cynical, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching who will nod their heads, whether they be of a Gloucestershire or a Worcestershire persuasion. Let's break off his weight, completes his over, left alone outside the off stump 66 for 2. Without being too cynical, it's not easy to get picked for England when you play for Gloucestershire or Worcestershire.
Yep. Well, that and I have to say now, there's the added thinking along those lines of, I'm not going to get picked to play in August.
Yeah.
Playing for these teams as well. That is very much something that enters the thinking now, and will lead to more players moving.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons you lose players.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that Worcestershire have lost players to Nottinghamshire, to Warwickshire. It's not money, it's because they want to win things.
Round the wicket goes Swanepoel. For the first time, Hammond inside edges onto his pad. Ball rolls out to cover. So a couple of inside edges from Hammond off Swanepoel, and then that one that just seemed to cut back. And
I think I've had another message about the... Yeah, he's making a point about it. Tim Dale Lace, this is my South African correspondent.
Here comes Swanepoel round the wicket in bowls, and Hammond watches that one sail past through to Gareth Roderick, and it did sail past. To take it palms up, did Gareth Roderick. And I don't know whether we're starting to see the pitch just quicken up a little bit. Is the
just telling the head coach about the third man conundrum.
Okay. Or did he?
We've discussed it before.
Did he take it on board, as they say?
I think he is a bit surprised. You might go away and check now.
Okay. Swanepoel into the pads of Hammond. He flicks it to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah. My South African correspondent, he says the problem that Swanepoel has had is that in South Africa he bowls the same length as this, but he gets the extra bounce.
Yeah.
And he had a similar issue when he played for Kent.
So often the way, isn't it?
Might well be a good point, Tim. Thank you for that.
Natural length, and when you have that natural length, it's hard to then
change.
force yourself to. You've been doing it a certain
That's
way.
what
for
England
so long.
bowlers have found when they've been on tours before.
Swanepoel bowls length ball, and that's just
he hits the deck quite hard,
pushed away.
Yeah, don't get that bounce.
Yeah, and you see it with several bowlers. So it took Gabe Bell probably a couple of games to really, and once he got his length right, he was fantastic. Just first couple of games maybe a little bit short, and even
the ability
New Zealanders,
to change your length,
yeah,
according to where you're playing, is a very, very sophisticated skill.
Swanepoel is in no ball and just guided into the offside. So I think that is the first
one,
for the first extra. There'll be two of them. First extra full stop. So 68 for 2. Been disciplined this morning of.
In the Middlesex first innings the other day, 339. There were 6 extras, and they all came at the very end. And then in the Worcestershire innings, there were loads of them. 38.
Yeah.
26 of them came from no balls.
Swanepoel in, defended back up the pitch for no run. Christian Clark had a little bit of a no ball problem. I say a little bit of a no ball problem. It was almost Shannon Gabriel-esque. Do you remember the game? The game here between these sides in 2019 when Gloucestershire were pushing for promotion, and unfortunately Shannon Gabriel was doing his best by overstepping to. There was that game, and then there was the one against Sussex, I think, where it really reared its ugly head. Swanepoel in, flicked down to fine leg by Hammond. That will be a single, so he'll keep the strike on 21, 69 for 2. And that game against Sussex that year, I think I'm right in saying that both Higgins and Shannon Gabriel bowled 12 no balls each in an innings, so 48 runs in no balls. Clark bowled 11 no balls in 27 overs, but he did also take 6 for 109, so he didn't take a wicket off a no ball.
But that's the danger, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, so there were 45 extras in the total of 465 that Northamptonshire posted, and that would have been very close to getting Gloucestershire over the line in terms of avoiding the follow-on if you had taken those runs away.
Tom Taylor reintroduced at the Diglis end, as he often is before lunch. Have another little spell. First ball played up to mid-on by Hammond. Taylor 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19 in his first spell. They're all quite similar, the figures. Allison 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Swanepoel 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. And Matthew Waite 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. Something else we discussed the other day in the Middlesex game, and you sit here, don't you? It's a long day. You've got to come up with something. When they were bowling all these no balls, Sebastian Morgan was struggling a little bit. Taylor in, bowls. Hammond covers up again, plays up to mid-on. I came up with the idea, so why isn't it a free hit every no ball, even in red ball cricket?
I think there are some of the players that want that.
I think it'd be good.
I've seen, I can't remember who it was, somebody in that Cricketers Who's Who, you know, where they ask things like, if you could make one change to the game, what would it be? I'm sure, I think it might have been Ben Charlesworth who said that one year.
I think it'd be a good idea. Discourage the bowling of no balls anyway. Anyway, maybe not. Maybe it would make things too long. Hammond bowls out on the pushes out on the offside again. My change, and I might have bored you with this before. If I have, please forgive me. And listeners, I've bored you with it before, definitely. I'd take away leg buys unless they were behind square on the leg side when the bowler was bowling round the wicket. So if you bowl right arm round to a right-hander, you're deliberately aiming at the pads. I'd say you can have them behind square, but normally I think leg buys are complete nonsense. Taylor again bowls. Hammond is forward, plays up to mid-on. Bowler bowls a ball, absolute jaffa, completely does a batter, all ends up, cuts back, flicks the pad, goes for 4. Batsman's not got a clue about it. Why'd you get 4 runs for that?
Interesting. So are you the opposite of Daniel Norcross on this?
I don't know.
So Norcross says that all leg buys should go to the batter, which is that's. I mean, Churchy and I one time got through about an afternoon on this.
I can't see that. Hammond defends again out on the offside. Good over from Taylor in his comeback. No, I just think, if you bowl left arm round to a left-hander or right arm round to a right-hander and you're aiming to hit the pads, then leg buys should be allowed. But if you run in now, if you're Tom Taylor running in now round to a left-hander and you bowl an absolute beauty that hits the pitch and seams away and flicks his pad and goes for 4, why on earth should anybody get any reward for that when the bowler has actually done the batsman all ends up? This one is a single. It's clipped away on the onside by Hammond. He's got that little flick with the bottom hand going very nicely at the moment, Miles Hammond, and it means that he keeps the strike, which won't bother Bancroft, who's put down his anchor and intends to be there in 25 minutes time. At lunch it's 70 for 2. Bancroft has 30, as I say, Hammond 22, and if you're just joining us, I'm sure you already know, but the 2 men out, Phillips for 14 and Borman for 2.
This is starting to feel a little bit like when Bancroft and Hammond opened the batting in T20 cricket a couple of years ago, where it felt as though Hammond faced about 80% of the deliveries.
I thought you were going to say they scored at 2 and over.
No, they certainly didn't score at 2 and over. They both scored 500 runs and Gloucestershire lifted the trophy.
I know. I was only joking.
Yeah, no, I know. 43 of 76 in this partnership Hammond is faced, and he's on strike again here as Ben Allison's returning and bowling one up into the block hole, and it's dug out to mid-off on the drive from Hammond. Now there is no run, but yeah, it's been a lopsided partnership in terms of strike, but never seems to bother Bancroft too much. Sights fixed very much on lunch, and then see what comes after. Allison round the wicket straight away to Hammond, who is just gently forward and defending up to mid-off. No, we worked out that Daniel Norcross TMS commentator. He just wanted it because he misses a lot of deliveries and wants to get credit for it. I think we worked out that was the reason.
Right.
Anyway, just thinks leg buys should be abolished and it should all go to the batter. No way.
Well, I think they should be almost abolished.
But you think they should be? You think it should just be dead ball?
Yeah.
Oh, driving at that! I think he's been put down behind the stumps. Hammond with a thick-ish edge. Roderick diving away in front of first slip, but I'm not sure the ball was quite as wide as that.
He didn't drop many, you know.
No, I'm sure you'll get a better look on the replay. But first up, I thought that it was very much Roderick's catch. It wasn't quite as wide as diving right in front of first slip, but we'll get a look here. Yeah, I just don't think it would have carried.
Wouldn't have carried. He had to go for it, and he didn't quite get hold of it. A let off for Hammond, and lucky for Allison.
He did take a single as well as it got behind the keeper in the slips. This next one to Bancroft is just watched safely through. So life for Miles Hammond. Very much so, because he went at that really quite hard-handedly. Miles Hammond really tried to sock it through the offside and got the edge and gets away with it. 2 slips as Allison bowls to Bancroft, just forward and letting the ball meet the bat. Nothing too complicated, off into the covers, and there is no run. Lancashire now 81 for 6 at Chesterfield. Be a happy bunch. Yeah, to be honest though, yes, exactly. It sort of is. Be interested to see what Jay Anderson does on that pitch at Chesterfield. I wonder if he's ever played there. He'd never played a first-class match at Bristol before this year.
Goodness, that's amazing.
Allison is in Bancroft forward and running this one away to mid-off end of the over, 71 for 2. He'd only played 2 first-class matches away against Gloucestershire, and they've both been at Cheltenham. One where he came in as a substitute halfway through the match because he got picked in the England squad. I think this was potentially even 2005, and he came in after the first innings, and then Cheltenham last year where he was captain of Lancashire and had quite the treat in terms of big names over the past couple of years. Kane Williamson came for Middlesex the year before that, an awful lot of people taking photographs with him, and it was Anderson last year. Who are Worcestershire going to be bringing this year then?
Swanepoel.
Yeah,
of course. Or Dan Latigan. 71 for 2. Hammond had a life on 22. Put down by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Ben Allison. Got a single as a result. And he is now 23 off 47. So he hasn't exactly lived up to my billing. And you were right. You said he quite capable of playing a more defensive innings, and that's exactly what he has done. He has got that bottom-handed whip onto the leg side going a few times, and now he's got his cover drive going, but he hasn't really timed it very well, and it's just a single up to Fateh Singh at mid-off. We'll see a couple of overs of Singh before lunch, I bet you. It's a cliche, but it often works, doesn't it? Bring the spinner on just before lunch. It's not really a cliche for Worcestershire because they don't usually have a spinner, although they did have George Drizel on loan from Durham for the game up at Southport against Lancashire.
Former Gloucestershire
player. Bristolian, isn't he? And he did okay. I wasn't there, but he did okay. 72 for 2. 24.2 overs gone. Taylor with 1 wicket into the right-handed Bancroft, and he's forward, pushing up to mid-off. Easy paced pitch by the look of it to me. The odd ones carried from Allison, the big man. Swanepoel's got 1 or 2 to lift, but nothing untoward.
Do you think it might
a lot of edges have not carried.
Yeah. Do you think it might get quicker? Or?
Yeah. I think it might get a bit quicker.
Almost judging by the outfield as much as
better
anything
for
else.
batting on day 3, I would say. But I'm only basing that on 1 or 2 games, really.
Well,
because
goodness knows you see more cricket than it.
Yeah, but it's hard to characterise new road pitches. Ben Allison, Tom Taylor bowls, pushed out on the offside. I was saying Ben Allison because we talked to him after day 1 or 2 against Kent, day 2 I think, against Middlesex, and I said, tell me about the wicket, and he said, a bit like New Road of old, really, and by that he meant 25 rather than 26. Sorry, 24 rather than 25. Not much pace, nipped a bit, runs there if you get in, ball gets softer, that kind of thing. And that's why it's been good that they've only lost 1 wicket in nearly 25 overs. Taylor bowls and Bancroft drives square on the offside, behind square, for a single as Allison jogs around from third man, sends a pretty poor throw back to Roderick, bounces in front of him. Yeah, he knows as a keeper. And he didn't say anything, but he glared at him.
Especially if you've put a catch down, you don't want that, do you?
Yeah. He doesn't drop many, Gareth Roderick. He's not a showy keeper. I said this the other day. He's not a showy, flashy keeper. Just Mr. Efficiency. In comes Taylor again, left alone by Hammond, taken by the aforementioned Mr. Roderick. 25 overs completed, 73 for 2 at a sunny New Road, although there's a bit more cloud now than there was earlier in the day. No rain in the forecast for the entire game. Could be quite hot tomorrow, and really hot, I think, over the weekend, Sunday.
Yes, the heat wave's coming. And probably not before time, given some of the chilly weather. People talking about having the heating on in June. Ben Allison to continue into Bancroft, and he's now well down the pitch and defending the ball to mid-off. Did briefly see Gareth Roderick up to the stumps. He's still got the helmet back there.
He won't stand up to Allison. Too much bounce.
Yeah, brave to do so, but
although it's fun standing up to a quick ball that gets bounced, because you've got a good idea where you're going to take. It's the ones that keep low that are much more difficult.
Allison runs in now. He's in and bowls. Bancroft covers up once again. He's really got that sort of air of determination about his defence. Yeah. Bancroft, he's not really playing many shots, and he's just digging in here, and maybe just whether he's it's easy to read too much into it, whether he's just sending a little bit of a message here. He's an incredibly measured individual in the same way as he bats, very equable. As this is guided off towards cover point, just wide enough of the fielder that Bancroft can take a single and get up the other end onto 32, 74 for 2. But I interviewed him after the game against Northamptonshire, and when Cameron Bancroft uses a word like poor, that's quite strong. So, it was of course happy with the fight shown on the final day, but didn't want to play up to that too much, saying that they were very poor in certain periods of that last game against Northamptonshire. As round the wicket goes, Allison bowls, and that's let go. There was the period when Liam Guthrie and Harry Conway were adding extra runs on a partnership that Gloucestershire couldn't break, and 400 became over 450. He was very disappointed that they couldn't avoid the follow-on. There was just one big partnership between Bracey and Van Buren in the first innings. And then whilst it was quite some effort, really, with 3 wickets in hand on the final day to take it into the last hour, as Allison bowls and Hammond drops the hands on that one. Again, just defensively into the offside, no run. there was some effort from Bracey, Daz Ahmed, Matt Taylor and Will Williams chipping in as well, but as it turned out they were only a few overs away from doing enough to potentially save the game. But you've sort of got to show that. I'm not saying they didn't show fight, but it's something I talked about a little bit in the last game. As Allison bowls into the pads of Hammond, and that's worked away to short mid wicket, no run, end of the over, 74 for 2. And repeating myself, but it was something that stuck with me from England's latest Ashes debacle, something that Ben Stokes said. I don't even think it was after the last game. I think it may have been after the third match at Adelaide when they could only draw the series. He said something about, it's easy to, not easy to, but it's easier to fight and play your best when you're either behind in the game or well ahead of the game. The difficulty is doing it when the game's there to be won.
When it matters.
Yeah. When it's even, and that's been a little bit. Whilst Gloucestershire have come very close to some results the last few games, so it's been a bit like that.
Taylor bowls, Bancroft pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, and that in a way, that's how you define a winner, isn't it? It's somebody who produces when it matters. They talk about goal scorers who get goals that don't mean anything. So you lose 4-2 and they get 2, but they don't get winners, and batters who get hundreds in drawn games or losing causes, they don't win games.
That was always I remember a huge argument at one stage with Tendulkar versus Dravid, saying that actually Dravid's runs, he got so many more of his runs in India wins.
Yeah. Taylor bowls, Bancroft out on the offside, chance for a run out as a throw comes in from Latkin. I think he'd have been struggling.
I think he'd given it up.
He missed it. Libby backing up missed it, but Waite didn't, and they got a single. Why would you do that? Bancroft played so sensibly. Why would you suddenly do that? I suppose pressure, scoreboard pressure, a few dots put together. They got away with it anyway.
Yeah.
Latkin was on it quickly.
That was almost a carbon copy of, in mirror, I suppose, when if you saw I was watching the Test match. Yes, a Duckett and Gay. Yeah, it was the first one where Duckett almost got Gay, and then Gay returned the favour, and this time Nathan Smith hit the stumps. It was exactly that same single.
Yeah, it was. I was thinking about exactly that myself. Taylor bowled, left alone outside the off stump. Nathan Smith played here, as you know, at the start of 2024, and one thing that became clear within half an hour of his debut at Edgbaston against Warwickshire was that he was going to get a few run-outs. He was lightning in the field, and he got one in that game from the boundary. He ran somebody out. It was extraordinary.
Well, Will Williams has done that this season. He's
so quick.
Yeah. Will Williams direct hit from deep point.
Yeah. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Hammond is forward, and he's gone for a quick one now, and this time it's D'Oliveira, and he misses too. And he's a dead eye. Brett D'Oliveira, absolute dead eye, and he took his time. He set himself. He didn't rush. He actually set himself, and he's missed. And they got another. Why would you start doing this?
It's especially odd to do it after having had the discussion. Then presumably you've said, right, okay, we'll just
see how you like it then.
So you'd think these two, when they batter together so much, especially in white ball cricket, they've normally got a great understanding. It's odd to see this.
Taylor in, Bancroft forward, not going to take one this time, straight to Swanepoel. But why would you? I just don't get why you do it. What we got? We're going to have 2 more overs after this before lunch, I would think.
Do you reckon Bancroft would have been gone there as well?
Yeah, definitely. Judging by the body language out there, definitely. Might be wrong, but they don't usually make that much of a fuss, do they?
No, true. It was Hammond had completely given his up. Bancroft tried to reach a little bit, so I wasn't quite so sure. Barely see the crease line, to be honest.
Oh, he played at that one. Taylor to Bancroft, just dropped his hands away but after the ball had gone, he had a little nibble at that one. So we're not going to see Fateh Singh, I don't think, or maybe he'll have one or two. They're rushing, so they want to get a couple in. I think maybe he is going to get one, I don't know, but Allison will continue. Scoreboard clock 12:52. Allison's overs usually take about 3.5, 4. 12:56. I reckon we'll get 2 more in.
Yeah, not done too badly with the over rate, given it's been all seams so far. Allison in round the wicket to Hammond, who barely even moves. They all have their bat raised now as they're waiting, and Hammond barely moves it to watch that one through behind. So, Hammond leading a bit of a charmed life at the moment. Dropped behind on 22. Could have been run out on 24. He's now on 25 with only a handful of minutes to go before lunch. Edge of seat time if you're a Gloucestershire fan. Pushes that one calmly into the covers. Good morning for
Gloucestershire, I reckon. It's going to be almost 80, like I said, and if they've only lost 2, they've had a good morning, I reckon.
This is. I mean, these are big deliveries at the moment. This is really one more wicket, and Worcester should be happy having been, as it were, sent into the field, and Gloucester should be pretty happy with these 2 at the break. Allison into Hammond. He plays that bottom-handed, wristy on drive, but he's got it away for 1 boundary and then hit it straight to the field, and now a couple of times. Who's that carrying the drinks out?
Henry Cullen.
Gosh, I think Graham van Buren might tower over him.
He's a keeper, really, and a batter. Played as a batter in the last game.
It helps to have a low centre of gravity as a keeper. Yeah. In comes Allison. Bowls, little over pitched. Hammond wants a single to mid-off. This is going to be a run out as well if it hits. It misses. Extraordinary stuff. Matthew Waite had almost all 3 to aim at there and had some time. Hammond diving. I'm sure he wouldn't have made that. He's pushed it straight to mid-off and it's quite firm. This is extraordinary. I mean, you see after 1.
It's weird.
Normally it's then right. Okay, we're just going to be circumspect here. 2. Then that's another thing. But a 3rd time, and that was Hammond's own call that time. I suppose that was the difference. The other time it was the batter running to the non-striker's end, and then the throw at the stumps at the striker's end. Hammond would only have had himself to blame if he'd been run out there. Allison bowls into the hip. Hammond's down the pitch wanting a single and having to get back, and now Allison's sprinting back to his mark. This is all getting a little chaotic. I'm all for some chaos, but perhaps less so at this point.
Graham van Buren is 2 inches shorter than Henry Cullen.
Right. Well, I'm not sure. I'd like to see them lined up next to each other after that. Allison in and Bancroft in line.
Let's see if we can arrange it.
And that is the end of that over. So Allison has
got through his over quickly, actually.
It's at the end of the over, it is, yeah. Allison seemed to be almost walking back to his mark, and there was some hesitation from the field, but...
So he got through his over, and we've still got 4 minutes to go to lunch.
He might get another one in. 77 for 2.
I think Taylor will probably... It depends what happens, doesn't it? Where the ball goes and that kind of thing.
I'm running out of room in my line of notes for Miles Hammond now. 2 run-out attempts and that catch behind. Normally like to save some space for the second innings, but running out of room already.
Round the wicket, Taylor. Hammond pushes out on the offside. Says no, we won't have one this time as Libby comes in. We're not going to get the over of spin that I predicted. Donovan is sticking with his big guns. The 2 men have got the wickets, 1 each for Taylor and Allison.
But good news is now that 4 of Worcestershire's fielders will all be walking off cross that they've missed chances, not just 1. There'll be they might have to sit on the same table at lunch.
Yeah.
No pudding for you.
Taylor again ran a wicket bowl, left alone by Hammond. It's been very circumspect, Hammond. There's me saying he likes to dominate. 26 off 60. Bancroft even more so, 33 off 80, but who cares? They're doing a job for their team. Seen exactly what Middlesex did in the last game, thinking, tell you what, let's do that. Dig in, get a big score by building a base and then developing it. Taylor is in again round the wicket. Bowls. And Hammond drives. That's good work by Libby at backward point. Very good stop. And as a result, they don't get even a single. He parried the ball away to his left to D'Oliveira. Hammond was off and running, but given what's happened in the last couple of overs, they probably decided that the old adage, never run on a misfield, is worth following on this occasion.
Just about.
3 balls left. We've got 2 minutes left. I think we're gonna. This will be the last over. I think.
Need to channel it in a Bomber Wells, wasn't it?
Yeah. Taylor in. Hammond pushes into the covers. D'Oliveira fields.
Bomber Wells got through and over here, but while the clock was striking, or the bells were chiming.
Josh Baker, sadly no longer with us, would bowl his overs in under a minute sometimes. I used to put the watch on here and just time. It's short run up. If they played a couple back to him, he'd be back at his mark.
Graham van Buren could do that.
Yeah, he could do it. Taylor round the wicket. 2 balls left. Bowls left alone by Hammond, taken by Roderick. Well, we might get one more.
They might do it. He's going to run back as well.
I think they'll get one more.
I never liked this, I must say. No. I never liked the run. I watch him take a wicket now, but I never like it.
They used to say it's what the clock says when the umpire gets to the stumps, but it's not anymore. It's when the previous over finishes, I think. And with Hammond defending that one, there are 50 seconds left, and we're going to have one more over.
I just don't like it, and it nearly always, I say nearly always, for my money, always results in that, just a fairly harmless length delivery.
And it is
just patted away. Hey! I'd have been deeply disappointed if we didn't get this.
Ironic applause from the Worcestershire faithful. Did you notice that?
I did notice that. I didn't know whether it was just because everybody enjoys the last over before.
Why don't we play a spinner?
Right.
He got 5 for the seconds yesterday.
Oh, okay. Right. Coming in some form. So, slow left armer bowling round the wicket to Bancroft, who's immediately forward and rolling the wrists. Been run to short mid-wicket. So there's a deep backward square who is on the shorter boundary, a cover who's not quite on the boundary. Bancroft defends back to the bowler. This will help. They might get another one in. Actually, they won't. It's just gone to 1 o'clock. Yeah, he doesn't hang about. A few steps in and bowling. Bancroft so far showing absolutely no sign of wanting to take him on. Just wants to get through to lunch. 3 deliveries to go. 77 for 2. Fateh Singh in to bowl. Let go by Bancroft. Not a bad try there from Fateh Singh. A little bit of bounce, and it's worth having seen 3-4 defences, I think. Maybe just seeing whether Bancroft fancied a slash outside the off stump. Next delivery, and he propped forward, but then just checked his momentum. Poked it away, and we're to the last ball of the morning session.
The role that he's got to play is not really this, but when the ball's off older and softer.
Here's that final ball, and Bancroft does fancy a cut, and cut it to deep cover. They'll jog through for a single. So Bancroft will keep the strike for the afternoon. He has negotiated that morning session in classic experienced opening batter, overseas pro, captain, all those things fashion. 34 from 86 balls. Hammond has 26. Gloucestershire losing Phillips and Borman, but 78 for 2 at lunch, having decided to bat first, and this partnership is going to be important as the afternoon goes on as well.
Yeah, I was going to say finally that Singh's job in this Worcestershire side is that when the ball's gone soft and 40 odd overs have been bowled, and D'Oliveira wants to rotate his seamers at one end, is to come on and go for 2 and over at the other end. Tight, tie one end down, and he doesn't have to, you know, push the seamers as hard as he might otherwise. There we go, that's the situation. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Ed Seaborn alongside me from BBC Radio Bristol, and we'll be back at about 1:40. Until then, have a nice lunch, go and put the kettle on, have a sandwich, ours is here, and we'll see you later.
There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Five required, in the air, it's gone all the way, he's done it! Finster's done it for 3 sixes in the last over, he's finished 30 not out, punches the air, 5 required, in the air, it's gone all the way, he's done it! Finchton's done it with 3 sixes in the last over, he's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
.uk.
Required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Finster's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Vincent's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
.uk.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Vincent's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Vincent's done it for 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
UK.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Vincent's done it for 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
5 required. In the air, it's gone all the way. He's done it. Winston's done it with 3 sixes in the last over. He's finished 30 not out, punches the air.
UK.
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road, where play is about to get underway. Day 1, session 2, Worcestershire against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire at the interval. 78 for 2, so probably their morning, given that they were put into bat and negotiated the morning session for the loss of just those 2 wickets. Phillips for 14 and Borman for 2, the men out, 1 each for Allison and Taylor. Circumspect batting from Cameron Bancroft in particular, 34 off 86. And also from Miles Hammond, 26 off 64. Hammond put down at second slip off Ben Allison on 22. And both batters could have been run out. Several times before in a rather frenetic little 10-minute period before the interval, but on all 3 occasions that they were offered run-out opportunities, Worcestershire missed them. So we're going to see Matthew Waite bowling from the Diglis end to Bancroft, a rather more defensive field than we saw for most of the morning, just 2 slips catching. Third man, cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. The field, Waite, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13 this morning. He's in, and that one outside the off stump does not bounce very much. Bancroft, as he often does, taking a pace or 2 down the pitch, not offering a shot, but it skidded through quite low to Roderick. Didn't see a lot passing the outside edge this morning. My name's Frank Watson, I'm from BBC Hereford Worcester. Alongside me is Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol. We'll be bringing you coverage of this game throughout. Waite in again, Bancroft again on the walk, and he works him away on the onside. D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. I wonder how long it will be before Gareth Roderick dons the helmet and goes and stands up, which he often does to Waite, and you can't really let Bancroft be advancing down the track quite as much as he is, I don't think. It's obviously designed to disturb the bowler's length. It works for him. It's almost like a trigger for him sometimes. The Waite comes in, and this time he doesn't do it. He stays exactly where he is and plays defensively from the crease, and that's what disturbs the bowler, that sometimes he does it and sometimes he doesn't. What I like about Bancroft's approach is that whether he does it or not, he stays very still at the point of playing the shot. So he might take a step or 2, but he then is very, very still when he actually plays the shot, and his head in particular is not on the move. He does it very early when he goes. So he didn't do it last ball, did the ball before, does this time. Just pushes it back up the pitch. Just a little creep. He's not, I don't mean he's a little creep. It's just a little creep, is what I mean. And it works well for him. Just a little chassé. They used to call it a chassé when you sort of cross your feet over. Will he do it this time? It's almost like he does it on ball 1, ball 3. Ball 5, he's done it, and he's got a full toss, but he hasn't got hold of it. Missed out on that. Now maybe he missed out because he was on the move that time, I don't know, but couldn't beat the fielder at mid on Taylor. Allison is warming up, so I don't think we're going to see any more of Singh for a while. Fateh Singh bowled his 1 over of the season so far. Just
get 1 over before tea.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. 1 ball to go. Waite's 6th over, no wicket for 13 so far. He is in and bowls, and that's a bouncer. And I like that from Waite. So, no, stop this walking down. I've got this in my locker. It wasn't a particularly frightening one. He's not particularly frightening pace, but it just reminded Bancroft that he could do that if he needed to. 78 for 2 at the end of the over.
I do enjoy the left arm of Matthew Waite as he's running in. He's sort of out to the side, almost as sort of as if he's in danger of toppling over if he doesn't do it.
It's like a ski jumper at the start of the ski jump. That's what it is. You know, the way he gets going. It's like, you know, when they start off. That's what you look next time. It's like he's got to get going and then.
I do watch a bit of the ski jumping actually. There was quite a funny incident. I don't think it was at the Winter Olympics. I think it was at just the regular World Cup circuit. Here's Ben Allison then from the New Road End round the wicket bowling, and Hammond covers up in defence. The ski jumper had obviously, I think it was one of those instances, as often happens, where they'd had to slide onto the bar. It was too windy, and then they'd have to go back off it again, and obviously hadn't quite strapped back into his bindings properly.
Oh, right.
There was this extraordinary sight of the skis just sliding down the in-run all the way to the bottom. Never seen that happen before. Allison bowls round the wicket, inside edge was there, or just pad? It loops off into the leg side and well short of mid-wicket. It was just if there was some inside edge. I was wondering whether that was going to be a catching opportunity, but it falls short anyway. At the risk of going into a travel log, I'll save it for later on in the season, but I did go to Oslo last March and went up the ski jump there, and I highly recommend it to anybody who's visiting Oslo. It's an extraordinary view and just gives a sense of how terrifying it must be, except it's not, because they must be used to it. Driving is Hammond without a great deal of force behind it, and Matthew Waite will field at mid-off. There's no run. An extraordinary sight, sort of towering over the whole city, the Holmenkollen ski jump. But anyway, sure, equally as terrifying, Miles Hammond facing Ben Allison here, who's got the war paint on. It's the day for it, although the sun's just behind a cloud at the moment. It won't be for too long this afternoon. Allison is in to Hammond, and that's a gentle turn of the wrists. And the ball will be fielded at mid-on. He's going for the Alan Donald look, as Ben Allison, with the war paint and the big sweatband. Looking to cause some problems. 2 slips, and there is a fielder down at third man, a fine leg as well. Allison round the wicket, wide of the crease bowls. That's flashed away down to third man by Miles Hammond. A thick outer part of the bat, or I say outer part, actually might have been bottom of the bat, judging by the way he's looking at it. But he'll get himself a single on to 79 for 2. It really is a gorgeous afternoon here. There's a feeling of it being a proper day's championship cricket. Good venue. Gloucestershire grinding out the runs. Allison into Bancroft. Again, can't attack. Has to defend as Allison spears it in towards the stumps. 1 for 20 from his 9 overs. They haven't scored much off him in about his last 7 overs, really. I reckon he's gone for less in his 7 overs than he did in his first 2. So 79 for 2 end of the over.
Yeah, I'm just having a look actually. He's gone for 3 off his 4 off his last 4, basically. Yeah, very tidy. He is quite a economical bowler, Allison. Doesn't do a huge amount with it, but he's accurate.
I always like Worcestershire's recruitment. Obviously, they lose quite a few players, unfortunately, so they have to.
There are many Worcestershire fans who are not in agreement with you.
Oh, okay.
As Waite comes in and bowls, that was a drive and a miss from Hammond. They are in agreement about Matthew Waite.
Yeah.
Because they think he's been a brilliant addition, and
Tom
he has.
Taylor?
Tom Taylor's been a fantastic addition.
Jake Libby?
Jake Libby's been a remarkable addition.
Gareth Roderick?
But yeah, it took a while, to be fair. Had a couple of very lean years when he first came. Ethan Brooks has been quite good, but not having a great year so far this year, although he's done a decent job with the ball a few times. Adam Howe's, great in white ball. Weight balls, played out on the offside by Hammond. Great in white ball, very important member of the side, but only 100 for Worcester, which was a double at Hampshire on a flat one in the Kookaburra games. But important member of the side. But yeah, I agree with you, and I see it differently. But as you say, needs must, because I think I can almost name a whole team now of players that have gone.
Yeah.
In batting order. Just break off his weight balls, and Hammond is on the walk and is beaten outside the off stump by a good one that did bounce a bit as it went across him, and he's indicating that with his wrist movement to his partner. Yeah, Cole, Cadmore, Clark, Haynes, Barnard, Cox, Tongue. Cox went through choice because they only offered him a white ball contract. Pennington, Pat Brown wouldn't have played much red ball anyway. But it's you got to replace him somehow, haven't you? There was a game last year. Just break off his weight bowls, and Hammond is pushing out on the offside. There was a game last year where I think Brett D'Oliveira might have been injured, or maybe he was playing, and he was the only one in the side that had come through the Worcestershire ranks.
But it's just,
and he was certainly the only one that was born in Worcester.
Yeah. But how do you just can't produce them at the rate that they leave?
No. Weight in again, bowls, and Hammond is forward pushing up to mid off, and I think it's an underestimated conundrum in regard to the smaller counties in inverted commas, because some of the stuff that was posted when Worcestershire played Glamorgan in the T20 2 weeks ago, and it was black. It was a gloomy evening anyway. It was a 5:30 start. There are no lights. Glamorgan won the toss and chose to bowl, so they knew they would be batting when the light worsened. Waite bowls. Roderick takes end of the over. Good over from Waite. 7 overs, 3 maidens, that was one of them, none for 13. Some of the stuff that was posted online by Glamorgan supporters about Tin Pot County with no floodlights, etc., was ill-informed and ignorant, really. There are no floodlights, they can't do anything about it. It's to do with floods and planning permission and all sorts. They'd chosen to bowl first. They knew what the weather forecast was. It was very dark, but people knock the smaller counties without realising what they're up against, I think, sometimes.
Ben Allison, there is a leg slip in here for Bancroft. He's advancing and then letting the ball go. But yeah,
you lose 8 or 10 players over a 4-year period, including Josh Tongue, who's now spearheading the England attack, including Ed Barnard, who's now captain of Warwickshire. It's not easy to replace them. Joe Clark, captain and not in some cricket.
Yeah. Tom Price and Dom Goodman both playing for Sussex in this round, as Allison is in. That's worked off the hip to mid-wicket for no run, who of course have signed those players with money that they didn't have, and are now playing them.
We might go back next year.
First of it, you just never know. Tom Price is bowling at
Meanwhile, this is I've said this before this season. Forgive me if you were listening. Meanwhile, this is the nonsensical state of cricket in this country at the moment. Sussex can't find 2 pennies to rub together.
Here comes Allison, bowls to Bancroft, who times that one pretty well to mid-wicket, but straight to the field and no run. The stranglehold continues.
One of their players has just banked 300 grand for a month's work. Absolute nonsense, isn't it? It really is. But that's English cricket at the moment. And speaking of New Road, Worcestershire are looking for somewhere else. as well as New Road, and that is an ongoing project, and it will have lights.
Both these counties can talk about such things. Bancroft down the pitch,
Well
turning into the leg
fielded.
side. Yeah, that is a really good stop from
Latigan.
Dan Latigan, because they've only scored 1 run in 3.5 overs since lunch. The pressure will build, and that's kept the pressure on, because that would have been at least a couple if it had got by. It was well timed again from Bancroft. Of course, Gloucestershire with their non-binding agreement for a new site, but ongoing, as it were, with no further developments for a while, as Bancroft gets a rising delivery and just withdraws the bat from it, I think, but it was...
Yeah, well,
delivery
Worcestershire, it will have
took off a bit.
lights, and it will have an indoor school. They haven't got an indoor school either, so you know, this is a ground with very limited facilities, albeit a beautiful ground with great history.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Bristol that you hear, in terms of they have already maximised pretty much the commercial opportunities there. Allison is in wide of the off stump, has no stroke, and that is another maiden over. This is really searching stuff from Worcestershire, saying to Gloucestershire, you're going to have to take a real risk if you want to.
Well, the Mickey Arthur theory can get tested shortly, which is if you bowl 3 maidens, you usually get a wicket. But obviously not always the case. Allison 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Waite 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 13. They've bowled well. They've bowled well, Worcestershire. It's not been that they haven't bowled well. It's exactly what happened in the previous game. And Waite comes in. And, edged through the slips for 4 by Hammond. Through the slips. I'm not exactly sure how it's gone through the slips or where it's gone through the slips. Just refreshing my stream. But
I'd love to help you out, Frank,
edged.
but there's a fairly
big
sizable
white
pillar
post
in the way.
Edged in the air, I'm sure it was in the air, through the slips and down to the boundary at third man, of course, for 4. And we're going to see it. Yeah, we are going to see it. Oh no, we're not. We just missed it. Yeah, I won't be able to. Okay, here we go. We'll have another look. As he's forward to the next one, pushing it into the offside.
Oh, it's suspense.
I reckon it's gone between keeper and first, but I'm not sure. Here we go. Oh, over first. Over. So maybe it wasn't a chance. Over the top, yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, this is exactly what we saw last week. The odd one. The players said to me last week, after a couple of the innings against Middlesex, it's the weirdest pitch. Oh, and that one's flicked off his pads down to fine leg for 4. So 8 off this over, and Waite could well have had him. He's very disappointed. The players said, and they lost an early wicket. They dug in against really good bowling, and it was just like this. They played, got away with 1 or 2, etc., but really applied themselves well. Set down a platform, then Deploy came in, played really well. They went on to get a big score. But the players said to me, there's a pitch where nothing happened for an hour, and then one would suddenly, Taylor ball 1 over to Sam Robson, where 3 balls went vertical off a length, and then nothing happened for the next hour. It was really strange, and it's that. I mean, it's a bit like that today. I think it's going to be very similar. Waite is in and bowls, and Hammond is forward, and what it means is you've got to take your chances when they come along. And again, Worcestershire haven't. They didn't last week. They've dropped Hammond this morning and missed all those run-outs when they should have at least got 1. So will they come to rue those missed chances? I don't know. But they're digging in, these two. They are not giving it away. 87 for 2. Waite bowls, clipped by Hammond down to long leg. Just be a single as Allison comes into field.
still just struck. Was that shoulder of the bat to go over the top of first slip?
Didn't
Was
look
that
like a shoulder, it must have been.
no?
Yeah.
But
it went. Like, see,
Matthew Waite is not somebody you expect to have an edge go over the top of the slips unless somebody's slashing at it, and he certainly wasn't.
Worcestershire had about half a dozen overs to face at the end of the first day. Middlesex got 339. Worcestershire went in and they had 14 overs to face at the end of the day. So you thought that's it's quite. It's not too bad for the openers. It's not just a tiny little period. In the second over, Toby Rowland-Jones bowled to Latigan. Waite bowls. That's a good shot. Ooh, maybe not. I thought it looked a good shot. Maybe he got a nick on it. Hit the pad. And it's the end of the over from Waite. 88 for 2. Latigan played a magnificent straight drive. Absolutely superb. Rowland-Jones put his hand down, flicked his fingers. Libby was out for naught, having not faced a ball. Then Zafar Gohar was bowling. About 1 over to go. We'll just give Gohar a ball. Ball from the Digley end. Latigan goes back to an ordinary ball and it just went like that. Shook the glove and looped to slip. So he lost 2 wickets, freak wickets in that little spell. And yet they came out the next morning, nothing happened for about 45. It's just really strange.
Yeah.
Really strange.
Hammond facing on 36. Allison continuing.
He has had a charmed life, hasn't he? Hammond. He really has.
He has, yeah. Should have. Well, at least one of the opportunities should have been taken. 22, 24, 25. He was on. Now he's got 36, and well, you just never quite know what you're going to get from Miles Hammond. It makes him such a compelling player to watch. He seldom doesn't play shot of the day if he's in there for any length of time, but as Allison bowls to him and that's slashed away, that could be 4, it will be. But he's getting to that one just short and wide enough, but I don't think it was that far short or that far wide was my first impression of it anyway, but Hammond's just created the width for himself, used the pace and got it backward of point, and for 4 runs. Where's the ball gone? Has it gone into hospitality?
Yeah, it has. They've got it back. Just gone under the table. And the roast chicken.
40 to Hammond. As long as it didn't break any glassware in there.
Umpire just checks there's no gravy on it.
Shard of glass impaled into the ball. Oh dear. 92 for 2. No change to the field as Allison bowls to Hammond. Lets that one come to him. Just pushes it out into the offside. Look at scores from elsewhere too often, but just a couple have caught my eye. Lancashire 126 for 7 at Chesterfield, but Somerset 112 for 7 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Bo Webster has taken 4 for 17 on the same ground where he hit something like 120.
They're very inconsistent, aren't
It's
they?
amazing, isn't it? Allison in, and that's worked through backward square by Hammond. Should be a second run on offer here, and there certainly will be. It's a bit of a fumbling pickup, but I don't think that there'd have been any chance for Fatih Singh to have prevented that second anyway. 94 for 2. Warwickshire or Somerset. So I think it probably applies to both, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's that sort of season where Somerset is still 3rd in the table. Warwickshire 4th, coming in only a few points off. So far, looking like the most open Division 1 title race we've seen in a while. Sussex be out in front were it not for their points deduction. Allison bowls, little flinch from Hammond, just a small one, but he doesn't play. Could leave that on line and length. So Gloucestershire just last couple of overs, admittedly with some fortune involved in the last one, starting to break the shackles in terms of the general scoring, but Bancroft still hasn't scored since lunch, and whilst I've been using all those sorts of measured, calm, good temperament, all those sorts of things about him, you still want to score some runs. Hammond was not ready.
He was struck on the arm, I think. He was rubbing his arm.
He's still sort of... Well, he often does that. I don't know what it is. It's loosening up of the wrists. It looks like he's sort of a penguin chilling on an Arctic ice shelf or something, but
about to play a concerto.
It's left alone to end the over. 94 for 2. Well, I hope it is a virtuoso performance. Gloucestershire.
Well, he's going to have a drink. We'll have a little pause. Should we do a few more scores from elsewhere?
Yes, let us.
Have you got them handy?
I do. In fact, I'll start with one I've already said. Lancashire are 127 for 8 now, so the end appears to be nigh it. Chesterfield, Northamptonshire are 112 for no wicket. At Chestley Street, having been put into bat by Durham, Vasconcelos on 59 and Proctor on 39. Kent have lost their first wicket. Ben Dawkins out for 50. Kent at 84 for 1 against Middlesex at Canterbury. That's the Division 2 scores.
Second slip has gone to leg slip for Waite, and Bancroft is up to his old antics of walking at it again, and Roderick, I think, is considering getting the helmet on and going and standing up, but decided not to do it yet. It's more a bowler's choice probably rather than the keeper's.
Wickets cascading in the First Division. Hampshire are 95 for 3, and I think that's the best anybody's doing with the bat in.
Is it?
Division 1. Hampshire 95 for 3 against Sussex. I mentioned Somerset 115 for 7 at home against Warwickshire. Yorkshire are 104 for 5 against Leicestershire.
Waite in, bowls. Solidly forward again, Bancroft. Not worried about the fact that he hasn't scored since lunch. Goes for a long walk this time.
Must be a
1,
lively,
2, 3, 4 pitches across.
Lively pitch at Cardiff. Every time I look at the score from there, it says injury. It's at least the second time I've seen that. Glamorgan are 78 for 5 against Surrey, with naughty boy Gus Atkinson 2 for 8 in his 10th over.
Waite in, bowls. Cameron Bancroft plays the mid-wicket. Yeah, you'd be a bit annoyed, wouldn't you? And you'd be annoyed if you were playing Durham and Stokes got 100. You'd be annoyed if Atkinson gets 5, because if they'd behaved themselves, they wouldn't be playing in these county games.
Mm.
You kind of wonder whether they should be allowed to, do you?
Well, it was something that people were questioning, whether they'd be allowed to do that. Yeah,
it's not a ban.
Strange look, isn't it?
Instead of being a ban from cricket, it's a ban just from the England side. Well, I don't know. Probably some restraint of trade issue. Waite again is in and bowls. Bancroft bottom edge almost drops down onto the stumps. Just goes down between his legs.
It's like a dog with his tail between his legs at the moment, with his bat between them.
There, I think, but got away with it. Gone for another walk. Asking some questions. Wait, they've bowled well. They've all bowled well, I think, and I still argue if I had my third man solution, there'd still only be 70 on the board. It's 94 for 2. These two have worked really hard for these runs. 59 they've added, and Bancroft is forward again, playing that back to Waite. Solid over from Waite again. 1 ball left in it. This is pretty typical Waite. Very accurate. Very few bad balls. Makes the batsman play. He's going to bowl a long up now, you watch. And just over 2 and over. Here he is again. Balls, and there you go. Unbelievable. Rarely bowls a bad ball, and that one was a short one. and Bancroft drove it through the covers. There are some days Bancroft goes to 38 first run since lunch, 98 for 2 at the end of the over, 37 gone. There are some days where I think I've watched too much cricket in my life.
Well,
I just knew that was going to happen, didn't I? It's just mad. Actually, to be fair, they often bowl they're under pressure, aren't they? They bowl 5 dots and got to be a maiden, and they just over-try on that last ball, Waits annoyed with himself. It was a beautifully executed shot, but he's been waiting for that, Bancroft. He's finally got it.
Yeah, he could not have seized upon that with any more delight. Bancroft, 20th delivery since lunch, and he's finally got his first runs and a crisp boundary. I've said it many a time before about Bancroft. He can. So many times you see him do that. He'll barely score for half an hour, and then suddenly he'll just time one as though he's been playing all sorts of shots. Hammond has, by the looks of things, had a change of gloves. Still not quite ready. Bancroft, I think, had a drink. And now, after having done some more shivering, he's ready to face. There's a turn up to mid-on. There'll be a single there, and this time it is a well-judged quick single to the left of Tom Taylor. He's now got his hands in front of his body. Why couldn't I hit? I don't think it would have mattered, actually, but anyway, it's 99 for 2.
They missed 2 run-outs in the last game against Middlesex. I think, when they get one eventually, we'll have a lap of honour, I reckon. And I bet they practice like mad.
They'll hit the stumps when I actually expected that to hit the stumps, because they hit the stumps exactly. They hit the stumps when they're in. 99 for 2. Bancroft, 2 slips and a leg. Might be getting towards leg gully. That's down the leg side. That's close to what they're bowling for. And Bancroft misses it. Taken by Roderick. Just across his stumps. It's the ball that just lifts a bit, or he can't control exactly where it goes down that leg side, and Jake Libby is in position for the catch. Got very much a long leg now. It's almost a deep backward square with the angle of the shorter boundary. I do quite like that sort of decking area up there. It's another good place to watch from, I think. Short ball, and Bancroft, I thought, was going to have a go at it and then drop the hands.
Yeah, new last year, the Wadder.
I was going to say, I didn't remember it.
There used to be 2 more chestnut trees, and they died through disease. Then it was a nasty gap, really, looking through to the car park, and that was put in last year. And it's a popular place. It's open to anybody. It's not hot. It's not. You don't have to pay extra. Sit upstairs, bar downstairs.
Oh yeah,
it's really good. It's really nice, very popular. And when the play is over on this side of the square, then I think it's a really good place to watch from. Bit of sunshade.
Get your sangria up there, maybe.
You're right, yeah.
Afternoon for it. Allison in, back of a length ball outside off stump. Bancroft watches it safely pass through to Roderick. There was one score I didn't mention, by the way. Essex 122 for 5 against Nottinghamshire, and Ben Allison's brother has been run out for 19.
Good player.
Yeah.
Ben got him out last year. It was quite fun.
He's been named in the England Lions already, hasn't he? I think Charlie Allison. Ben Allison bowls, and he's been dropped at leg slip. Well, that was nearly exactly what Worcestershire were after, and Bancroft, who I said he doesn't get out there very often, he's still not got out there. But that, yes, it went quickly, but he had 2 goes at it as well. I thought he was going to catch it on the second attempt. Flew quickly to Jake Libby, but could not hold on. Bancroft getting a life on 38.
They've both been dropped now. Can't. Alan Richardson will be devastated.
I really thought I thought he had it first time, and then I thought he had it second time. Allison bowls to Bancroft, who stretches forward and leaves alone. End of the over. And, well, yes, well bowled Ben is the cry from down below, and he has bowled beautifully, especially since
Well, it's
lunch.
really annoying to set a trap and to have it sprung,
yeah,
and then to let the prey escape, isn't it? And that's basically what happened. And he's you don't often see him striding away like that. He's livid.
He's the mouse that has
So
stolen the cheese from the trap.
Usually a safe pair of hands, but they've both been dropped. One of the things that Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, said after the defeat against Middlesex was, we've got to do the basics right, and he included the words catch our catches, and that's 2 that have gone down today. Matthew Waite in to Hammond, angled across him, left alone. Roderick takes, and you know, if we say there's been a couple of run-outs missed as well, then there were 3 opportunities. 2 of them looked very well out, and you thought at least one of them should have been hit. So they have missed opportunities again, Worcestershire, and if you do that too frequently, you will be punished. There's Waite in once more. Bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by Miles Hammond. So just the 2 wickets down. Bancroft playing a typically Bancroft innings. Hammond less typically so, in my experience, but perfectly happy with their situation at the moment. Now watch Waite now and tell me, I'll see if you can see what I mean about this, the ski jumper, or maybe it's a speed skater, maybe.
Yes, that's it.
There.
Yeah, it's the speed skating arm. That's what it is.
Oh, this one's steered, not edged so much, by Hammond.
He tried to leave that.
Diving stop by Brooks. He's not comfortable. Waite's asking some questions. Yeah, speed skater just setting off.
That's what it is. It's
arms and the legs, the splayed legs, as he turns. Just like he's got to push out with the sides of the blades on his skis to get a bit of purchase.
Go to the start.
Here we go.
Ready.
Yeah, here we go. And in we go. Yeah, here he comes. And Hammond is down the pitch, drives back to Waite, does his own fielding. No run, 99 for 2. They're being made to work hard.
It always amused me that in the speed skating. They don't say on your marks, get set, go. No, they don't. They say go to the start. Ready. 1 false start per pair. False start again, even if you weren't the one that did it originally, you get disqualified, which I think is a bit harsh.
99 for 2 then. Waite. And that one does shake back in a little bit to Hammond, but he lets it go outside the off stump. Waite on the verge of a maiden. And a good maiden. And if he completes it, it will be his 4th. But last over, he was on the verge of a maiden, and he bowled a very poor last delivery. Staying over the wicket. And it's driven. It wasn't a great delivery. It was wide, full, driven square on the offside. Diving stop at backward point by Libby, who missed the catch earlier in the over. Sorry, in the last over, and it's still 99 for 2.
He did actually have a rare opportunity to have a good old go at that one, Miles Hammond, and just ended up opening the face a little bit more than he meant to, and straight to the fielder. But yeah, 5 overs of Matthew Waite, and I think Gloucestershire would be quite happy to see him out of the attack, whoever's going to come in. Whether Tom Taylor's going to have another spell, it'd be easy, but they've been very good since lunch, especially Worcestershire bowling, and Allison really has found his spot, not deviated from it. Bancroft having to defend, there's not much else that you can do there, especially as Worcestershire have... Well, I suppose actually there is a bit of a gap at cover because they've got the two in the regular cordon and then the leg slip, so that there is some space for Bancroft.
Quite encouraging him to drive through there if it's against the swing.
Or at least if you just push a single in there. Allison bowls short, Bancroft goes after it and tugs it away for 4 runs through square leg. The backward square up is a slightly less risky option for Bancroft to go after it. Still a lively bumper from Ben Allison. I don't think it was poorly directed.
Slow pitch though, isn't it? Yeah. He had a lot of time, didn't he?
Aussie
batters are always quick onto the short ball, aren't they?
Bancroft fairly rarely takes it on, and that was the whole thing during the winter again, wasn't it? You know, they know how to play it, and you play by not playing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the 100's up, 103 for 2. Bancroft onto 42 and waiting now for Allison, who's in and bowling to him, and that is just pushed away to wide mid-off, and there's no run. But yeah, it was almost a surprise actually to me that he even took that one on, but as you say, just felt it was an opportunity and took it, and has only had still just the 2 scoring shots since lunch, but they've both been authoritative boundaries. Allison once more in now, and Bancroft waits for that one, just tucks it to mid-wicket. Some more furious polishing taking place. Matthew Waite wants a drink. Universal signal for drink. The dressing room. Nothing too complicated in terms of the charades there.
No.
It'll be hot work out there. What clouds there were at the start of play pretty much spread. Allison to Bancroft off his hip, and that's clipped away for at least a single down to backward square. They'll come back for a second run. Bancroft makes it home.
I imagine we'll see Swanepoel next. He's only bowled 6, hasn't he? And then I think Singh might get his go. I'd be tempted to give him a go at one end anyway, I think. Rotate the seams at the other.
105 for 2. Allison to complete his latest over, does so by dangling one outside off stump. Bancroft doesn't offer a shot, so he's got 44, Hammond has 43, and these two, admittedly, with a fair few slices of luck on the way. Still though, they've got to take the attitude, I guess, of a good position here. Let's at least not do anything to give that position away. Worked hard to around the chances. They've worked hard to still be there. It would be disappointing to, I say, really gift something to Worcestershire at this point. Make them earn it.
Taylor returns, as you suggested, at the Diglis end. Matthew Waite gets his well-earned drink from the 5'8" 12th man, Henry Cullen.
Yeah, he's maybe a little bit taller than Graham van Buren. Now I see him next to Matthew Waite, but still.
Taylor round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Bowls on the back foot, forcing away on the offside. Doesn't really time it. The busy Libby at backward point. Picks it up and polishes it ferociously on his thigh. Taylor then being made to work hard. Last year's leading wicket taker in Division 1, 58. Been quite consistent this year, but only a couple last week in the game against Middlesex, and just the one today so far for Taylor, who you were talking about recruitment, and you mentioned him being an example of a good one. Inside edge from Miles Hammond. Onto his pad, runs out in the offside, no run. He has become absolutely integral to the Worcestershire setup in every game. White, red, pink, blue, orange, whatever colour the ball. He is, I would say, the first name on the team sheet. And I think is the bowler that they know more than any other they've got to keep fit. He's in there again round the wicket, bowls, and Hammond's playing that characteristic sort of cut off the back foot where he kind of just leans back, and it doesn't have to be very wide. He gives himself room and just clips it, cuts it down to wide third man for a single.
Yeah,
his headphones get hot on a day like this, don't they? I tried the down round the neck version, which works for a while, but not quite the same when you can't hear.
Can you?
Your voice, your voice in the cans, but it is a bit cooler. Taylor to the right-handed Bancroft, who is still walking into his defensive shots and playing with great patience as he does there out on the offside. 41 of 118 balls. But as I said, looking back to the game last week, and they will have looked at it and they will probably have had a think about how they're going to approach it. What Middlesex did was played very, very low risk cricket early on and basically blunted an impressively accurate Worcestershire attack. Bancroft drives nicely through mid-off. Hasn't given it everything. It'll only be 3. In fact, it might only be 2. It is only 2. Didn't run the first one very quickly. Chased down to mid-off by Allison. But they laid that foundation in that first innings, Middlesex. And later in the game, Deploy enjoyed himself in the second innings and got 100, and they got a really big lead. But you thought it all went back to that second wicket partnership on day one, where they took the sting out of it really. Worcestershire bowled really well for an hour and 3/4 on the first morning, only got 1 wicket. And I think this is shaping up in exactly the same way, which is why those drops are even more expensive. Taylor in, Bancroft on the wall, steers this up to mid-off, fielded by Swanepoel. The end of the over, 108 for 2. Bancroft has 46. Hammond a rather less secure 44.
The other thing along similar lines to recruitment that I would say Worcestershire do as well, if not better than anybody. So I go through and do a little bit of research and see who's out of contract at the end of the season.
This is true. Yeah.
You look at Worcestershire year after year. They've only got 2 or 3 out of contract by the time it gets to me doing that. They sort this stuff out. Whoever's I don't know who does it, but whoever does it.
Year. Yeah, I think it's Ashley Giles in association with the coach. But yeah, I agree.
But they get themselves sorted.
Yeah.
Of course, a couple of counties.
It's just good practice, isn't it? It's as simple as that, really. I think. If you're not overblessed with resources, you've got to handle them right, and if you've got to spend more than you want to on flood repairs every year, you're justified in upsetting some traditionalists by saying we're going to play somewhere else as well as here. But there's no cathedral.
Cathedral of cricket. So Fatty Singh is going to come on and bowl ahead of
over the wicket.
Swanepoel, and fielders seem to be scattering everywhere. There are 4 back on the boundary, and Hammond is 3 back on the leg side, and he's clipped it to the only fielder saving the single in front of square. So there's a backward square, almost a mid-on really, as Hammond advances and hits this one firmly through an even straighter mid-on down to long on, takes a single.
I wonder if Hammond would use the same make of cricket bat if his name was David.
Don't know. I suppose it's fairly close by for Gloucestershire, but I think he is. I think he's the only. Oh no! Fatty Singh in and carving that away through cover is Bancroft for a simple single. 110 for 2. You'd sort of think this is the way that
I would imagine that if you're playing the 100, you were in demand by bat makers.
Next delivery over the wicket, advancing Hammond, slightly uppish, short of mid-wicket, and it escapes the clutches of Ethan Brooks, so they'll come through for a single, but Hammond showing that he is willing to leave his crease.
Quite annoyed himself about hitting that one in the air. Punched his bat in annoyance.
Wasn't far off. 111 for 2. Next delivery to Bancroft. That's a good piece of bowling, which Bancroft has to respectfully, or has to defend respectfully. There you go. Stop myself from splitting the infinitive. Oh, that's a good ball. That's past the edge of Bancroft. Roderick removes the bails for dramatic effect. Whether that straightened a bit, it looked as if it might have done, judging by the way that Bancroft played it. We're just far enough off the straight that we have to guess a little bit in that respect, but it certainly beat Bancroft.
I've lost the live stream.
So it's Nelson for 2 at the end of that over. Both batters nudging their way forward now towards bat raising time. Yeah, it didn't look as though Bancroft played for turn and didn't get it. It looked as if it was more playing the original line, and then it just straightened on.
Taylor round the wicket. Hammond on the walk. Pushes out on the offside. D'Oliveira the fielder. Lots of applause from substitute Cullen, who's on at mid-on. Sent on as a cheerleader. Swanepoel still only bowled 6 overs. Didn't bowl badly. I think that D'Oliveira is hoping that Singh will tie up one end, get a bit of rhythm, and allow him. Taylor balls, and this one's defended again by Hammond. On this very hot day, not to overtax his seam bowlers. I mentioned the importance of keeping Taylor fit. That is very important. If he's not fit, even going back into the T20, they'll be seriously hurt by that. Turns now at the Diglis end. Number 12 on his back, Taylor. Powers in towards us. Round the wicket, bowls, and Miles Hammond is on the walk, clipping this one away in that very characteristic bottom-handed fashion of his, but can't pierce the leg side ring. The score remains 111 for 2. Halfway through the 43rd over. So way under 3 and over the run rate. And that's credit to the bowlers. But in the same breath, we say credit to the batsmen too, because they haven't given it away. Both had lives. Taylor in again, and Hammond just jams down on this one, drops it down in the crease in front of him. Probably hear the applause on our effects mic. Matthew Waite. Really just trying to keep everybody going out there, but it's hard work. The longer you go without a wicket, nearly an hour since lunch. Now, they haven't added that many, but they are really digging in out there. Taylor is in, and that one's Hammond clipping it away down to long leg. Waite will field. Take a single. 112 for 2. 54 left in the day. Can't believe it. It's not even halfway there. It's going to be a really long day.
I thought it was flying by.
Did you really? Honestly?
I did.
Oh,
yeah.
Funny
I genuinely, I looked up at the board and said, "Has there really been 40 overs?" Yeah. I don't know why, because it's not as though it's, you know. It must just be because I'm so relaxed.
It's Taylor to complete the over, and guess what? Bancroft is forward in defence, and there's no run. 47 off 124 for the Gloucestershire skipper. 47 off the 104 for Miles Hammond. Still just the 2 men out. At lunch, the score was 78 for 2, and they've added 34 since then. It's 112 for 2.
Put it this way, I think if you're a Gloucestershire supporter turning up today, you'd maybe use the word battling, whereas if you're a Worcestershire supporter watching this, you'd be using the word turgid. But I think that would be a bit... Yes.
Obdurate is the word.
Yes, I think turgid would be a little harsh.
Yeah. Obdurate.
But I wouldn't be surprised if some people are thinking it.
Well, it's not thrilling.
No, it's certainly not. That sort of helter-skelter stuff you get so used to.
It's also very annoying for supporters if a team just keeps dropping catches.
The physio is...
Yeah, Hammond, he was rubbing that arm before. He got hit on the arm. And we were wondering, it was a ball that was delivered round the wicket by Allison, and he left it alone. And it climbed and flicked his arm, I think, on the way through to the keeper. And he started rubbing it and doing that concert pianist thing. And I said, I think he's hurt his arm. And now the physio is seemingly a bit concerned.
Well, this would be...
It can be really painful.
It would be disastrous if there's something really wrong here, because Gloucestershire have already lost Ollie Price. Ben Charlesworth not playing in these 2 championship matches due to injury.
Well, you'd be able to have a replacement, wouldn't you?
Yeah, in theory, I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not sure who Gloucestershire would be able to replace Miles Hammond with. I don't.
He's staying out there. I think he's going to take some painkillers.
I don't think they've got another specialist batter. Genuinely, unless there's somebody that I'm missing, they could suddenly. They can't really ask David Milan to play Championship cricket. He's not even played T20 cricket yet, and he's been injured. So he's not an option. I don't think there's anybody else on their books. They pretty much named the... Well, they could get Darcy Short to come along. I'm guessing he'll still be registered. But I'm not sure.
Some counties have slipped their T20 specialist into a Red Bull game. Worcestershire did it with Usama Mir a couple of years ago.
Fateh Singh to Hammond, cuts it off the back foot, out through cover. Chase on for deep point, but he won't get there. Out to the...
Poor delivery.
Nick Pavilion for 4. That was a bit of a
drag down.
50 for Miles Hammond. He's still able to raise the bat, which is a good sign. At least 105 balls, and by Hammond standards, it has been a real battle. But he's still there. 8th to bring it up, and onto the back foot, working it to the leg side, where they still have 3 sweepers, but it's a deep backward square as well as the deep mid wicket and long on now, and 2 fielders saving the single, and the conventional mid wicket will pick that one up. So it's played straight to him with the turn, but there is also a shorter, straighter mid wicket. As Fateh Singh bowls, was giving him a little bit of a shimmy there, Hammond, then stopped, realised that the length had been dragged back, and just cuffs it to Oliveira at short mid wicket. Next delivery coming in, back foot driving out through cover. He didn't like that one either, Miles Hammond. He's really not happy out there. It's almost like he's got sort of dead arm.
Yeah, it is.
He gets a single, but as soon as that hit the bat, it was...
Well, he might have broken the...
Fateh Singh to Bancroft, paddle sweep. He'll find some space down there at fine leg. There should be 2. I don't think there's going to be any more than that.
He might have cracked the radius or the ulnar, mightn't he? That would be my guess. You know that.
I don't know that he's going to be able to continue here.
Nor do I.
After a
and it's weird because. Didn't make a fuss much when it actually happened, did he?
It's like a delayed reaction. Bancroft's got 49, Hammond 52. It's 119 for 2. I thought the physio was being waved for, but I'm not sure now. I think if the umpires have said sorry, but you can't keep going.
Yeah,
you can't keep having the physio on every other over. You either have to go off or
Or sort yourself out.
Yeah, or just continue playing, yeah.
He's decided to continue playing. He's facing Tom Taylor. And he's settling down over his bat now as Taylor comes in from the Diglis end, round the wicket. And Hammond lets that go outside the off stump.
I mean, Chris Powell had the Gloucestershire physio had a good feel for it. You just thought if he really thought that it was likely to be an issue, especially as I say, because Hammond is so integral to the T20, where Gloucestershire are still very much in contention.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to lose him, would they?
Yeah.
No.
I guess he must just. The way that he keeps sort of shaking it leads me to think it almost feels like it's gone dead.
Taylor again is in, and he's just working it away on the offside. Hammond 52 off 110 deliveries now. Bancroft immovable, absolutely focused out there. Bancroft on crease occupation, 49 off 125 deliveries. 2 slips waiting, hopefully, as Taylor bowls, and it's steered behind square on the offside to Libby. Good crowd in again. Friday, always the best attended day, or it has been in the last 2 or 3 years here at Worcester, for whatever reason. And they're enjoying it, basking in the beautiful weather.
We've got
hot out there, properly hot.
We've got more people through the gates when we started on the Thursday, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Varies at different grounds. Hammond in behind this, plays off the back foot into the covers. The chances are that it might grow later because it's free after tea, and it's one of those grounds because of its situation in the city. People are walking past, and if they're tempted to just pop in for an hour or so on the way home from work or whatever, they can do so. That always used to be the case. You used to fill up with schoolboys around about 5 o'clock on the way back from cricket practice and all that kind of thing, but a more senior audience these days. Taylor bowls. Hammond is again forward, pushing out on the offside. Good over from Taylor so far. Tidy figures. Singh 3 overs for 11. Just run you through the figures quickly. Waite 10 overs for 26. Swanepoel 6 for 21. Allison 1 for 33 off 13. And Taylor about to complete his 13th. 1 for 28 so far. Tidy. Dot ball, maiden. 13 overs, 3 maiden, 1 for 28. Tidy, but not that penetrative. They have both been dropped.
Get the feeling this is the sort of attack, though, that Gloucestershire are trying to build. This, you know, if you're not going to take wickets, then you really keep the runs down and continue to do the right things in
more
the right areas.
Yeah.
So that's Alfie Johnson, who was part of the 13 for this game. A strapping young lad is Alfie Johnson, off-spin bowler.
Do you think he's a bit cold?
I'm not sure. He does seem to have the gilet on. I'm not entirely sure why that's necessary. It's obviously very hot in Corsham as this is pushed into the offside, and Bancroft will get to 50 with a single. 50 from 126 deliveries, and probably quite fitting that it came in that fashion, really, just unfussy, finding the gap, taking a single. Dare I say it, almost a slight air of begrudging round of applause from the Worcestershire faithful, if I'm really casting aspersions. Back of a length forced into the leg side, there won't be a run. It's mid-wicket fields, I think partly because they feel that Bancroft shouldn't have got there, but also it's not been a thriller minute, but if you're a Gloucestershire fan, you'll be enjoying it. So Hammond struck on the pad, bat and pad close together. Fatih Singh went up for it, but the umpire says no. That is Simon Widdop at this end.
Yeah, let's have a look at it.
Steve O'Shaughnessy is standing at point at the moment. Next delivery, so getting to the pitch, he actually yorked himself really there, Hammond. Gave himself no room to play a shot.
Decent shot.
I thought it looked quite close live, I have to say. It seemed to be strangled pretty much immediately.
Decent shot.
Oh, that's a bit of a drag down.
He didn't nick it.
He gets away with it, does Fatih Singh. It was...
You have a look at this.
Short into the pitch. Hammond doesn't really play a shot at it. If that turned a bit...
I think this is the one.
Okay.
Maybe the one before.
It's going to be exactly the same time as he's going to bowl the actual delivery. It's another drag down, walloped away for 4 by Hammond. You've got to put those away. And he made sure that he kept it along the ground. And 124 for 2 at the end of the over. Oh, yeah. I wondered if he got... Because it seemed almost immediate whether the umpire decided there was a nick on it or something, but if he's not edged that, then I'm not sure what else could have saved him.
Definitely close for Singh. But you're right, I reckon he must have, because they did strangle the appeal, didn't they?
Nobody looked especially disappointed.
And it's one of those where they carried on with it, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
It was the nearest we've come, apart from the drop at leg slip.
There's a little bit of something there.
And it's a shame he ruined the over with the drag down at the end. So he's none for 16 from 4. And Taylor will continue to the right-handed, immovable Bancroft.
Wallop must have been in my head from Widdop.
Yeah. Well, it was fair enough. He's on the walk. Taylor sees him coming maybe and just pulls it back a bit, and he just defends off the back foot, having gone forward. Just a few fluffy white clouds now in a beautiful blue sky. Little bit of breeze.
The cathedral's had a wash, I think, since this morning.
And doesn't that cathedral look magnificent now that they've cleaned it? 124 for 2. Taylor is in, and that's steered by Bancroft. Steered is exactly the right word for that, just opening the face, and he gets a single out to wait. I'll tell you something else I don't like at this ground. I haven't voiced this to anybody before, and I am hugely involved in this club in so many ways. I love it to bits. I don't like the sight screens just being a load of sheeting laid over the seats. I mean, I know it works, but it works perfectly, because as you move across, all you need to do is move the sheet. Taylor bowls and Hammond defends off the back foot, but it could be neater, couldn't it? It could be straighter and a bit less creased, or...
You get your iron out over there at tea.
Well, no, seriously, I mean, it looks like a collapsed marquee, doesn't it? It does. It looks like the wedding day after the wedding when the wind blew or something. I don't know.
I'm amazed we haven't had this before. What's going to happen here?
Oh yeah. Try and change the ball if you can't get anything going. Everybody does it. Yeah. Northants did it against Worcestershire. They tried. They asked the umpires, "Can we change the ball?" Sue Redfern, I think, was one of them. Was she? Can we change the ball? No, they said no. You can't.
They're going to change it.
Can we change the ball? No, you can't. Are you sure we can't change the ball? You cannot change the ball. Go on, let's change the ball. Sue Redfern and Neil Pratt it was. No, you can't change it. Can we change the ball? Well, put it through the hoop. No. Can we change the ball? Oh, all right then. Ben Sanderson picked it up, ran in, 4 wickets for 2 runs in the next 13 balls. It happens.
It does happen. Oh dear.
And I said on commentary it was like a kid mithering, can I have an ice cream?
Are we nearly there?
Can I have an ice cream? Can I have an ice cream? Oh, give him an ice cream. Oh, change the ball, for goodness sake. Here he comes again, the coldest man in the world. Substitute for... with a drink. Substitute for Gloucestershire. I think he's wearing a gilet because they haven't got any high-vis bibs, I reckon, seriously, because they've got to wear a bib, haven't they?
Yes, that might be it.
but he must be sweating out there. Anyway,
Why?
I'm a bit worried
why
now.
do they have to
I'm
wear those bibs?
I don't know, because it's not as if it. Well, it's just rules is rules. I'm a bit worried about how many painkillers he's had now, Miles Hammond. He's going to be high as a kite out there. Anyway, you're not missing anything because they're changing the ball. Because that's what you do these days. If you can't get a wicket, find something wrong with the ball.
I think Hammond would still play it cool on, even dosed up on painkillers. I don't think that could get him even to, you know, he'll still be playing it cool. It's what he does.
I tell you, it can't be that bad, his hand, because he's got the old bat spins going as well as ever.
I think he would have gone off if he thought there was something really.
Taylor round the wicket with the replacement ball. Bowls, and Hammond says, I don't care whether it's a replacement ball or not, I'm still going to block it.
Was that a no ball?
It was a no ball. It's unusual for Taylor.
It's a very odd signal from Steve O'Shaughnessy. Sort of jazz hands for not even a fully extended arm.
Steve O'Shaughnessy played here, you know, for a couple of years when he left Lancashire and played quite a bit in the one-day side. And he had a nickname, which not a lot of people are aware of. Taylor bowls and Hammond edges this along the ground down to third man for a single. Fateh Singh fields 128 for 2. Fatima was his nickname. And the reason was that Fatima Whitbread was at her peak she was the #1 British well-known javelin thrower. I can't really name many javelin throwers other than Fatima Whitbread, to be honest.
Steve Backley.
Yeah, anyway, this was Fatima Whitbread's time. Steve O'Shaughnessy bowled medium pace. Fairly, what they used to call military medium. I'd say probably about 65 miles an hour. But when he bowled a bouncer, Taylor in, Bancroft on the walk, works him down to long leg for a single. Singh again the fielder. 129 for 2. When he bowled a bouncer, it was considerably quicker. And the theory was that it was because he might just have...
Okay.
might just have touched the realms of illegality when it came to straightening his arm. And for want of a better word, chucking it. So they called him Fatima.
Right.
So he'd be bowling, and he'd bowl a few deliveries. Taylor bowls. Hammond drives into the covers, didn't really time it. At the end of the over, 41 now gone. 129 for 2. 47 now gone. Sorry, 129 for 2. And he'd be bowling an over, and they'd go, yeah, well, Shawnee, good one, and then he'd bowl the bouncer. And it would fizz through and often take a batsman by surprise and take evasive action. Oh, Fatima! I might remind him of it if I catch up with him at some time during this game.
Was it the fact that his arm wasn't straight signalling the no ball that set that off?
Yeah, it was exactly that.
Oh dear.
By Swanepoel coming back to replace Singh. That wasn't much of a spell for Singh, was it? 3 overs.
No.
4 overs, made no wicket for 16. And we're back to the right arm seam. That's the other thing that Worcestershire supporters get exercised about.
I even heard somebody saying that exact thing in the queue this morning.
Yeah.
I queued up. I hasten to add I didn't skip the queue with my media pass.
Of course you didn't.
Bayer Swanepoel to Bancroft, and he's caught behind. So that proves to be an excellent change from Worcestershire's perspective. A ball that I think Bancroft had to play at, just took off a little bit. Gets the edge, and this time diving away to his right, tumbling fashion. Gareth Roderick holds on, and Gloucestershire lose their captain for 52 from 130 deliveries. Battled away, dug in, all that. But he's edged one, and Bayer Swanepoel, first ball of the afternoon, has the breakthrough, 129 for 3.
Yeah, just right, exactly right. Just where you got to bowl it, isn't it? Simple as that, really. It's not rocket science, is it? Corridor of uncertainty, made him play, and Roderick did the rest.
Well, there's another drink coming out for Miles Hammond in the meantime. And here comes James Bracey, fresh off his unbeaten 148 against Northamptonshire that almost gave Gloucestershire a draw out of nowhere.
94 in 37 overs.
So the partnership. Yeah.
And Bayers Swanepoel ends it. And didn't he celebrate? He really enjoyed that.
I'm not sure he was probably quite happy that it had taken an hour and 10 minutes for him to come into the attack this afternoon. Yeah. Watched all the other seamers get their go.
Well, if you really want to do your team a favour, Bears, get this bloke out. The informed James Bracey.
Yeah, I mean, because
he's borrowed Mark Hammond's bat. Oh no, he's not. He's got one. So,
so a few of them have got it. So I suppose, despite the fact that partnership went on for a long time, if Worcestershire get another one quickly, then it's at least in the balance. Yeah. Swanepoel over the wicket to Bracey, who's just propping forward and defending to cover for no run. So a second slip, but no massive change to the field. I think there was only one slip in for Bancroft, but
had the leg slip as well, didn't
they? I think to be honest, the way that Bancroft had played with the soft hands, and they'd almost given up.
Kept dropping
with the
short.
Given up the idea of a conventional slip catch. Swanepoel to Bracey. That's a good ball, and Bracey certainly played at that one, motioning with the hand signals that it did something.
It nipped.
You see, that's why I missed it.
Yeah. Just in case you doubted it, everywhere around the ground. They don't do it on purpose, do they? It's just a reaction, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like when they get one that bounces and they go like that.
I think it's also just copying because everybody else does it. You just sort of learn to do it because you see everybody else do it. 129 for 3. Swanepoel over pitches, but Bracey's drive is not out of the middle of the bat. Ben Allison gets across from mid-off to field. Goes over to high five Matthew Waite for reasons I know not why.
So
just keeping themselves entertained out there.
Yeah.
Long afternoon.
Yeah, this is how much of a team we are. They do it all the time now, don't they? Somebody does a good stop when the fielder 30 yards away runs up. I think I can see the value of it.
Swanepoel to Bracey, that's forward defence. Working with Peter Trigo a few times this season. I don't think it was his expression, but an expression that was used in a team that he played in was something like writing an emotional check. Yeah, I know, it's Frank's making the sort of face I made.
What, giving someone a low five?
Yeah, those sorts of things, you know.
And he approved of it, did he?
Well, I don't know really. It's just something that they go along with. This is defended to mid-off, and is that a wicket maiden?
Wicket maiden.
It will be, 129 for 3, 1 for 21 in 7 overs from Bayers Swanepoel. A couple of seasons back, Gloucestershire had something going in their dressing room with an oven mitt, and they would present this oven mitt to the person, and I can't remember exactly what tagline was used, that you can't bake cake without all the ingredients or something. All the ingredients
so you
individually
got it
make
if you were a
notes.
team man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they were presented with an oven mitt for this reason. Slightly tenuous, maybe, but
contrived
these
is
things
the word I would use.
These things happen in the dressing room.
I mean, I'm all for the team ethic, absolutely. Taylor around the wicket, bowls, Hammond drives through the covers for 4, nothing wrong with his arm. Half volley, beautifully played. He's waited a long time for that. It's the first one he's really got away since lunch. 61 now to him, 133 for 3. A long chase for Libby. Over the boundary rope on the 7 side, another 30 yards of grass as he picks it up under the covers.
You're going to enjoy this. It's raining at Chestley Street and nowhere else.
Too far north.
Yeah. They won the toss, put Northamptonshire in. They're 163 without loss, and now it's raining.
Happy days. Round the wicket. Taylor. On the walk, Hammond. Drops down on the onside. Raining on the Roca Riviera then. 133 for 3 here in the glorious sunshine of Worcester as we sit underneath the most beautiful cathedral in the country.
Oh.
No, I'll tell you another one. You mentioned Lincoln. Ely. Ely's pretty special.
Yes,
isn't it?
the ceiling.
The,
isn't it? Especially
the ship of the fens, they call it, because you can see it from miles as you drive around. It's so flat. Lovely place. Taylor again is in. Round the wicket. He bowls, and that's 4 more. Short and wide, and that's that trademark Hammond cut. He plays it. It's almost like one of those, you could see a silhouette and somebody said, "Who's this?" You'd know it was Miles Hammond just from the way he plays that shot. And he rarely misses out. 8 off the over. And this is where, I know they've just got a wicket, but 137 for 3. Base is laid. Afternoon of expansion, evening of stroke play, end of the day. Pretty much not going to lose the game.
That's the idea.
Taylor in, bowls. Ooh, beauty. Absolute beauty. And Hammond, for all the fact that he's hit 2 boundaries in the over, well and truly beaten by that one. Definitely played at it. Just and in a way, you know, honestly, it's ridiculous saying all the same things we were saying last Friday. That happens, and you're one of the Gloucestershire bowlers, and you think, that's all right, don't mind that. And the best thing you can do is miss it.
Yep.
Taylor again in, bowls. Hammond working this one on the leg side with that clever little closing of the face, that little flick through of the bottom hand. And he picks up another single.
He's also, worryingly, for him, might need a few more painkillers actually, when he realises that he's working his way into being the interviewee of the day at this point.
How's your arm, Miles?
That will concern him.
Taylor round the wicket then to the new man, Bracey. Bowls. Oh, goodness me. Brilliant work by Gareth Roddick. Tom Taylor, if I tell you that Tom Taylor is standing at the end of his follow through with his chin in his hand, rubbing his brow, cannot quite believe that Bracey has not edged that on. He's got an inside edge and it's run down along the ground and missed the leg stump by what, 2-3 inches? Excuse me, and Gareth Roddick dives to his right to make the stop. End of the over, unlucky. 8 runs came from it though. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Taylor to 138 for 3.
Well, I mean, I had the perfect angle there to see that come off Bracey's bat, and how it missed, I had no idea. You had enough time to work out where the ball was going, and just amazing that the bails didn't flick off. Here's Swanepoel over the wicket to Hammond, covers that one up and no run. Maybe it was just a bit of payback from the time in the T20 where Bracey ended up kicking his own stumps over. It's a little bottom edge when I think off his boot trickled backwards, and then in his haste to stop the ball from hitting the stumps he then kicked the stumps. It came against Glamorgan, so he's got one back there maybe. Cries of encouragement from the field. Swanepoel is into Hammond, who thinks that is a ball he'd quite like to have a go at, and the bat face ends up shutting on him, and it ends up at mid-on when he was looking to stroke it out through the covers. About 7 or 8 different rehearsals. Sometimes you almost think with Hammond, because he can play more shots than and probably anyone in the Gloucestershire side. I don't think they'd be disappointed in me saying that, but Swanepoel is in, and Hammond defends back to the bowler. It's just the natural ability. You can almost play 5 different cover drives. It's just picking the right one, even from, never mind just picking the right shot, picking the right version of the shot. Sometimes you almost feel he's got too many options. He's got through a tricky spell. He's on 66 and make that 67 as that'll just be brushed away down to fine leg. 139 for 3 is Bracey will move back on to strike, yet to get off the mark. Pretty much exclusively faced Swanepoel thus far. Certainly running in with some purpose from this new road end. Field just creeps in maybe a little bit closer on the offside, cover and backward point as Swanepoel bowls to Bracey. Can't tempt him with that one outside the off stump. Ben Allison's loosening up again. So I've got the feeling that he's never been out of the attack. Matthew Wade will be back within a few moments as well, probably. And they can all bowl at the same time. I suppose Tom Taylor might be due a breather relatively soon. He's got through 5 overs in his spell. Swanepoel to Bracey. It's pitched up there. Bracey thinks about driving, just pushes it to mid-off. He certainly tempted Bracey there. Wide ball and drive ball. And I like this from Swanepoel. It's just pitching it up that little bit further even than some, and he looks likely. 139 for 3.
And here's Allison from the Diglis end for the first time. Usually bowls from the new road end, but there's not much difference on this ground. People sometimes say, you know, down the hill to the marquee or whatever, but not much in it. It's not as if you're running up an incline when you come in from the Diglis end. When I've been out there and played here a few times, I've never really noticed a particularly significant rise, maybe just a tiny bit. But he's coming round the wicket, Allison, to Hammond, who is still there and of course was dropped when he was on 22. Allison bowls and he's forward. Bancroft was on 38, so actually, even though he was in for a long time, that drop only cost 14 runs. Yeah. It's hard to believe, isn't it? But the damage is as much in the softening of the ball and, you know, the shine coming off it, although it's not the same ball, of course.
Just taking the sting out of things a little bit. Yeah. Building up potentially, we never know, but it might build up some more frustration later on in the day if wickets aren't coming.
Absolutely. Allison again is in, bowls, and worked by Hammond to mid-wicket. Swanepoel manages to stop it, fell over in the process, but manages to stop it. You may have heard a slap there, listeners. I tried to get a fly, but I missed it, I think. I thought I got it.
I haven't seen where it's gone, so you might at least have
done. I don't think so.
Given it a fresh
it might not be having any children. Second game running I've made that joke. What a lovely shot that is from Miles Hammond.
No
the Hammond square drive all the way to the boundary. Don't bother running. Watch and admire. And he does. 71 now. 143 for 3, and you can't help feeling it is very similar to the Middlesex first innings last week, and it's just going away from Worcestershire a little bit. What they need is 2, not 1. They need 2 more wickets to suddenly pull it back. Otherwise, you're looking at 300 plus and games out of your reach almost. I mean, it's early days and might be catastrophising a bit, but they are laying a very, very good base. Allison bowls again and Hammond plays up to mid-on.
It's almost as though, and I don't know whether it's even a conscious thing, but it may just be that Hammond's seen a few balls to his liking since Bancroft's gone, but whether he's just thought, right, let's make sure that Worcestershire still feel that we're the ones on top here.
I think I do think it's just that some bad balls have come along, but the thing is, he hasn't missed out on them. That's the thing, isn't it? That's what really matters when you're on a pitch like this. Outside the off stump, this one left alone. You know that you don't bat for an hour and then you get 2 hard volleys and you hit them both straight to fielders or something like that. It's always really frustrating. It's not what's happened. Nor has he been bothered about being dropped. He's just got on with it. Played the ball on its merit. Still 2 slips. Allison round the wicket bowls, and that's nicely played out on the leg side, but a good sliding stop, moving sharply to his left by Swanepoel at wide mid-on. End of the over, 143 for 3. We've had 51, we've got 45 left in the day, 13 before tea, and Bracey is yet to get off the mark. Hammond is on 71, the 1 man out since lunch. Cameron Bancroft, the captain, caught by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of this man, Bear Swanepoel, for 52.
Well, there are many who correctly point out that April is a much better month to bat in than June. And at the moment it looks very possible that all 5 teams in the first division will fail to secure a batting point. Swanepoel into Bracey, angled bat into the leg side, diving effort at mid-wicket, another diving effort at mid-on will bring the ball in, but Bracey will take his first run, so off the mark 144 for 3. Hampshire now 143 for 7 against Sussex. That is quite a collapse. Had a 54 run opening stand. And Tom Price 3 for 27. Swanepoel in, carved away by Hammond down towards the boundary, bounding away, and he's done very well down there as
Allison.
Ben Allison, yeah, because he had to try and read how that ball was going to bounce on him as well as launch
Allison.
himself away. Look, oh right, it looks like it.
Taylor.
It's Taylor.
He usually feels at mid-off, but Allison's doing that because he's bowling at the...
Oh, so he is. I thought he had a sun hat on earlier as well. I think it was the other thing that did me.
He doesn't often wear a sun hat. More of a cat man.
145 for 3 then. Hammond just a single onto 72. Swanepoel to Bracey, just fiddles it away through to point for no run. Somerset 167 for 8 against Warwickshire. Josh Shaw, another old friend. He's made 28. Lewis Goldsworthy has 66 not out. It's the only Somerset batter to pass Thomas Roos 35. Yorkshire 164 for 7 against Leicestershire. Wickets for both Greens, Ben and Alex, as Bracey is defending to mid-on. Alex Green, a couple of seasons ago I think he was a 17-year-old when Leicestershire picked him against Gloucestershire for a 50-over match. If you didn't have the Leicestershire training kit on him and you just saw him from a distance, and at the end of his run especially, I'd have thought Marchant de Lange. He was that well built as a 17-year-old. Swanepoel in to Bracey, no stroke.
There's a 16-year-old boy called Charlie Taylor, who I know very, very well. Has signed a 2.5-year contract with Warwickshire this year, before he did his GCSEs. He's 6'4". He's size 14 feet. And the ball's at 86 miles an hour.
Well,
and he might well be listening.
Get him in the England side then. Swanepoel in and edging cup behind. Swanepoel's got a second, and that's a huge wicket of Bracey, who is in such fine form at Northampton, but pretty similar to the Bancroft dismissal, but this time angling across the left-handed Bracey. And Gloucestershire were looking so settled at 129 for 2 despite having lives. Well, now Swanepoel's spell has changed things. It's 145 for 4.
Yeah, it's very interesting because if you remember what I said this morning, it's like nothing happens for an hour and then suddenly a couple nip, and the players said, you know, you're batting and the effect that has on you is that you think there's one coming, and well, Swanepoel, do you know what, he's probably bowled as well as anybody, hasn't he, Swanepoel? He's made them play, as you say, he's got the odd one to nip, and yeah, picked up a couple, good stuff. Suddenly changes things, and that's what I said, they need a couple of wickets. Now if they get another one now and it's 160 for 5, then they're thinking you're not going to get 300 and we're still right in the game, and I think that will be the way they think. And they'll also be sitting in the dressing room, those coaches, and thinking, you know what, if we'd have taken those catches earlier on, we'd have caught Miles Hammond early on, it wouldn't be where they are now on such small margins on matches decided. That was the end of the over, and it's going to be Allison to continue. Hammond is now key, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. Hasn't really moved much, that, looking at the replay. Bracey was furious with himself because he knows he could have left it.
Yeah, but that's the thing about, you know, bowling and nipping it both ways, isn't it? That you've got the batter into, he thinks he's got to play at balls he doesn't have to play, and I think that's the way it's changed. Van Buren is the new man, but he's on watching duty at the moment at the non-striker's end as Allison comes in over the wicket to Hammond, who cuts and doesn't get any runs because Adam Hose makes a rather clumsy looking stop there, I say, moving to his right, kicks at the turf as if to blame that.
Yes, he made quite an easy stop, looked very difficult.
Well, maybe it did kick off the turf a bit. One did for D'Oliveira this morning, didn't it? Anyway, he did stop it and they didn't get a run, so we just got one slip in there. Brooks is being preferred these days as the sole slip if they just have one, although it was him who put down Deploy the other day. Very difficult catch. Allison bowls left alone outside the off stump. Very difficult catch because Roderick was standing up and Brooks was very fine, and it was edged and he had to dive almost behind the wicketkeeper and got his hands to it but couldn't hold on to it. Very difficult.
That is the downside with the keeper up strategy. It takes away catches that the keeper would take standing back, and then makes the life simultaneously harder for first slip.
And you can't see it.
Exactly.
You can't always see it. So yeah, absolutely. And it was exactly one of those. Here's Allison again. Long but easy rhythmic run up bowls, and on the back foot Hammond is just pushing it out on the offside. Allison, so his second red ball game of the season in the first team, had a back injury at the start of the season, kept him out for quite a while. Then he played a few second team games as a batsman, and then he bowled a few overs in T20s, and then he came in and he was right back on it straight away last week, and it looks like he's fairly happy to shoulder a decent workload today as well. This one is just run down to third man off the face by Miles Hammond, and the right-handed Van Buren will be on strike for the first time. What's his season been like so far?
He's had a bit of a tough time of it in the championship, but he did get 76 in the first innings against Northamptonshire, which was a welcome innings, and then an extraordinary dismissal. It was a almost waist high full toss from Safe Zabe, and he just hit it straight up in the air.
Easy to do. Allison bowls. Van Buren works this to mid wicket. Fielded by Libby. Easy enough to do, I think. It's a bit of a golden arm, Safe Zabe, and he does well against Worcestershire generally with bat and ball.
Well, he came on and got both Graham Van Buren and Jack Taylor out on a morning where Gloucestershire they'd fought back with Bracey and Van Buren, a partnership that looked as if it was going to see Gloucestershire to, as long as they got some contributions from elsewhere, to at least pass the follow-on target, which would make Northamptonshire's life very difficult in terms of setting up a game. But then he and Jack Taylor were both the wickets were very much bought by Safe Zabe. Jack Taylor holed out, and all of a sudden it was very much Northamptonshire favourites to be able to enforce the follow on, and then there was a question of whether they would or not. They did decide to, and it proved to be the right decision.
They're transformed, aren't they, under Lehman?
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they go up to Durham at 160 without loss, and Durham have nicked their opener.
Yeah.
Well, of course he's not playing for them either now, but even so,
But they are transformed in terms of their mindset.
Yeah. Here's Swanepoel continuing this spell. Digs it in back of a length, lively ball, and Hammond plays it well, actually, just drops the hands on it and allows it to pass by. But it just feels as though they've got a very competitive squad now. I mean, Zabe was short of runs, and therefore he was dropped. he didn't play for, I think, some of the T20s, didn't play in a couple of the Red Bull games, got a chance because Lewis McManus was injured and they gave the gloves to Vasconcelos, and then he gets 100. This is clipped away to mid-wicket for no run. And just that is apparently one of the things that Lehman has said coming in. We've got to have competition for places, and they certainly do. There are some decent cricketers now who've not got much of a look in, sitting on the sidelines. So yeah, great season across both formats so far, as Hammond tries to drive and thicken a part of the bat back to the bowler. There is no run. So 146 for 4, and Gloucestershire do have batting fairly deep in this lineup, but you are kind of into the all-rounders a little bit now. Swanepoel to Hammond again. He's dug it in back of a length, and that zips on by. Hammond sort of knows that he can't really go after that with the longer boundary out towards the river, and then a deep square and a fine leg back on the boundary as well. So discretion the better part, I think. Swanepoel into him, and that's a pleasant push off the back foot straight to cover, and there is no run. So Swanepoel, who is into his 4th over of this spell, has only gone for 3 runs and claimed the massive wickets of Bancroft and Bracey. Now completes his latest over with another ball targeting off stump, and Hammond can only defend. That was his 150th delivery faced, and Swanepoel, well, if he keeps bowling like this, you give him six overs, I reckon. We'll see. He's got through 4 overs. 146 for 4.
Allison to continue. 10 overs till tea. Thought we might have seen more of Singh than just the 4 overs, but he obviously wasn't getting any particular response from the surface. Allison over the wicket, bowls. Van Buren leaves alone outside the off stump. And obviously D'Oliveira feels that the seam bowlers are posing a bit of a threat at the moment. And if they could nick a couple more out in these 10 overs before tea, they'd be very much on top.
Yep. Yeah, they have stayed patient.
Allison and, Hose and Brooks. That's slip.
It's easy then to go, searching for wickets, and then all of a sudden you're offering up easy boundary balls.
Allison in, bowls, left alone again by Van Buren. He's got his line right here, Allison. How long can you keep leaving those before you're drawn into it and you nick one? People, it's such a discipline leaving the ball, isn't it? I don't think people actually appreciate. I mean, there are many, many, many spectators who've played a lot of cricket, and they, of course, get it. But there are many people who don't play much cricket who enjoy watching cricket, and then it's hard to explain how. And I think this when they talk about Duckett not leaving the ball, I think this. Jason Roy didn't like leaving it deep. Allison bowls, Van Buren plays this one down into the crease. The whole idea of the game is to stand there with a bat in your hand and hit the ball. That's the whole idea. Somebody says, what's cricket? Oh, well, it's somebody bowls a ball and you hit it, not you leave it. And you leave one, you leave two, you leave three. To leave another one, to leave another one, to leave another one, it's very difficult because you are thinking, well, this is what I'm here for. I'm here to hit it, you know. I've always thought that's why leaving is such a great skill. Van Buren is turning this on leg side and they're off the marks. Well judged run as Libby runs round, shies at the stumps, but he would have been in. 147 for 4. I got one of those VR headsets at Christmas. I use it mainly for playing golf. But there's a cricket game. And it's really good. You are in the middle of a stadium with a bat in your hand, facing bowlers running up to bowl, and wherever you hit it. And I've bought this sort of attachment that feels like a handle in your hand, even though it's it's not. And then you can see the bat when you pick it up. So there'll be people playing. It's called VR cricket. There'll be people playing who've played it, listening who've played it. And Allison bowls again and pushed out on the onside by Hammond. The first time I use it, apart from taking a chunk out of the kitchen cupboard because I wasn't in a big enough space, I tried it just on sort of ordinary format, not advanced format, beginner format, and the bowler ran in, this great big West Indian, bowled me a quick ball in this stadium, and the first thing I did was let it go, which I don't think really you're meant to do.
Minus 10 points.
And he followed through and gave me the biggest stare that I've ever had. And then he bowled the next one, and again instinctively I left it because it wasn't straight enough to hit. And I just thought, that's old habits die hard, don't they? Allison round the wicket, bowls, and edged by Hammond, all on the ground, down to third man. Fielded by Fateh Singh, end of the over, he keeps the strike. Hammond is 73, 74 now, board's just changed, and it's 148 for 4 off 55 overs, and we have 41 left in the day, and 9 of them will be bowled before the tea interval.
Yeah, well,
it's very realistic.
You don't need to go to a net anymore to
and actually
practice
you
your
can.
game.
I do know that some people do use them for proper training purposes.
Right.
Yeah.
So the problem with all this stuff is, are we just going to be playing virtual games of cricket without, none of these spectators will be here, or just everyone will be in their own homes playing, work from home as a professional cricketer.
Yeah, interesting.
Swanepoel into Hammond, flowing drive out to the cover point boundary for 4. Didn't have to absolutely middle that because it was to the shorter boundary, but he certainly got more than enough bat on it.
In my last teaching job before I retired, I was teaching up at Repton School in Derbyshire, where it's a famous cricket school, and Derbyshire started playing there again, played Worcestershire there in the one-day cup last year. And there was a very, very prescient member of the English department who was hugely traditional.
150 came up, by the way, with that boundary. 152 for 4 as Hammond plays a soft defence to mid-off.
Hugely traditional, taught in an old classroom with his desk up on a dais, had a coal fire burning and a tin hat and muskets on the wall from the First World War because he taught war poetry and all that kind of thing. He was also, and he wore a tweed jacket and a gown, you know, he was also the best in the department with IT. He was way ahead of everybody. And he was an eccentric and extremely intelligent man.
Just the one slips, one a pull to Hammond and flicked away to deep mid-wicket. That'll be another single.
And the kids loved him, and he said to them, and I'm talking about 22 or 3 years ago, he said, my theory is that ultimately the human race will die out through lack of interest. And they said, what on earth do you mean? This is just another of your rants. He said, no, everybody will lie in their bed. They will get all their food delivered by a robot.
Swanepoel to Van Buren, hops back and gets just about on top of it.
They will watch a screen all day. They might just about summon the energy to roll to the edge of the bed in order to go to the toilet. And eventually they will lose all interest in each other, and therefore there'll be no procreation. And I know that's mad, but you know what you've just said about everybody's just going to stay at home, and interesting.
Swanepoel to Van Buren, driving beautifully through extra cover / wide mid-off and gets 4 runs. That was a really tidy shot from Van Buren, quite a punchy cover drive, but
lovely shot.
Really moved well into it. 157 for 4. I think this is why, and actually whilst the stereotype of the younger generation is that they don't go anywhere, don't do anything, don't see, just chat to everybody online. Swanepoel in, that is played like it stayed down from Van Buren.
I think.
Yeah, it certainly was very full. I mean, it was a jam down on it, so no run, played very straight. 157 for 4 at the end of that over. It was a rare, expensive one from Swanepoel. I think 9 runs off that one. But you know, I hear that things like bird watching and sewing, those sorts of activities are right on the up amongst people younger than me. Yeah.
There's also a favourite short story of mine written by Ray Bradbury, the American short story writer, in 1954, I think, called The Pedestrian. And it's obviously set in the future. It's about a man who goes out walking at night, and he just walks. And as he walks, every house has just got a flickering light inside, and it's a television set, obviously. 54 it was written. And he's walking, and a car pulls up, and there's nobody in it. It's a police car, but it's driverless. Matthew Waite's back, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hammond, and a metallic voice says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm walking." For what purpose? Because I like walking. Why? Have you no screen? He says. And then, what is your name? And he gets arrested by robots. 1954.
I'm pretty sure Radda's brought up a Ray Bradbury short story last match as well. I think I've read Fahrenheit 451,
that's
but
interesting
I've never read short story.
Over the wicket, Waite again leaves that alone. Does Hammond outside the off stump, and it skids through quite low to Roderick. Great collection of short stories called The Illustrated Man by Ray Bradbury. People listening, what are they going on about? Oh, it's not. You're not missing too much out there. The Illustrated Man begins with a first-person narrative of a chap who said, I was walking in the halls, blah, 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 when I met the Illustrated Man. And here comes Waite again. And Gets a nick on this. No, he doesn't, because there's going to be leg by signal. Maybe it's running down the leg side. They go through for a single anyway, 158 for 4. And the illustrated man is this man who is tattooed all over his body. And he and the writer set up a camp together, and they lie down by the campfire to go to sleep. And he is looking at the illustrated man's back. And the foreword sort of ends, and then the pictures began to move. And then each story is an acted out story by the characters on the illustrated man. Very clever, and very good stories as well. In fact, the pedestrian might be one of those stories, I'm not sure. Here's Wait again. Right, enough of that. Outside the off stump, left alone, and Roderick takes. Musings of an ex-English teacher was brought to you by BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Bristol. It's a BBC Radio production from New Road. Anyway, we're just musing about how things are changing. But I was talking about playing that virtual cricket, and I do honestly know a couple of young players who practice by playing virtual cricket, because you get into the right shapes and everything.
I think it's also, in terms of mentality, mindset. I've thought this for a while.
His weight again, bowls, driven by Van Buren, but straight to mid-off.
Some of it is the sort of removing of the old hierarchy that used to happen, where the youngsters were made to feel, they were made to feel the lowest of the low in terms of the pecking order. But some of me thinks the way that young players just come in and look settled in terms of mindset. Some of me thinks that comes from playing video games. Maybe I don't know. They all do it.
Yeah, I don't know. But you're right. They don't seem overawed. Weight is in and bowls, and Van Buren plays up to mid-wicket. I mean, look at the way that Jacob Bethel's come into the England side and just it's duck to water, isn't it? Really,
and not even going overseas.
Yeah.
I know that has a bit less of a terrifying aspect than it used to, because everybody travels now pretty much. But still, just to look that at home straight away. I know there are plenty of factors at play, but to me some of it, I just wonder whether some of it comes from the learning to play in a sort of competitive mindset all the time, hour after hour, because you spend hours on these things.
Fateh Singh is back, so that will hasten the arrival of tea.
We've got 7 overs left until the break. Worcestershire are leading 1-0.
Are they?
They've taken the first 3 wickets. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, properly. Yeah.
Bonus points. Yeah.
But whether they're leading in the game, I doubt. I think it's probably even, isn't it? 150 for 4.
Probably. Fateh Singh then to Hammond. It's back of a length, and Hammond just rocks back, turns it through square leg where there is no fielder, trots through, moves his total on to 80. There it goes, right on cue. 159 for 4, just setting the field for Van Buren. And yes, I don't think you need a long off for Graham Van Buren. Fateh Singh to him. Plays that one late off the back foot, plays it with an enormous amount of suspicion. Yeah. Just almost a bit of late French cricket from Graham Van Buren, who's on 5. So there's a deep square and a deep cover, but everybody else is up, and that's allowing Van Buren to think about a cut shot, but he's still looking a little bit tentative. Early couple of deliveries from Fateh Singh didn't really go through with that shot as he might later on in his innings. Next delivery round the wicket, and just pushing with the hands at that one, guides it to backward point, but this is a good start to the new batter. Right-hander for Fateh Singh, the left arm spinner, to have a go at. Next ball, whirl of arms in and bowls, and pushed back up the offside of the pitch. There's no run. Matthew Waite in close at short extra. There is a cover as well. Mid-off, maybe just a step back. That short, thrashed away by Van Buren in the air. 1 bounce 4. Got it in front of square. He's had a time with that pull shot off the spinners. And sometimes I almost think if you're bowling to Graham Van Buren, you stick a short one in, and if he hits it for 4, maybe, but he might get a wicket as well.
But it was just a drag down again, wasn't it?
But as I say, I've seen Van Buren get out to those, but equally, it's a shot that he's got to keep playing the shot because he's got to score off those.
I don't think he'd ever stop playing that because it's just instinctive. It's short and you whack it, don't you? It doesn't matter whether you're on the beach really or in a test match.
It's a lot of people get annoyed with this sort of mentality, but it's you've got to keep playing the shot and you've just got to hit it for 4 or 6.
Just whack it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Weight in bowls to the left-handed Miles Hammond, who is nearing the big one. He's on 80. 160 balls. Even I can work out his run rate, his strike rate. But he's held it together, actually. He really has. It's very important he didn't get out when Bancroft got out. And he's still there, the left-hander. Arch bat twiddler. And he waits now as the clouds obscure the sun briefly. As Waite moves in and bowls, and he's on the walk, driving up to Taylor at long off, mid-off. His throw is clearing Roderick's head, but it made Hammond scamper back, and then Brooks made sure it didn't hit the helmet behind Roderick. 163 for 4. I'd say I'm giving it to Gloucestershire on points at the moment. But if they get another wicket, it'll be even Stevens. But they were put in. They did choose to bat. There's Weight in bowls. And that one again just kept a little bit low, I reckon. And Hammond played it fairly comfortably off the back foot. This is what we saw the other day. As the ball got softer, the bounce got a bit up and down. It's very similar pitch, I would suggest.
Oh no. Oh, Stuart Broad, why did you have to start this? It's the bail switching trick which D'Oliveira's just run
Never
in
seen him
and
do that
performed on
before.
Miles Hammond.
Never seen him do that before. Anyway, Waite won't pay much attention, I don't think. Oh, it nearly worked! On the walk, played and missed it. That one angled across him. Gosh, D'Oliveira would have laughed.
It's funny how these trends
I'll tell you what though, it's a bit of a sign of desperation, isn't it? I think we've changed the ball.
Well, they put 4 on the boundary for him as well. I mean, they haven't quite given up trying to get Hammond out, but
trying to frustrate him out, maybe.
Yeah.
Weight in again. Bowls. Bang on the money. It's been pretty tidy, Weight. 1 ball left in the over, maiden so far. Can he get out of it?
It's a strange thing though, isn't it? You've got a bowler who's going at 2 and over, and you've got 4 on the boundary, but it doesn't matter. But they might as well be in because they're not getting hit either way.
Yeah, I don't know. There's obviously some theory, isn't there?
I think they just want to stop Hammond scoring boundaries.
Maybe he'll bang one in short. I don't know. No, I don't know. They've got to be trying to get him out, surely. It's got to be an attempt to get him out. But will Waite bang one in? And if he does, will it bounce as much as the batter expects? That would be my thought. And doesn't bang one in, trying for the LBW, but Hammond has tickled it down to fine leg and kept the strike. It's 164 for 4. Van Buren has 9. Hammond has 81. Now 81. And the men out since lunch. Bancroft for 52 and Bracey for 1, both falling to Bears Swanepoel. And we have 5 overs left before tea. And Fateh Singh will bowl 3 of them probably, which means we'll get tea before 4 o'clock if we're lucky, which would be nice. And we'll get some cake from the Ladies Pavilion, we hope.
Well, they're back on at Chesterley Street. Northamptonshire 176 without loss now. Fateh Singh to Hammond, driven off the back foot. That is a sumptuous looking shot, but it will just be cut off by Ben Allison, running round the ball and scooping it up inside the deep extra cover boundary. And they're through for 2 runs, 166 for 4. Hammond on 83 at the moment. He's restraining himself from what I suspect he wants to do, which is charge down the pitch and try and smash Fateh Singh out of the ground. It's a roll of the wrist and played to short mid-wicket. There's still that long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Fateh Singh to Hammond, dragged down and whacked to short mid-wicket. He's watched Hammond, I suppose, feel out his hands quite a bit, and now it's Matthew Waite who's doing that at short mid-wicket. That was clattered away. Next ball right up to the back, good delivery, forcing Hammond forward to defend. Again, it's been good to see a couple of short balls from Hammond. One he has hit for 4, one he hasn't, but he's not trying to clear the boundary rope. He's trying to hit it hard, but taking the catch out of the equation. Forward he goes and squeezes this one off the inner part of the bat, but he knew what he was doing, through square leg where there is no fielder. Rotates the strike, 167 for 4, and Van Buren has just been given 1 ball to face in the over. Here it comes, round the wicket. Fateh Singh, bottom edge from Van Buren, which goes off to where a short leg
bounce,
would be.
Did it?
Yeah.
Did not bounce.
He thought he was going to be able to release his favourite cut shot, Graham Van Buren, and then it just didn't get through or up.
Didn't bounce. Anyway, over. 4 to go till 2. 167 for 4. I'm just going to watch a replay of it in a minute. Not bowling with huge control yet, Singh, but it's very early days for him this season. Very different from bowling in the seconds as he did yesterday when he got a 5 foot. Let's just watch this last one again as Waite comes in, bowls. That one was left alone.
There we are.
Oh, it turned. Do you know what? It turned.
Huh?
It did bounce, but it turned. Yeah. Let's go. And encouraging.
I'm going to say Van Buren won't mind
on
that
day one.
too much himself. He'd be quite happy to see that.
Not extravagant, but 2 or 3 inches. And he went back to cut it, turned away from him, and that's why he got bottom edge. So, encouragement. It's just rhythm and repetition that Singh needs. Waite bowls and Hammond is walking into that and clipping it away on the onside as he has done so many times. He's been there, of course, Miles Hammond, since the 11th over. So he is the glue that is holding this innings together, and he's doing a jolly good job. 168 for 4. As Waite comes in from the Diglis end and bowls outside the off stump. Van Buren lifts his bat clear of that. Roderick takes.
So I suppose now, 3.5 overs to go until tea. Hammond on 85. Pretty much resigned himself to the fact.
That's probably why they're not giving him run. They're not giving him boundaries. I'm pretty sure it is. They want to try and make him think I can get to 100 before tea and do something silly, and he's not going to do it. You can tell. Waite to Van Buren, right arm over from the Diglis end. Bowls. Van Buren cuts. Bounced a bit, that one. Not a great shot.
He's just not sure out there, is he, Van Buren? The cut shot is just... it is his favourite shot, and he's had a few goes at it, and he's just not trusting what he's getting.
I think he's indicating with his hand that just bounced a bit more than he expected. And this is what I said happened the other day. Very similar. Very, very similar. Waite again is in and bowls. This time he's in behind it, Van Buren, playing up to mid-on. And you've got to be patient as a bowling attack, and you've got to take your chances when they come along, because that's where this game is going to be won and lost. You know, if one team gets 50, 60 more than it should in one innings, they might, the other team might well regret it. That's exactly what happened last week. Exactly, it was a 300 pitch at best, and Middlesex went and got 339 in their first innings. Bowled Worcestershire out for 265. First innings lead made all the difference. Well bowled Matthew Waite, end of the over. 13 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 28. His figures. Singh has bowled 6 overs for 24. There are 3 left before tea, and he's going to bowl the next of them from the New Road End.
Let's have a look what's happening in some of the other matches. Kent 174 for 3, half centuries from Dawkins and Compton. Couple of wickets for Tom Helm at Canterbury. Derbyshire 40 for 2. Kame and Rees out to Stanley and Balderson. No wickets for Anderson yet. Lancashire 161 all out with Derbyshire 40 for 2. In reply, it's always lively on day 1 at Chesterfield. Here's Fatih Singh to Hammond, forces it to mid-off, who's not deep enough, Tom Taylor, to allow the single. So Hammond will be trapped at the striker's end, at least for now. Over the wicket, Fatih Singh back into his crease defending, back to the bowler. Hampshire have just been bowled out for 191 by Sussex at Hove. Next deliveries, clipped to mid-wicket, diving save there. Van Buren fancied a single on the slight fumble, and Hammond certainly did not, and was right to do so. We're not going to get some more mad running on the stroke of another break, are we? Singh to Hammond, drives off the back foot. They do want a single this time, and it's actually a good single to Allison's right at cover. Hammond on to 86. Somerset 204 for 9 against Warwickshire, with Lewis Goldsworthy 86 not out, trying to marshal the tail. Yorkshire dismissed for 185 by Leicestershire. Rehan Ahmed came in and polished off the tail, but 3 wickets to Ben Green, 2 to Alex Green. Fatih Singh to Van Buren. It's defended off the front foot for no run. Glamorgan 174 for 6 at Cardiff against Surrey. Well, that's a flighted delivery, looped up by Singh, and Van Buren drives it straight to short extra cover, so tidy over. 169 for 4. And at Chelmsford, Essex bowled out for 184 by Nottinghamshire, who really fell to a substantial defeat last round to Somerset. Liam Patterson-White has taken 6 for 43 on day 1.
I think he's an underrated bowler, you know, Liam Patterson-White.
It's really uncomplicated, but he varies it nicely. Nottinghamshire 5 without loss just started their reply.
Matthew Waite, the speed skater, is in from the Diglis end and bowl short, and Hammond has whacked that away to one of the fielders on the leg side boundary. There's Swanepoel. They go through for a single. Swanepoel will now take up a position in the offside ring for the right-handed Graham Van Buren. So 1 over left after this before tea, and that will probably be bowled by Singh, and we'll have tea about 4 o'clock. I'm fairly civilised, I can live with that.
Yep.
20 past 4.
Probably +3 on the over 8.
Finish it 20 past 6, I can live with that. And a couple of late finishes last week. I'm trying very hard, Ed. I don't know what your situation is in this respect. As Waite bowls, Van Buren drives up to mid-on, wants a single, not going to get it. Taylor fields. I'm trying very hard to subtly encourage our interviewees to be interviewed immediately at the end of the day's play. Ben Allison last week was requested. I don't get to request anymore. It's usually done by the comms boys, but Ben Allison was requested. He'd bowled about 20 overs. He had a bruised toe. He wanted a shower. He wanted a bit treatment on his toe. Everybody had gone home by the time he came out to do his interview. Literally. His weight bowls and Van Buren turns it on the leg side. So I said to them, can we try and do this immediately? And for the rest of the game, we got people straight away. And it's a good habit. They can do it, walk off the field 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then take as long as you like. It makes so much sense, like with football.
Yeah. Well, I shan't say too much on that, which we'll say enough.
I do Premier League football in the winter, and sometimes we have to wait ages for the managers, and they know they've got to do it. It's in the contract that they have to do TV, radio, etc. They always do the sort of Premier League TV first. His weight comes round the wicket, and Hammond is forward, playing back up to him. And some of them are very good, and they come out quickly, and some of them are ages. Or they go and do the press job first, and then come back out. If it's an 8 o'clock kickoff, because there's no such thing as a Saturday 3 o'clock kickoff anymore, not really. Mostly they're all over. If it's an 8 o'clock kickoff on a Sunday night or something, ridiculous how late you get away. Round the wicket, weight. Into, well bowled, good Yorker, dug out nicely by Miles Hammond. He's played really well, I mean, he was dropped on, 26, but he has played exceptionally well. 22 he was dropped by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. And he's hardly put a foot wrong, really.
Yeah, and it's been this discipline about when he's gone for those pull shots, those drives, and so often you sort of think there might be a rush of blood coming, but it hasn't happened yet.
This is what Lewis Deploy did last week. Very similar. Not just because he's left-handed. Plays this one up to mid-on, end of a tidy over from Matthew Waite, and it's 171 for 4. And Waite's figures now 14 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 30. Tidy. The other bowling figures are tidy. Taylor 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Allison 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. Swanepoel 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. And Waite none for 30 from 16. They're all going at under 3 and over, except for Singh, who's going at 3.5, and he's going to bowl the last over before the interval.
Yeah, so he's got a good chance of lowering the economy rate. You would imagine with Gloucestershire trying to get through to T, still 4 down. That's right up to the bat. Another flighted delivery from Singh, who's giving it more and more air against Graham Van Buren, and now there's going to be 2 short extra covers, and Point comes in closer. Fateh Singh too. Van Buren rocks back and blocks it away into the covers. And not drawn into anything yet. In a way, I almost wonder if he's got to be a little bit of the T watchman here, but he's not going to be, because he's going to take a single into the leg side out to deep square. Almost Van Buren just block out the over and let Miles Hammond come back after tea, but that won't happen. The single added to the total makes it 172 for 4. 3 deliveries left, and that's down the leg side, and Hammond gets off strike again straight away. Just clipping it to long leg. 173 for 4, so 2 fairly similar sessions. A couple of quick wickets, not particularly quick scoring. So the final session might determine which way the day goes, as that's pushed back to the bowler. Equally, could just have another session like the first 2 and still be nip and tuck at the end of the day. So certainly interesting to see where it goes from here. 1 ball to go until the tea break. Fateh Singh into Van Buren, and that is played straight back to the bowler. So 8 overs for 27 from Singh, who has found a little bit of joy when he's bowled. A little bit of turn. After 2 sessions of play, Gloucestershire 173 for 4, and number 88 is on 88. Miles Hammond. Graham van Buren disappointingly didn't take a single off that last ball, so number 12 was on 12. He's got 11. And yeah, it's interestingly poised.
Yep, and that's it. We're going to have a cup of tea here in the press box, and we'll see you later at around about 20 minutes past 4. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where players are about to start after tea. Final session, Worcestershire against Gloucestershire, day one. And at the interval, visitors, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 173 for 4. Miles Hammond leading the way, 88 not out. Graham Van Buren is on 11. It's been slow going. We've had 64 overs, and the 65th is about to be bowled from the Diglis end by Bears Swanepoel, South African all-rounder who has taken 2 wickets so far for 33, and he is bowling to Miles Hammond, who is on the back foot playing it out square on the offside. Adam Hosefields at cover point, and there is no run. Crowd, yeah, pretty good now actually. There'll be a few people coming in after tea now that it's free, and been fairly well attended. Good day to watch cricket. A bit hot maybe if you get out of the sun though. There's a little bit of a breeze, not too bad. Swanepoel again is in and bowls, and driven by Hammond. Back to the bowler, does his own fielding. Nice bit of work.
Max Waller was out there at the tea break with Alfie Johnson. Max
Yeah,
Waller
saw them doing a bit of work.
Just recently joining Gloucestershire's coaching staff as an assistant, focusing on spin bowling and fielding.
Swanepoel again is in and bowls. That one's left alone. Good leave by Hammond because it's nipped back. Roderick moving to his right to take it. Suggests it might even have gone over the top of the stumps. Ethan Brooks looks as though he might be about to have a bowl. He's been quite useful as a 5th seamer this year. These little dibbly dobblers.
Does he hide the ball even in
yeah,
championship
sort of,
cricket?
yeah. He's been decent. He's bowled a few good spells, quite tidily. Swanepoel bowls on the money, pushed up to short extra.
I've sneezed now, I'm okay.
I had a big sneeze this morning. You feel it coming and you think,
oh yeah,
oh, just wait.
Yeah. I just do a few snorts just to make sure that it does arrive. Nothing worse than when it doesn't.
Swanepoel again is in and bowls, and Hammond is walking down to this and clipping it off his toes. Square on the leg side for Latigan to do the fielding. They take a single comfortably enough. 174 for 4. One ball left in the 65th over of the innings.
He certainly wasn't going to come on as the 5th bowler this session, Swanepoel, after taking the only 2 wickets of the afternoon.
2 slips, Hose and Brooks. Swanepoel in, last ball of the over, short, and Van Buren says thank you, tucks into it, swivelling pull shot, typical Van Buren. He likes it there, don't bowl it there to him. Swanepoel should know that. 178 for 4. Van Buren has 15 now. Hammond has 89 and 5 off that over. 31 overs left in the day.
Will Williams having a wander and some flip-flops down below us. Well, I suppose from a Worcestershire point of view, I'd like to take a couple of wickets and see him scrambling back towards the pavilion, but not coming in until number 10 in this lineup is Will Williams. Not sure. The list that I saw had Daz Ahmed coming in at 8, but him or Christian Clark 8 or 9. Jack Taylor, I suspect, will be due in next, and we are indeed going to see Ethan Brooks with a keeper up to the stumps. He bowls down the leg side, flicked away by Hammond, and he moves on to 90. 179 for 4. Still no histrionics from Hammond. You wouldn't think that the heart rate had changed too much throughout his innings, with the exception of when he got that blow on the arm. Seemed to be bothering him less as the afternoon went on. There was just one pull shot he played towards the end where he suddenly felt it again. Ethan Brooks into Van Buren. The keeper's back for him, and Van Buren goes back into his crease and defends. I think they know that Van Buren is not... You don't really think of Van Buren as somebody who walks down the pitch at all. Tends to be quite contained within his crease. Has that almost slight jump as he faces the delivery. Defends that one into the onside. There's an easy single there which Hammond calls him through for, but Van Buren didn't really know where it had gone. Fine leg back, no square leg. So just another single, 180 for 4. So there's been, what, 24 boundaries in this, 179 for 4. Doesn't feel like none, but there's been a lot of dots in between. Brooks to Hammond, and he doesn't play a shot. Simon Widdup signals to his colleague, I think there are 2 balls left in the over. And indeed there are. So the sun just peeps in, but it's a beautiful summer scene. As Brooks is into Hammond, forward and defends to cover. You better make the most of it because you won't see it again. Well, it won't. It's going to be the end of August by the time we see the championship again, and it could have completely changed. It's going to be Worcestershire again against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. It's a curious fixture list that we've had this season for Gloucestershire anyway, as Brooks bowls. Hammond does not attack, plays it straight back to the bowler. So just 2 runs from Ethan Brooks' first over, 180 for 4. They played Northamptonshire twice in a row.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Each side of a T20 break, and they'll play Worcestershire each side of the T20 and the Men's One Day Cup.
It's mad, isn't it? It's mad. No championship cricket now until the end of August. Bonkers. The game's a mess in terms of its structure, I think. Swanepoel from the Diglis end bowls, and Van Buren is on the back foot, steering this off the face down to wait at third man. Perfectly controlled shot. Through they go for a single. Everybody's scored. Well, Hammond's now 90 off 190. Van Buren 17 off 35. Most people have scored at about a run every 2 balls, haven't they? And it's exactly like that game last week. Very, very similar. Swanepoel in again, bowls. Clipped away by Hammond on the leg side for a single. Just do a quick, very quick, kind of loose comparison. So Middlesex lost their 5th wicket. Middlesex lost their 4th wicket in the 67th over, and Gloucestershire lost their 4th wicket in the 52nd. So Middlesex were slower, but as I say, they built that platform, and eventually, when you look back on the entire game, you thought, you know what, that's where they really started to take control. Swanepoel to Van Buren, half forward, steers it down on the offside. Latigan fields.
So different from the match that Gloucestershire played at Northampton, where it was pretty much all about the new ball, and then it just turned into an absolute road, and runs came quite quickly in that game. Certainly came pretty quickly when Northamptonshire were chasing them on the final day, but boundary scoring and free scoring was really possible. Yeah,
quick scoring ground. The outfield's really quick, isn't it? Van Buren on top of the bounce here, steering it down almost one-handed into the gully. No run. If you're just joining us, and people will be coming in from work, etc. Well, Gloucestershire won the toss and chose to bat. They lost an early wicket in the 8th over when Phillips, who'd played a couple of handsome shots, was caught by Jake Libby in the slips off Ben Allison for 14. 35 for 2 then in the 11th when Tommy Borman was smartly caught by Dan Latigan at backward point off Tom Taylor for 2. But that was all the damage Worcestershire did in the morning. Lunship was 78 for 2. As Swanepoel bowls again, and it's pushed out by Van Buren on the offside defensively. And then 2 men out in the afternoon as well. Cameron Bancroft, who'd made a very watchful 52, was dismissed by this man, by Swanepoel, having faced 130 balls and hit 6 fours. He was caught behind by Roderick. And then James Bracey, the informed man, also caught behind by Roderick off Swanepoel for 1. Swanepoel bowls again. Van Buren defends. The man who's been there all the time, Miles Hammond, 91 not out now, 191 balls, 13 fours, dropped on 26, now in sight of his second 100 of the season, 182 for 4.
And if you're sort of thinking classic Miles Hammond innings, this has not really been that. It's been more of the Bancroft accumulation type innings rather than the really eye-catching boundary hitting that you associate with Miles Hammond. Facing up to Ethan Brooks, and he's getting a thick edge on this one, possibly being a little unkind, but anyway, it's gone behind square on the offside out to backward point. No single available. But it hasn't been. It's been so different to that game at Wantage Road in that you sort of thought, okay, seen off the new ball, but the trickiness in terms of scoring as Hammond defends into the offside still been there. It's almost as though they. I mean, you've mentioned it both on and off air, I think, in terms of you wait for a long time and nothing happens, and then all of a sudden something just pops up. It's almost as though they're afraid that when they do something extravagant, it could pick that ball where that happens, and they'll perish. Brooks bowls carefully forward to defend. Miles Hammond approaching 200 deliveries faced in the 90s. Trying to make sure that he doesn't get bogged down, still pick up the odd single here or there when it's available. Cover on the boundary, mid-wicket on the boundary, and long leg as Hammond slightly adjusts his defensive shot at the last moment, playing it a little as though it moved a little bit. And Ethan Brooks will have to go and bowl another one. 6th bowler used. Tom Taylor's already bowled 15 overs, Ben Allison 16. Oh, Ethan Brooks gets a little bit of bounce there. Hammond able to ride the bounce and play it down into the floor, square on the offside once more for no run. But what they have done is, I suppose, built up some overs in the Worcestershire legs, even if they haven't completely taken this game away from Worcestershire. It's still pretty much in the balance. Brooks into Hammond and a cut shot through point, but the protection is back there, trying to limit Hammond's boundary options, keep him in the 90s as long as possible. He's on to 92, has the strike, and it's 183 for 4.
Yeah, he's kept the strike quite nicely actually, which explains why he's faced so many deliveries, and it's good policy because it allows Van Buren to just ease himself in, and it's a decent partnership developing now, isn't it? 40 already, and that really seems quite surprising, doesn't it? Because Van Buren doesn't seem to have been there that long. Hammond played exceptionally well, and Swanepoel bowls to him, and he tucks this one away off his pads for another single, so he goes to 93. He's inching his way, isn't he? He's not going to give it away. He's not going to go big. It's so tempting if you're about 92, and you know you think 2 good shots here, and I'll be there, and all the worry will be gone, and that's just what they want you to think. That young man I was telling you about that bowls quickly at age 16 never got 100. He got 99 the other day for his school side and was dismissed. Swanepoel bowls, drives up to mid-off, no run. He's an all-rounder, properly, obviously, but yeah, 99.
Yeah, well,
heartbreaking.
I still go back to. Well, I was actually already thinking of Ben Charlesworth a little bit in terms of getting through the 90s quickly. Got his first 100 a couple of seasons ago at Grace Road after a bit of a wait, but he ended up 99 not out in a 50-over game a couple of years back.
Yeah, and Swanepoel bowls again. Van Buren again leaves this alone outside Deston. Good line from Bear Swanepoel. Pretty tidy since tee from him.
That was 2021, that 50-over game. And so 99 not out, he was on 95 with, I guess, about 3 needed. And at that stage, and it's amazing to look at Ben Charlesworth now, striking in T20 cricket at 150, but in those days he really struggled to hit sixes. He could only hit the 4 to finish 99 not out.
Ooh, well, he fished at that one, didn't he? Not much foot movement outside the off stump. May have kept a little bit low. Not much foot movement, and he just fished at it. The most he could have got was a single down to third man. Could so easily have nicked it.
Especially with the gully coming in as well.
He walks away chastising himself, not surprisingly. Annoyed with himself. Very, very nearly. Very, very nearly got a nick on that one, did Van Buren. Drives this one, sliced away. Can I get 2? Misfield by Latigan. Parried it. D'Oliveira tidies up. They get 2 more.
It was almost perfectly placed, that fielder. As I said gully to start with, and then it's more of a backward point, but he then walks in almost parallel to the square, so he ends up where maybe a second gully would be.
Yeah. Swanepoel turns again. And bowls, and Van Buren is in behind this one. French cricket style. Plays it out on the offside. Ended the over 188 for 4. Or was it 186? 186. It's so far away, that scoreboard, I can't quite tell. 186 for 4.
Right, so another over of Ethan Brooks, as we were, I think, alluding to earlier, talking about that Henry Brooks-Will Williams partnership. His brother has played for Gloucestershire this season, but unfortunately got injured in the field, having only bowled about 5 overs, and 5 really good overs as well. It was looking as though he was starting to find some rhythm in his loan spell, Henry Brooks, and then got injured chasing a ball to the boundary. Here's Ethan Brooks to Hammond. Let's let goes. Roderick takes it standing up, but I think they want him back by the sounds of it, Henry Brooks, to
do they?
Gloucestershire. Well, I think he's out of.
He got some wickets for the second yesterday, I think, from Middlesex second.
He's gone back to Middlesex for his rehab, but Gloucestershire do, by the sounds of it, want him back again later in the season, as that's defended into the covers.
He's a character.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gloucestershire need to replenish.
He can be quick as well. He can be quick.
Yeah, need to replenish their seam bowling stock somehow. I'm not premeditating anything, but it would not surprise me. Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and Hammond is forward and pushing away into the covers.
My daughter just arrived.
Ah.
One of them.
I just assume it's the Frank Watson fan club when somebody waves in the box.
It will be on Father's Day, I suppose, but one day a year you can't ask for too much, can you?
Unfortunately, my dad is almost certainly listening, doesn't believe in Father's Day.
No,
Driving is Hammond, and no runs. A scrambling save. Is that Cullen on the field again? 41. Somebody I don't have the number for anyway, and it looks awful like that Cullen on the back of his shirt.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Darley.
Darley.
There we go. I can read it now.
Harry Darley, who came on as a proper bowling replacement for Finch in the last game. and got a couple of wickets. Did all right.
He did well to save runs there. Keep Hammond on 93. He'll stay there once more as Brooks is not deviating from this straight line of attack, keeping it full and defending. He's also got the habit, by the looks of things, Ethan Brooks, of being the shiner not on his thigh all the time, but he's using the shirt, which
he wraps it in his shirt like that.
Does look fairly ugly. Brooks bowls a little bit further up
he's
to the
been
bat.
shot in the stomach.
Yes, that's exactly what I see. He's pushed away to mid-off. It's a little bit like a scene from Saving Private Ryan at the end of the day when he's walking off with red.
Doing a good job though. Tidy. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. Get through a few overs. New ball due in 10. That's Worcestershire's next target, isn't it? 16 overs with the new ball. Get through to that. Taylor and Allison, little 5 over burst each. Pick up another couple. Get one before that, be even better. And Swanepoel trying to do that. Into Van Buren, bowls. Plays it down off the bat onto his toe and hops around the crease. Always quite painful when you do that. .186 for 4.
Toe end to toe end.
Here he is again. Swanepoel bowls. Fuller, driven by Van Buren. Swanepoel does his own fielding smartly. Again, no run. Bit of cloud just obscuring the sun, which is quite pleasant, I think, for the spectators and the players. Very, very warm. Swanepoel again, and again driven by Van Buren. Again, didn't really time it. Straight to Allison at mid-off. 19 off 47. Hammond 93 off 204.
It does become so hard to score straight down the ground with a soft ball pitch, not express, and mid-off and mid-on quite straight.
Oh, that one's... See, that's what I'm talking about. That has come from nowhere on a length. It's bounced up. It's hit him on the glove. Could have gone anywhere. And he's got a single. That's what I was talking about at tee. Just from nowhere. I've seen a couple keep low. Nothing really misbehaved badly for a long time, and that one's fizzed off a length and hit him a painful blow on the glove, and he's got a single. And as I say, the watching Gloucestershire bowlers won't be too discouraged by that. Physio's on the edge of the ground, looking if he's required. Don't think he is. And now it's the left-handed Miles Hammond on strike, and he lets that go as it's angled across him. 187 for 4. Matthew Waite leading the cheering. You can hear his clapping, I expect. They do know that, you know, bang bang, as they say, 2 quick wickets can change things, and it would look a very different scoreboard, and that's what they've got to believe, of course. Miles Hammond still on 93 at the end of the over as he blocks that one down on the onside.
Yeah, it has been fairly painstaking progress from Hammond since the tea break, but he's been through periods like this before in his innings. And, Gloucestershire will very much hope that he can get through another such period. We're going to see some spin now by the looks of things. Just a 3 over spell from Ethan Brooks, and I quite like this. A few overs to go until the new ball. Maybe flight a few up there, see whether Hammond fancies a charge down, and try and, as you say, get to his 100 with 2 good shots, or maybe a single, and then he tries to get there with one.
I think he's played too well to do that.
You'd hope so.
Yeah, he's not going to throw it away now.
Rothesay then to Van Buren. It's a full toss. Tries to whip it away into the leg side. He will take a single. As Tom Taylor does the fielding at wide mid-on, so Hammond straight away on strike. Going to keep mid-off up and have long on back, but there's only going to be now 2 fielders deep on the leg side rather than the 3. Backward square has come up, and Hammond gets the ball into his pads, which he turns away into the onside, but there are those 2 mid-wickets, one a bit deeper, one shorter and straighter, and the square leg, so even just trying to cut down a few of those play with the turn single options. Comes down the pitch and defends. Worth maybe throwing the odd ball a little bit wider, see whether there's a bit of mischief out of the footmarks as well, see if he can sneak one between bat and pad. Singh bowls to Hammond, clips it away, and there's that fielder at backward square who's come up again. They have noticed that Hammond has scored most of his singles through the leg side in that area. Just cutting off that trickle of runs. This is cut away, but doesn't bounce as much as Hammond wants, and fired off to cover off the bottom part of the bat. This is a slightly nervy watch at the moment if you're a supporter of Gloucestershire and Miles Hammond. And again, there's some turn and bounce there. He thinks that he might be able to create some width, but the ball just keeps following him, hand off the bat.
Definitely turned, didn't it? That
Splice of the bat almost as he was trying to back away and create his width, and still Hammond is on 93. He scored 5 runs since tea, 188 for 4.
Just have a look at the replay of that one. I thought it turned quite sharply.
He certainly gave himself some. There's a little bit of drift as well, actually. It's a nice drift there.
Yeah, for me, Fateh's problem is repetition, like I said. You know, not bowling the bad ball. Got all the attributes to bowl a delivery like that. Brooks has come on at the other end, and that's him polishing the ball in his shirt. It's a nice over from Fateh Singh. It might be Brooks and Singh now until the new ball. Brooks from the Digless end bowls, and Van Buren works on the onside. So it'll be 4 quick overs from each of them. Not quick as in delivered quick, but quick as in got through quickly. And then 16 with the new ball. I think we'll see Taylor and Allison, and it'll be a really sustained attempt to knock 2 or 3 over before the close. Brooks to Van Buren. He's in and bowls, and Van Buren is forward defensively out on the onside. And I think they'll also be thinking, most players who get hundreds, most players get out within half an hour of passing 100, don't they? I think, and that might be the case with Hammond. They don't all, but you know, the number of hundreds that are turned into big hundreds is not a massive proportion, is it? Steered out on the offside defensively by Van Buren. That's purely a me stat. I haven't got any evidence for that at all.
No, that sounds good to me.
The number of players that are out 105, 106. So when somebody gets 100 against you in a league game, even in a county game, you think we've got a chance now.
Yeah, well, you get there's the pressure before it, and there's a pressure after, isn't there? You can put on, yeah.
So they might be thinking that as well. Brooks bowls, Van Buren tickles it round the corner. He's taken 1, he's coming back for 2, good running as Waite comes round to field. And it's when they get to about 120 that you start worrying again, because they're dug in again and they're going again. That's my theory anyway.
Well, Hammond has turned his only 100 of the season into 145. Yeah, his 100 this season is first for just a couple of seasons, but he is so consistent. Miles Hammond, 800-900 runs every season. It's harder and harder to get to 1,000 these days.
Almost turned round by that one. Just played it down on the offside. Another decent over from Ethan Brooks. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. His figures. Fateh Singh, 9 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 28 will continue from the New Road end. And it's 190 for 4. 23 overs left in the day. 7 until the new ball.
Tom Taylor just staying loose rather than being given the call, I think. Just doing some stretching at mid-off, and Singh into Hammond, over the wicket, bowls and chops down quite late on that one. He exposed, well, he didn't quite expose his stumps because he didn't move, but the stumps appeared to be there for Fateh Singh for a little while, and then he just jammed down on it into space in the offside, and continues to creep forward onto 94. Van Buren on strike, inside part of the bat onto his leg and back to the bowl. He's taken a bit of a peppering in this innings, Van Buren, and not just from the bowlers. He seems to be inside edging the ball into himself a few times. Next delivery, a short ball. Oh dear me, he's done it again. Short, looped up in the air and caught at point.
By Rattigan.
And Graham Van Buren, 2 innings in a row. This one wasn't a full toss, but it was a drag down. And oh goodness me. So again, it's a ball that he's got to pull, but top edge, straight up in the air, easiest of catches, and a strike for Fateh Singh. And that partnership was, even though it wasn't scoring quickly at all, it was 45 of 100, no, 46 of 129 deliveries.
Yeah, it wasn't short enough, you know. I don't think. Ricky Ponting might have pulled it, because he's very quick on his feet. I don't think it was short enough, and I think it was on him.
Right.
If you watch it again, it's on him.
Well, I mean, I suppose. There we go. Get another look. Yeah, it wasn't that short, was it? No. I did that. I suppose the only thing is
error of judgment in length, I think.
The only thing is Van Buren does play the cut and the when he's at his best, he plays the cut and the pull off deliveries which are that length.
But on a pitch where it's maybe just holding up a little bit and the serve is not really quick, not really a lot of bounce where you can get here, I just don't think it was short enough to pull.
Yeah.
It's the first class wicket of the season for Fateh Singh. It's opened the door just a little bit with the new ball due.
Yep.
And Hammond, if he gets into that nervous post-century territory, not nervous, adrenaline-fueled post-century territory, they might think they can nick him out. New ball then, another couple. Worcestershire will be hoping for 8 tonight.
That is that's a really big blow. So he says the partnership was accumulating. 46. Started to feel you get to 200 for 4. Psychologically, as much as anything else, just feels you're really on top. First delivery for Jack Taylor, stroked off the back foot to cover, no run.
A lovely shot from Jack Taylor. Just waited for it.
Fateh Singh into him. That's short and cut. Jack Taylor's thinking 2, but he might get 4. In fact, he will get 4.
Yeah, good shot.
Sliding effort on the boundary.
See, this is what I mean about Singh. So he's got a wicket, he's got a new man in, put a bit of pressure on, and he gets cut for 4. Very annoying from his point of view. And I know I'm asking for perfection from a young player playing his first game of the season, but pressure's released.
So Jack Taylor off the mark, second ball with a 4, 195 for 5. Singh in, and again it's short and cut away, this time just for a single to deep cover. So Jack Taylor will keep the bowling at 196 for 5. I was already thinking it'd be quite interesting to see how Jack Taylor looks at this, because he does like to hit spin bowling.
Yeah, he's a very fine player, but no reason to make him feel at home as soon as he comes in.
No, I suppose you're just always a little bit conscious of, and I'm not excusing it at all. Whether you're just a little bit conscious of pitching it up and knowing how clean he hits it down the ground. Whether he's going to do that second or third ball, I think even Jack Taylor needs a bit of time to see himself in.
It doesn't have to be a half volley.
Yeah.
It's just getting that rhythm and loop and landing it in the right area all the time. Here's Brooks bowling outside the off stump to Taylor, who looks like good. Doesn't he looking good, Nick? I know it's not exactly frontline bowling, but that one's just... I mean, Brooks got his hands on his head, because if he'd have missed it, they'd have been shouting like mad. But he just timed it as well. He timed it, yeah, maybe caught at mid-wicket. He timed it so well, didn't he? Timed it. Just looks in great nick. First few balls he's faced. This time, it is just a defensive push into the offside. Sometimes you go to the wicket, I think, or a player goes to the wicket, and they just time it. They just feel good, and you think it's your day, maybe. And it looks like that kind of day for Jack Taylor. Forward again to this one. Just checking I've got an update to do at some point. I think I haven't missed one because they pull one off the commentary, but I think I might have to do one at just around the close, which would work quite nicely. Brooks again, bowls, Taylor again, walks across his stumps, works it to mid-wicket. Yes, 6:06 and close. 6:06 could be, we'll still be playing, I think, don't you?
They haven't done too badly, but we won't be doing that well, I don't think.
Yeah. 196 for 5. Brooks. Oh, that's what they're bowling for. Taylor lifted it on the leg side. D'Oliveira at short mid-wicket dives. How far wide was it?
Not far.
A foot. A foot, I reckon. The best laid plans.
Well, if they just...
a leg slip to Bancroft and dropped him. Yeah. Put D'Oliveira in there. You have two in there now.
I was going to say, if they just had the other one closer, then he'd have caught a couple.
Yeah. He won't play it now, will he?
No.
Brooks in, bowl, slower ball, well bowled, nicely bowled. Nice over from Ethan Brooks. 196 for 5. Taylor has 5. Hammond has 94 off 212, and he's a bit nervous, we reckon. And Brooks now 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5, doing a good job.
Well, we'll see. I mean, in some ways, he's not shown too many signs, but because it's taken him what must be the best part of 45 minutes to score 6 runs, it might take him another 45 minutes. Fateh Singh to Hammond, stretches forward and defends. I mean, he just is. I'm sure he's having to restrain himself from just thinking, right, I've had enough here. I'm just gonna play a big shot. Here he comes, but he's not playing a big shot, just working it.
No, it's
to
a
leg.
tease. It's a tease. I'd drop Taylor back now, a bit further at mid off.
Gave him the shimmy and then checked his ambitions.
Not all the way, just halfway.
On 94, Singh to Hammond, and he's just nurdled into the leg side.
And I might be tempted not to take the new ball if he's still in the 90s, you know? Because all it needs is one little nick and he's got 4 runs, hasn't he?
We'll see. Singh to Hammond, back into his crease, trying to guide it through point where he found a single in the previous over, but it's too far in front of square. No run again. has been, they scored 23 runs since tea in approaching 12 overs. And they won't score there either as Hammond works it to mid-wicket. And it's excellent application. They're trying not to give wickets away, but I just wonder if maybe they might have gone a little bit too far the other way. Just allowed Worcestershire to bowl at them a bit. Rocking back, cutting. It'll just be the one to deep point. So Hammond on 95.
Kept the bowling.
He has. On 97 for 5. Just the 24th run of the evening session in 12 overs.
Decent over from Singh. Although I thought the last one just let the pressure go again.
Well, he did. He kicked his front leg away, and he was. Yeah, but I mean, he felt the same. You could see.
Yeah. 197 for 5. 5 more for Hammond then. Brooks round the wicket. Now he might have a go. If Brooks over pitches, he might look to go through extra, or he might go with that flat bat sort of square drive. Don't give him any room. Brooks bowls. Would you believe it? He did overpitch. It was wide, and he did go through extra cover. Listeners, sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong, don't you?
It was a lovely shot, though. I mean, because he's not scored a boundary since tea, so to stroke that one away as effortlessly as he did.
So Hammond on 99, Malcolm. I'll let you do it if you want.
Either way.
Let's that one go outside the off stump.
I don't think
you're not bothered.
No, well, I don't think it will need to be clipped up for posterity or anything.
I don't bother anyway. Usually,
I'm fairly.
Just get on with it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you will do justice to it. Should it come this over, but of course now they've brought everybody in, so everybody apart from fine leg, because we must always have a fine leg. No matter what happens, there must be a fine leg.
Brooks around the wicket, Hammond in behind it, cuts, and there it is. 2 guineas really from Brooks in this over, if we're honest. And Miles Hammond brings up his 100. He was dropped on 26. It's been a painstaking knock. 103 not out of 221 deliveries. A very, very good innings. He's hit 15 fours, and he kisses the badge on his helmet, raises his bat to the dressing room, and who knows how important this innings might turn out to be, as Gloucestershire, having won the toss, lay down the platform for a big first innings score. Well batted Miles Hammond, 103 not out, 205 for 5 in the 77th over as Brooks bowls again, and he gets another run. Hammond square on the offside. Latigan nearly falls over trying to pick it up, which he needn't have bothered doing because Libby was coming in from the boundary anyway. And Hammond is now 104, and it's 206 for 5, and now we see whether he is going to make a mistake in this next 20 minutes or so. The new ball will be taken in another 3 overs, 2 after this in fact, no 3 after this, and then the game kind of begins again. Brooks bowls, edged by Jack Taylor, tumbling Latigan at backward point as the fielding.
Well, I think he should be immensely proud of himself for this knock, Miles Hammond, because I just think this is probably the most disciplined innings I've seen from Miles Hammond, and okay, he got the life on 22 and had a couple of run-out chances, but made Worcestershire pay.
Yeah, I think I said 26. No, but it's 22. Dabbed down on the onside by Jack Taylor. That one, he stays on 5. End of the over. 3 to go to the new ball. 19 left in the day. 206 for 5.
And that's which was such a thing. And even in interview after he got his 100 at Derby, and I asked him, because he was put down by Ben Aitchison at slip on 99. I asked him whether it flashed through his mind at all, And he said, yeah, well, that's. I just thought, well, there's another 50, but that's twice he's passed 50 in a row now, and he's gone on to make 100.
And I hope he bought Ben Aiters in a pint.
Yeah. So Fatih Singh will continue, and Hammond will rock onto the back foot, drive it out through the covers, and pick up a single onto 105. So there was that 145 at Derby. His previous ton actually came in the Cheltenham tie of 2024, as back goes Jack Taylor and tries to repeat what Hammond's just done on the drive, and just not quite as quick on his feet as Hammond, and drives over the top of it as it skids on through to the keeper. 78th over this ball now. Singh in, inside edge from Jack Taylor. Get a single, but I don't know, it's almost still the feeling, I wonder if... I'm sure they'll take the new ball, they're bound to, because every side does, but there's enough happening for the spinner here when he's landing it. Jack Taylor gets on to 6, and Singh is in, dragged down and pulled away, and well fielded out at deep backward square. Hammond cross with himself, he doesn't take full toll, but does take a single. That one was fired out to deep square. So 209 for 5, and the field creeps in a little for Jack Taylor. Singh in to him, back foot again, cuffing it out to short extra, but does seem to be quite conscious not to pitch it right up so far to Jack Taylor. There's the one, just a little bit more flight, drawing Taylor forward, and defended for no run. So 1 for 38 from Singh from his 12, 209 for 5, and Gloucestershire just wanting another one of those, even if it's only a sort of another 40 or 50 partnership. Just keep putting together partnerships with still a bit of batting to come in the form of Clark and Ahmed, then Williams and Luke Charlesworth. Just keep putting together partnerships.
Brooks to carry on. 6 overs, 2 maidens and no wicket for 14. And that really, when you think that he went for 7, I think, in that last over, he's quite tidy up to then, wasn't he? Roderick, helmet on, standing up.
9, in fact.
9, yeah. Goodness me. Brooks in. Yeah, of course, there were 2 boundaries, weren't there? Bowls down the leg side, and Miles Hammond almost fell over it. Good take by Roderick. Testing my theory now about whether batsmen are vulnerable after they've just gone to 100. There's probably a stat on it somewhere, a percentage.
Get on to Andy Zoltzman. Might have 1 or 2 other things on at the moment.
Brooks again round the wicket, bowls, and Hammond is forward, very watchful. Brooks is disappointed. Done a good job here, Ethan Brooks, getting through to this new ball. Just 1 more after this, then there'll be 16 with the new one if they take it, as you say. It goes quicker off the bat.
It's a gamble.
Imagine Taylor and Allison will ask a few questions as well. Oh, Brooks bowls and bounces and hits Roderick a painful blow on the hand. He's had trouble with his thumbs before, Gareth Roderick. Not so much last season. Season before, I think. Quite lengthy spells. Never stopped him playing.
I mean, that's done a little bit as well. It's not as though the ball's not doing it. I mean, you could still bowl Tom Taylor and not take the new ball. Another option. Let's give him a look with the old one.
I'll take it. Brooks again bowls. That one doesn't bounce, and Roderick takes it cleanly. Brooks head in hands. Whether it's a justifiable head in hands, I'm not entirely sure. But he's doing a good job. I think we'll see 1 more from Singh, and then Brooks and Allison. Looking to see if there's any loosening up, and there is. Taylor and Allison. Taylor is loosening up already. Keep an eye on Allison at mid-on. Brooks bowls. Pushed out on the offside. Yeah. But he's stretching as well. They're coming on. Taylor and Allison will be bowling overs 81 and 82.
Well, as I say, I think it's what pretty much every captain would do. You're trying to, I suppose you've had enough of trying to ball them out. Now you're trying to really
knock them
run
over.
through them with a new one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you usually take it. The only time you don't take it, I think, is if you've got Brooks bowled, by the way. It's a dot ball to end the over. 209 for 5. The only time you don't take it is if you've got spinners going nicely, or if you're trying to kill the game, the ball's soft and it's not going anywhere and the pitch is slow and set defensive fields. But if you're trying to bowl the team out in the first innings on the first day of a game, you've got to believe that with 16 overs to go and a new ball, you might even bowl them out, you know.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but it might. It's a pretty flat pitch, I think. But the odd one has done a bit, which is very much like the Middlesex pitch last week.
Singh to Taylor. Can't draw him into an injudicious shot. Just pushed back to the bowler. Again, it's such a strength of Jack Taylor if he sees it in his wheelhouse, if it's just a bit over pitched, to loft it straight down the ground, but no signs of that yet. He's waiting for the shorter ball, which he's bowled pretty well here, is Singh, but there has tended to be one short ball and over. Even if you're only scoring a single off it, you know that there's the possibility to get that single, which is what Jack Taylor's done. Moved on to 7, 210 for 5. Singh to Hammond. Back and pushes it back to the bowler. So he's not played a single sweep in this innings as Hammond, and he really does. It's almost as though he just gets into a mode with the sweep shot. That short pulled away and misfielded by Brooks at mid-wicket, but it'll only cost them a single. Jake Libby out there in the deep, so 211 for 5. He'll go whole innings where he almost seems to play no attacking shot against the spinner but sweep, and then he'll have other innings where he'll charge down the pitch and loft multiple sixes. I can remember an innings at Headingley where he hit Dan Moriarty for about 7 sixes back over his head. Singh to Taylor, goes back, flicks it down towards fine leg. The outfield, I don't think, is going to be quite quick enough to take this to the boundary, but there's a long way for fielders to go, and the ball does just pull up a matter of centimetres or inches inside the boundary rope, and they were alert to the possibility of 3 straight off the bat, so Jack Taylor's into double figures, moving on to 10 in just his second championship match of the season. And here's the last ball of the 80 as Hammond turns this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 80 overs gone, 214 for 5. The innings run rate has been somewhere around 2.5, 2 3/4 pretty much the whole time. There's been no outburst of scoring at any point. Worcestershire have kept discipline, but for the most part, so have Gloucestershire.
Is being taken, and it will be Taylor. So I don't think we'll see any more of Brooks tonight.
No.
7 overs, 3 maiden bowls for 14.
Steve O'Shaughnessy's just tried to throw the old ball off the field, and unfortunately, maybe the shoulder's just not quite there. He's not actually managed to get it off the playing area. Oh dear. He gave it a good go. Dan Latigan had to run after it and throw it the rest of the way. Well, the game's afoot now. We'd be pleased to see they've got a third man back straight away for the new ball.
Yeah, my message has got through. In he comes, Taylor. And bowls to Jack Taylor. Taylor to Taylor. Turned out on the onside, and there's no run. No relation, of course.
Both sets.
Jack Taylor's brother Matt not playing. Tom Taylor's brother plays for Surrey.
Yeah, and took 10 for in the match against Gloucestershire, playing on loan for Kent this season.
Good bowler.
It's a good bowler to be
Younger
sitting
brother.
there,
Yeah.
not bowling.
Tom in from the Diglis end. Second ball of the over. And this is played off the back foot by Jack Taylor up to mid-off. Two, 1, 4 for 5 then. Is anything going to happen with this new ball? Change in the field. Swanepoel goes to mid-off. D'Oliveira's coming to extra. Allison's loosening up at mid-off. It's clouded over. Still very warm, but a bit more pleasant for the spectators than when the sun was blazing. Nicely in line. Jack Taylor punches this up to mid-off. 15 overs left in the day. I reckon 6:06 might just be about the time we finish. I reckon.
Be close. A little bit after, maybe. A couple of overs to go.
Very handy if it was. For my live update. 214 for 5 then. It's been an interesting day. Taylor bowls. Jack Taylor drives. Doesn't time it. Dribbles out on the offside to D'Oliveira. An interesting day. I wouldn't call it a thriller.
No.
It's been at times a bit dull, but I admire the way that Miles Hammond in particular has shepherded his side to a strong position. Worcestershire will still feel they can get them out for under 275, under 300 even, that it's not been a bad day for them. Very similar to what we saw last week. Taylor in, bowls. Jack Taylor. Ooh, plays and misses outside the off stump. Died on Roderick. Bounced in front of him, but he took it cleanly. Against Middlesex, the close of play score on the first day was 291 for 8 off 96 overs. Now, it's not that dissimilar, is it? They might be a bit behind that, actually, Gloucestershire.
Certainly won't get to those runs.
Taylor bowls. Jack Taylor drives. Lovely shot. Nicely fielded by Ben Allison at mid-on. Big Ben, but he got down pretty well there. And that is the end of a maiden from Taylor, the first with the new ball. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 42. His figures.
Yeah, he won't get to 290, but the hope will be 5 or 6 down. You've still got one of the bowling all-rounders potentially left to come in even tomorrow. Be the hope from the Gloucestershire perspective, and as we saw in the first innings, you get maybe a 4 or 5 over grace period before the lacquer comes off. Well, the ball's quite hard, can play some shots, and that nearly got to the boundary all of a sudden again. First time we've seen really much straight scoring, indicating that for the most part it is fairly slow out there, and then it may start to be the trickiest time right at the end of the day as well, especially when you're starting to think, well, Will Williams is usually Gloucestershire's night watchman. I say usually as though he's been at Gloucestershire for a while, but he's already done the job a couple of times this season, so certainly not at that stage yet, but it might get there. 15 overs to go, and it's Ben Allison round the wicket into Hammond, who plays that one late. So rung out into the offside as though he's
Henry Cullen bringing out a pair of boots for somebody. Probably the bolt, I presume it's bowling boots.
Is it just the one? Where's the other one?
Just chuck one behind. It might be that Taylor wants to change one boot or something. I don't know. I think it is, actually.
Not going to do a Cinderella run in with
I don't know.
one boot. Yeah. Deep mid wicket, fine leg. Allison into Hammond.
Yeah, Taylor's changing one
run.
boot.
So he is.
As you
Right
do.
boot.
Puts that one on. So you've got odd boots on. So yeah, I've got another pair like these at home.
It's 90 quid down the drain. Maybe even more.
They don't pay for them.
No, exactly. For the company, I mean. What a shame. So there are only 3 fielders on the onside, but just the 2 slips. Allison bowls, and that is a deep forward square / deep mid wicket, hard to tell, somewhere in front of square on the leg side anyway. Sweeper does the fielding. Hammond takes another single, 108 to him. So 20 runs now since tea, but 9 of them came in that one over of Ethan Brooks, where he reached his 100. And as ever, a look up to the sky after he got there. 215 for 5. Allison to Jack Taylor and gets him to reach for that one a little. Got a good stride in. Thought that it was one that he had to play at and then missed it. Slides past the edge and taken by Gareth Roderick. And they've still positioned, or D'Oliveira has still positioned himself at a relatively short mid-wicket, still thinking even with the new ball that Jack Taylor might chip a catch up there. Loosely swinging his arms, waiting for Allison. He's in now and bowling. And that's a well organised defensive shot from Jack Taylor. As I say, just playing his second match this season. He played the last 3 games of 2025. Didn't play a single red ball match in 2024, and then just played on and off a little bit the year before that. Made that quite memorable 98 against Worcestershire at Cheltenham, the last time these sides played in a losing cause ultimately, as that's left alone. And the end of the over, 215 for 5. It was 98 at almost a run a ball in a situation where Gloucestershire were, well, they were so far short of a target. Worcestershire had set them about 450, something like that. Final day, Jack Taylor and Matt Taylor batted for quite a while, and in their own way, still trying to attack. It looked as though, for a while, the Taylor brothers might save the match for Gloucestershire, but then Adam Finch had a bit of a, well, not quite a set 2 with Jack Taylor, but chucked the ball at him. Jack Taylor wasn't best pleased with it, but
So, Dylan Pennington.
Oh, was it Dylan Pennington? I thought it was Adam Finch.
He got penalised, didn't he? Yeah, it was Dylan Pennington.
Yeah. So that incident sort of sparked the final wickets to fall.
It's Taylor round the wicket, bowls left alone by Hammond. He's struggled, hasn't he, a bit? 108 off 237 deliveries.
Of course, it was Pennington, because I was thinking I think we sort of said that's a bit it's a bit unlike him to throw the ball like that.
Finch was last out, caught off the glove, and his glove wasn't on the handle of the bat.
Stan Maker, and I think wasn't it the last man out?
He caught off the glove. The handle, shouldn't have been given.
Yeah,
but no VAR, DRS. Taylor round the wicket, bowls left alone outside the off stump.
Everyone's getting
football fever. The other thing I remember
fever
about Cheltenham in recent years is that it was the first time I saw Matthew Waite bat.
He hit one onto the Thurleston Road, didn't he?
Absolutely smashed it in both.
Over the pavilion, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just before lunch, I went round to the other side to get my lunch to beat the queue, and he came out to bat, they just started whacking it all over the place. It's the first time we ever saw what he was really capable of with the bat. Done it a few times since. That's a good cut shot by Hammond, but it's a good stop by Latigan. He's fielded well today, Latigan, hasn't he? He's caught one good catch. He's done a few good stops, and that one saved 4, I reckon, because even though there's a third man, that would have gone. Maybe for 2, I don't know.
I suppose the only, well, it's not even a blot really, because his run out attempt was, I think that was the difficult one, which was sort of across his body, one stump to aim at, but he was one of the ones that missed the chance to run Hammond out.
Hammond could have been run out, couldn't he? When you think this game could have been so different.
Drop 22, run out 24, run out again 25.
Yeah, goodness me. Nice deflection down to fine leg. Too much on it for Singh. Taylor just erring in line, drops his head in annoyance. So far, no real danger with the new ball, and that's exactly what I was talking about, the speed with which the new ball disappears off the face of the bat. $2.19 for 5. 13 overs left after this, and that's 4 more. Wide half volley. Hammond now. I mean, this is the other side to it, isn't it? When I was talking about players who get to 100, and it's when they get to 120 that you start to worry. He's gone to 116 with that. There is another side to it in that sometimes when a player gets to 100, he's feeling so good and seeing the ball so well that batting becomes much easier than it has been at any point. Now, I wouldn't say Hammond's into that territory yet, but 2 consecutive boundaries like that will get him there pretty quickly if he isn't. And then you're in trouble, because he can suddenly go from 120 to 140 very, very quickly. And we do know that Hammond is capable of scoring very quickly. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and he's back on the mark, and Hammond is respectfully playing it back up the pitch, and I just need to nip.
Yeah, I suppose that the other thing, which won't happen here because it's the new ball, but the other thing that can happen is you start setting so many fielders back on the boundary, and the catches disappear as well, where the batter just really starts to think, right, I'm actually pretty invincible here. As long as I don't miss a straight one and keep the ball down, they've actually almost given up trying to get me out. But so I don't think that'll happen here, just because it's the new ball, the timing in the day. So here comes Ben Allison racing into Jack Taylor, and that's just worked through backward square, short boundary, so Singh can come in and keep that to a single. Jack Taylor has 11 from 28, just the one boundary, which was a cut shot to his second ball. There's been none of the white ball style batting that I suppose come to associate with Jack Taylor in recent years, as I've been outlining. Not an enormous number of championship appearances in recent times. Allison bowls to Hammond, who defends with the almost like a caress, really, just letting the ball hit the bat down into the onside, and there's no run. And the other Division 2 games, Kent at 242 for 5 at Canterbury. Nobody's got past 53, but 4 batters have passed 40. 3 wickets for Tom Helm, and a couple for Sebastian Morgan.
Decent bowler.
Yeah, definite prospect.
And batter, actually.
Yes,
50 odd not out here last week.
Allison bowls to Hammond, who drives and won't get a run to cover. Yeah, he had 100 for the taking against Gloucestershire at the end of last season. He played a reverse sweep and was dismissed on something like 95.
Modern cricketer.
Yeah.
He is good, though.
He is. Northamptonshire 260 for 3 at Durham. Ricardo Vasconcelos is 137 not out. Calvin Harrison out for a duck, what Gloucestershire wouldn't have taken to have that last week. Allison is in, and Hammond plays a strange looking shot. It was like it ended up being a wristy push off drive. Doesn't get a run for it. Allison gives him a bit of a stare. What are you doing playing shots like that? You're not good enough to play against me. 116 not out. No, I don't think it's quite like that. Derbyshire, that's what it's normally called. 112 for 3. Matthew Montgomery on 56, so they're only behind by 49 runs against Lancashire with 7 first innings wickets in hand. Allison over the wicket to Hammond, who drives loosely and misses it.
And then tells us with the wave of his arm that it nipped away off the seam.
Yes, it may have done. It also was not a delivery, especially with the new ball that was full enough to drive. That's only the second time I think Hammond's played a shot like that in 246 deliveries, and the other time was when he was dropped.
I'm just going to look at it now. It didn't really do anything. Just angled across him. Tired shot, shall we say?
It was the width.
It swung, to be fair.
Final ball of this over. Allison bowls to Hammond, who's back to defending. Square, offside, no run. And 224 for 5.
I mean, Allison does swing it away from the left hand. He comes over the perpendicular as well with his action, as you see. And he can nip it back into the right handers generally, swing it away from the left handers, and staying over the wicket there. You know, when he goes round the wicket to the left-handers and it goes in and then away, it can be very dangerous. Staying around the wicket, it was just kind of going across him, and he missed it by quite a long way, really. But it was a decent over, and he's bowled well. They've both bowled well, haven't these two? Look at the figures. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42, Allison. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 50, Taylor. Not bad. Jack Taylor works Tom Taylor to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 224 for 5.
I'm not going to use what I used when we had James Taylor bowling.
Oh,
the problem is now you're desperately curious to know what it is.
You've already done it. You've set it up.
Well, I was thinking if,
haven't you?
Sam Cook, Alistair Cook, and I know, and Chris Cook maybe. Too many Cooks spoil the broth. Too many Taylors spoil the cloth.
You're working at it. You're working at it. Pushed up to D'Oliveira at mid-off this one from Tom Taylor by Jack Taylor. But yeah, I suppose it's conceivable. You could have. Does Matt Taylor still play?
Oh yeah. He's only being rested.
Conceivable, you could have Matt and Jack against Tom and James if James came on loan to Worcestershire or something like that.
Well, we did have at the Oval in a 50-over game in 2024. We did have James bowling at Jack and Matt.
Yeah. But it's Tom bowling at Jack who lets that go outside the off stump, and Roderick takes it. So we've got 11 overs left in the day after this. Things are not moving along at a great pace.
It does slow down when they take this second new ball, doesn't it? In terms of getting through the overs, I mean, rather than scoring. All of a sudden, I think my 2 overs to go with your update's looking a bit conservative. I think it's going to be a few more than that.
Taylor again bowls, and he's turned on the leg side for a single. In fact, it might be a leg bite. It is indeed a leg bite. Missed it, and it just took the thigh pad. Ran away on the leg side. 225 for 5.
It's very deft. Extension of the shapely leg from
Steve O'Shaughnessy
towards the scorers.
The shapely leg of Steve O'Shaughnessy. He's a neat umpire, actually, isn't he? Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Gives a bit of a finger wag sometimes when he gives you out as well. Not that I've ever been given out by Steve O'Shaughnessy, but you know what I mean.
Taylor bowls, and it's pushed out on the offside by Miles Hammond.
I'm sure he'd he'd wag his finger at me if he saw me, but not for that reason.
248 deliveries Miles Hammond has faced, and I imagine the Worcestershire players would like to see the back of him. But he has absorbed 40 overs all on his own. In excess of Tom Taylor bowls, and he's down the pitch, looks to flick it down the leg side, makes no contact, end of the over, 11 left in the day, 225 for 5.
In the other division, Sussex 85 for 1. Tom Haynes, your typical Tom Haynes half century, he's got 52 off 56 balls. Hampshire bowled out for 191. Sussex used 7 bowlers and 6 of them got wickets. Looking a unit in red ball cricket, Sussex. There's probably quite a lot of people.
It's another one where the introduction of a new coach changed the mindset completely, isn't it? Yeah. But unfortunately, it sounds like they're going to break up.
Well, I think they can't afford him. Is what I think there was an article a few days ago on the BBC website. Allison to Jack Taylor and defends up to mid-on.
But I think the team's going to break up. I mean,
yes, I know, but I think Farbrace giving a quote to the BBC, effectively saying that if I cannot consciously carry on, knowing that my salary would mean that other players would have to go.
He's another one who came to speak to us here at the Cricket Society 2 winters ago. And Bradders and I do the interviews and whatever, and he was very, very good.
Yeah.
He was on his way then from Warwickshire to Sussex, having taken our best player.
Allison in. That's flicked away. Gosh, he's timed that, Jack Taylor. It's just a gentle roll of the wrists and the ball explodes off his bat through square leg all along the ground and for 4 runs.
But he was very, very entertaining and good. And do you know what? He didn't take a fee.
Right.
He said, make a contribution to the Professional Cricketers Trust instead. Well, how wonderful is that?
Excellent. Well, he's a fantastic talker. I mean, I can remember going to Hove and Paul Farbrace has come along and been there for 40 minutes or so.
Chats. Yeah, great, really good. And he's done a great job.
229 for 5. Allison to Jack Taylor. Gets forward and defends. Allison deflects the ball towards the... Well, I say deflects the ball towards the stumps. I think actually deflects the ball away from the stumps in the non-striker zone, with Hammond very much planted in his crease anyway. Yeah, Hampshire. Looks like... well,
you like the fact they're not doing very well,
well, no, I don't know. I think it's just because over the years they've been such a bogey team for Gloucestershire. They probably don't want them in the same division in white ball cricket. As we say, they haven't played too many times in red ball cricket. Driving Jack Taylor, a confident-looking shot, but he's not timed this as well as he did the turn through the leg side, and in fact will only get 1. Brisk chase back from cover from Jake Libby keeps it to a single. 230 for 5. Yeah, we can't assume
nice
anything.
Bit of information from Bradders about Jack Taylor.
Oh yeah.
You probably know it. He's got 7 first-class hundreds, 4 of them against Worcestershire.
That's a guess for. He's also got his first List A 100 was on this ground. I remember because the previous year he'd had a couple of 90s where he'd been slightly sawn off by just not having enough runs to play with. But he got over the line with his first List A 100 here. Cut by Hammond, I say straight to backward point. There had to be a collapse on the ball almost from Latigan, but he does collect it. There's no run. So yeah, he's Northamptonshire and Worcestershire plus Cheltenham as well.
Yeah.
Jack Taylor does love those combinations. Yeah, and so there was that 98 as well, which he was very close to 100 against Worcestershire 3 years ago. So add that one in as well. Allison over the wicket to Hammond, who gets an inside edge, I think, onto his pad. Almost no appeals for LBW today. 230 for 5 at the end of that over. So we've had no bolds or LBWs. But Worcestershire have bowled very straight, so it probably tells you that even though it's not easy to score, you can stay in on this. At Taunton, Somerset bowled out for 208, Warwickshire are 57 for 2. In response, they were 14 for 2, but Dan Mosley and Sam Hain trying to steady the ship for the Bears, so they trail by 150. As in comes Tom Taylor from the Diglis end bowls to Jack Taylor. Again, that back comes down, roll of the wrists, take one, through backward square, 231 for 5. It's been a fantastic day for Leicestershire, and Yorkshire, who seem to be moving in the right direction, Yorkshire, although then they couldn't bowl Warwickshire out, Sam Hain among others defying them at Scarborough, and now all out 185, and Leicestershire are 113 for 1, only behind by 72. Taylor bowls inside edge from Hammond. He came down on that one looking to force it into the offside, I think, and gets the inside edge down to fine leg. Takes the single on to 117. And at Grace Road, Rishi Patel 67 off 70, and Rehan Ahmed 37 from 44. That will be good to watch. Such exciting stroke makers, both of them. I don't think either the Yorkshire bowlers or the Yorkshire supporters will be finding it too exciting at the moment. Taylor in, back of a length, and other Taylor up onto his toes. Knocks it to mid-on, and there's no run. Amazingly, they're off a bad light at Cardiff. With the floodlights, it being a... I mean, it's clouding over a little bit here as well. There's still plenty of blue sky about. But yeah, off for bad light at Cardiff. 244 for 6 against Surrey. That's a great recovery, by the way. They were 79 for 6, and now they're 244 for 6. Surrey still can't bowl teams out.
Who's got those runs?
Pushed up to mid-on for no run. Chris Cook has 100, 101 from 148, and Mason Crane. Gloucestershire know how tricky it is to get Mason Crane out. He's on 59 of 146. But yeah, they just can't bowl anybody out.
No. Chris Cook, you can't buy experience, can you? He's such a good player when it matters.
Yeah, it's exactly
when it matters. Just it's like you were saying before. When it matters.
Yeah. It's exactly what Sussex did to them as well at the Oval. Had them about 80 odd for 7 at lunch, and they couldn't bowl them out.
232 for 5. My overall take over to Taylor, and he works it to mid wicket. He likes that shot. Actually, I'll let you finish it. We'll swap ends because otherwise it's not fair, is it?
That's all right. Yeah, remarkable stuff. I mean, and also Cook was, to show, I mean, he's still, what was he, about 38, 39, something like that, but he's still got it. And he was part of that match at Blackpool where Glamorgan needed 41 off 11, I think it was, and got home with Cook and
yeah, he was. Yeah, he hit 6 over the last ball. Unbelievable. Small ground, but he ramped to 6 off Luke Wood. Incredible shot. That's a great shot. Beautiful shot from Jack Taylor.
Oh, sorry, I was finishing the over, wasn't I? Sorry.
No, it's my fault because I said that's a great shot. But it was an observation rather than commentary.
It's a nice looking drive indeed from Jack Taylor. Just pulled up inside the deep cover boundary, so they'll have to content themselves with 2. And it's 2, 3, 4, 4, 5.
And it's Ben Allison to continue from the New Road end. 9 overs left in the day. How long does 9 overs take? 40 minutes? So it's going to be 20 past 6 or thereabouts.
Although if we have too many more pauses like this, it might be a bit,
It
longer.
might be longer, yeah. Don't know why it takes so long. They really ought to be able to bowl 96 overs in a day.
Well, that's the thing, the over rate's +2.
Yeah.
What it should be is basically level.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? They only adjust it at the end of the session, though, don't they, I think. Ben Allison round the wicket from the New Road end. In, bowls to Miles Hammond, who is forward, playing defensively, out on the offside. Patient as ever. 253 deliveries now he's faced. 117 he's made. But I made the point last week, and I know I keep repeating it, it's a very similar first day. I made the point last week that hundreds win your games. And, you know, Worcestershire didn't make it. Nobody made 100 in that game. Lewis Deploy made 100 for Middlesex. You know, that's it. That's the difference, isn't it? That's what wins games. People stay in all day and get hundreds like Miles Hammond has here, and he gets another one, clipping it away on the leg side, and gets a single. At Northampton, nobody made 100 for Worcestershire. Vasconcelos made 100 for Northampton, so did McManus.
They've got hundreds coming out of their ears.
100.
Northamptonshire. I think it was to say something like 7 or 8 different players have scored 100 for Northamptonshire this season.
Vasconcelos had got 2 already, I think, when we were there. Hundreds win games, don't they? And that's why Hammond's innings today has been so important. 118 not out now. He'll be happy with his day's work. Jack Taylor on 19. Allison is in, bowls, and he's now on 20 because he's clipped it away down to fine leg where Fateh Singh does the fielding. Crowd's thinned out a bit.
Fairly sizable posse of Gloucestershire supporters in the
Basil D'Oliveira. Yeah. That's where my daughter's sitting over there with 2 of her work colleagues. Popped in after tea.
Rose up onto their feet for the Hammond 3 figures.
There's Allison again in. And on the back foot, Hammond is steering it rather than driving it to D'Oliveira.
Might be a few more Gloucestershire supporters looking at the first day and thinking, maybe I will make the trip on Saturday after all.
I believe it's going to be very hot on Saturday. But it hasn't been that bad today, I don't think. So 24 on Saturday, I reckon. Bit of rain tonight, maybe.
Really? Oh dear. Might just freshen things up for the morning.
Yeah, quite a bit. Well, yeah. Allison bowls short. Hammond doesn't take it on. It's low percentage, but it's obviously going to cloud over a bit. And then 24 tomorrow, and wait for this, Sunday 28, Monday 30.
Cracking the flags.
Cracking the flags. Yeah. I was used to one day you could crack a flag.
Yeah, I must say it's an expression that I hear others use all the time, so I thought I'd use it.
Yeah,
but
no, I know what it means, but
yeah.
I always used to think, well, how can you crack a flag? And then I realised it means flagstones, isn't it? Allison again in over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Hammond misses it, taken by Roderick. End of the over. 8 left in the day. 236 for 5. Hammond 118, Taylor 20. If you're just joining us, the men out in the morning, Phillips 14 and Borman for 2. In the afternoon, Bancroft for 52 and Bracey for 1. And in this evening's session, Van Buren for 23. It's been hard work for Worcestershire. They've done pretty well, I would say, given that only Fateh Singh has gone for more than 3 and over. That's pretty tidy bowling. I believe we might be talking to Worcestershire's bowling coach Richard Jones tonight in our post-match interview, which is always interesting. See what his take on it is, see what he thinks of the pitch, see what he thinks of the way his unit has operated by Swanepoel coming into the attack as I say that. And he's probably bowled as well as anybody with his figures of 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 44.
Yeah, that almost double strike of Bancroft and Bracey in the afternoon session, but in short, it's kept down well by Jack Taylor, just helps it down to long leg, takes a single. So again, they've just put together another partnership here. Obviously, now that it's where it is at 46, you start to get a bit greedy if you're Gloucestershire and think this could be a really sizable partnership, but the minimum, they just want everybody to chip in with something. When you've got that rock of Miles Hammond, he's 118 at the other end. Swanepoel bowls, so that's a good ball, which he's done that a few times, just got to a little bit of lift off a good length, and pretty much every time that's happened, Hammond has dropped the hands on it well and just allowed it to make its way over the top of his bat and his gloves. Actually a while ago now, but one score I didn't get to from elsewhere is Swanepoel bowls short and flapped away through square leg by Hammond, only going to jog through for the single. So he has 119, 238 for 5, so he's scored exactly half the runs in the innings as Hammond. Nottinghamshire are 94 for 2 against Essex at Chelmsford. They bowled them out for 184 with Patterson White 6 for 43 running through the middle and lower order. And Simon Harmer, who got through about 90 overs or something against Leicestershire, as Taylor drives, that will be stopped at cover. D'Oliveira chucking himself to his right. Simon Harmer's got through 10 overs and hasn't taken a wicket. The only 2 wickets for Essex to the ever reliable Shane Snater. Hasib Hamid is 61 not out, so Nottinghamshire already past halfway to Essex's first innings score with the loss of only those 2 wickets. Swanepoel to Taylor, who tries a handsome looking back foot drive, and it makes a slightly tinny noise off his bat as it finds the hands of D'Oliveira at cover. A strange feeling of this day. I mean, it will feel like quite a long day in the field for Worcestershire, but they're still 2 wickets away from, you know, actually feeling as though the scoreboard's not looking bad at all. It's just having to be so patient for those moments. Swanepoel bowls mistimed again by Taylor, who's looking a bit fed up out in the middle. Removes his gloves, wipes his right hand on the pitch, and strolls off for a word with Miles Hammond. Manufacturing shots on this has not been easy. And the score at the end of that over, 238 for 5, so we've got 7 overs left in the day's play. I just wonder how this surface is going to go over the 4 days. What I don't want, I really hope this doesn't happen, is it just really flattens out and just gets flat. No. I hope it won't.
I think it'll get quicker on days 2 and 3, and then it'll turn on day 4. That's what I think. And in many ways, you could say that's what a pitch should be like. Ben Allison to continue. As I prepare my 606. He's in over the wicket, bowls, bouncer. Does that occasionally. And he's not super quick, but he has it because of his height. He has that in his armoury, as it were, and he just occasionally lets the batsman know that he can, and I don't think that's a bad idea.
It's such an easy action as well. It's
quite athletic, isn't he?
Is a little bit quicker.
Guy. Yeah. But he's over there. It's over a bit like Josh Tongue, over the perpendicular, if you look where his arm comes over. And that one is a good one outside the off stump, and Hammond, despite having faced 260 deliveries, is beaten as he tries to cut it.
No, I must say, I sort of got the impression that Ben Allison would move from Essex at some point, because the seam attack there was just so settled, and I sort of thought,
you want to.
He
came on loan here at first, yeah.
Yeah.
Came on loan here, fitted in well. We have a bit of banter because I'm a Norwich supporter and he's a massive Ipswich Town fan. Travels to games. He's in again now. Bowls, and just in behind it, Hammond steers out on the offside. He's absolutely not in a rush, isn't he, Hammond? I said 120 was the sort of danger sign, and he's nearly there. He hasn't shown any sign of giving it away since he got his 100. And He has faced 262 deliveries. Some people don't face that many in a season.
Well, I was just thinking, his highest score is 169, which was at Cheltenham, his place of birth, against Hampshire in 2022. I'd be interested. I might look back and see how many deliveries he faced in that innings.
Allison in bowls and he swivels round and pulls us out to deep backward square for another single. He's hardly put a foot wrong as well, without, apart from being dropped and nearly run out. And he was dropped once. It's not really his fault, he was nearly run out. Well, it was once. But he hasn't really done much wrong. It's been a very, very impressive performance.
He faced 278
he's going to beat
that innings, so he's getting close to the longest in terms of deliveries time that he's been out there. I doubt any of his other hundreds would have been
this slow.
That.
No.
169 of 278. I still remember his battle with Liam Dawson in that game. It really was quite fun to watch.
Weight's loosening up. I think he's going to replace Taylor. The new ball's done nothing yet. That one keeps low from Allison, if anything. One ball left, and then there'll be 6 left in the day. So 6:06 is going to be about 3 overs before the close.
Yeah, and it's ball's got past the point where you'd expect it to do something as well. I don't know whether just picked a duff one or
maybe we're waiting for the lacquer to come off and
yeah, it would be a bit longer than previous times, but then it hasn't been hit many times.
No,
so they haven't even had the ability to throw it in and scuff it or whatever.
Yeah, he's got him. Nicked it to slip. Jack Taylor's gone. The new ball has brought a wicket. Ben Allison's second. Ethan Brooks pouched the catch very nicely. 239 for 6.
It'd be a hard man to begrudge Ben Allison that.
No, he did deserve it.
21 overs today, and 21 overs of quality. They've not been... I mean, again, I go back to the fact that he went for something like 11 off his first 2. So in his next 20, he's gone probably at less than 2 and over and taken 2 wickets.
Yeah. 21 then, Jack Taylor. I mean, apart from the 52 from Bancroft, you take out Hammond's 100 and it...
Yeah. Well, as I say, it's been a strange feeling because even at 239 for 5, it doesn't feel as if it's been squarely Gloucestershire's day, and yet Worcestershire have been out there for 90 overs and haven't, had only taken 5 wickets. But it didn't feel as though Gloucestershire were, bang on top in the game.
Yeah.
Even though they've got a man out there on 120. So now Christian Clark comes to the middle with 6 overs to go, and I suppose maybe it was just a little bit earlier, was it, than Gloucestershire wanted for Will Williams, or maybe Christian Clark said, no, I'd like to go out there. Don't want a night watchman.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Right, I'm just nipping to the...
So, Clark, the New Zealand internationals, plays at One Day International and T20 cricket for New Zealand, just here on a 2-match deal for Gloucestershire because their original overseas signing, Liam Scott, was then picked for a 6-match ODI tour of Pakistan and Bangladesh by Australia. Only played in one of the matches, but he would have been Gloucestershire's second overseas in this match, so they signed Duan Janssen, and what a signing that was for the T20 as Scott's replacement for the first half of that, and Clark is Scott's replacement for the 2 championship matches he was going to play in. And then you're expecting Liam Scott to play in the second half of the T20 competition. Here's Swanepoel continuing to Hammond, who pushes forward and doesn't get a run to cover. And once again, it's just that feeling of if Worcestershire can get Hammond before the close, especially Hammond, but I'd take any wicket, but especially if they could get Hammond, then this could still be Worcestershire's day. It's there for Swanepoel, gathers bowls to Hammond. It's a leg stump half volley which is flicked to Singh down a fine leg. Lobs the throw in. Just a single. 121 for Hammond. So another sort of 40-odd partnership. Van Buren kept Hammond company for a bit with 23, and then a sort of similar innings from Jack Taylor. Van Buren 23 off 57 and Jack Taylor 21 off 48. And Christian Clark to face his first ball from Swanepoel. Comes forward and pushes it back to him. 21 and 22 Clark's 2 innings with the bat on his Gloucestershire debut. He's got an average of 26 in first class cricket, just the 100, but this is only his 33rd first class game, but somebody that New Zealand rate highly. Swanepoel to him, and has he nicked off? He has! Swanepoel's got a third, punches the air, and Worcestershire are making moves at the end of the day here. Clark gone second ball, just feeling for one. Outside edge through to Roderick. It is 240 for 7. And I wonder who's coming out now, whether it'll be Ahmed or Will Williams. 5.2 overs left in the day, but there's the 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'd never got away, Gloucestershire, and I suppose it shows exercise in patience and discipline with the ball, and also just keeping the runs down so that when you do take wickets, the opposition are still very much within reach. And it is going to be Ahmed to come out next. So Gloucestershire eschewing the night watchman. I bet Christian Clark's probably walking back thinking, I should ask for one. Whether he'd have got it, I don't know anyway, but yeah, 3 for 47 for Swanepoel. I'm just noticing, by the way, the second wicket today for Swanepoel, if you love such things, was his 200th in first class cricket when he got rid of James Bracey. 201 for Christian Clark. So Ahmed out there in technically his 3rd first class game, but he got injured so early on in his debut at Lords at the end of last season. It's almost his 2nd. 25 years old, Bristolian by birth. Does Ahmed. Made a battling 40 in the 2nd innings of the last game against Northamptonshire, but facing Swanepoel, who's charging in and bowling, and then just nonchalantly punches it down to fine leg. Single to get off the mark.
Be annoyed with himself, and that Swanepoel just drifted into the pads.
Just what Ahmed would have been after.
Gave him one off the mark, yeah.
Every batter wants really just one middle and leg. You don't want it too far down the leg side, so you've got to go lunging after it, but it's middle and leg stump. Get me underway. Hammond just has 1 ball to face this offside. Applause for Swanepoel, who just like Allison has run in committedly all day, hasn't strayed too much, and between the 2 of them, 5 for 98. So
yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, they've been the.
Yeah, they have.
They've been the
they've
2
all
today.
Bowled pretty well.
But yeah,
they've all bowled pretty well.
Yeah, backed each other up.
My take on the day is that the Worcestershire bowling unit has been disciplined and patient, and the difference between them bowling Gloucestershire out for 220 has been Miles Hammond, really. If he'd have gone in the 20s,
even far less than that, yeah.
Although you never know, somebody else might have stood up. Daz Ahmed on strike. Ben Allison from the New Road End, probably never bowled at him before. Tries him with a short one, and he says, "Thanks very much. This is easy, this game, isn't it? First ball I get, I just clip off my pads. Second one's a long up, and I just help it round for 4. Piece of cake. 5 not out off 2. What you been messing about, Hammond?"
Strike rate 250.
It was a sloppy delivery. Anyway, annoyed with it. He hates giving runs away. Matthew Waite gives him a low 5, as if to say, "Don't do that again, mate." It was ill-directed as well. That's the other thing. It was way down the leg side. Anyway, he comes again, Allison, over the wicket and bowls. Slower ball, if anything. Slightly outside off stump and left alone by Daz Ahmed. 245 for 7. He doesn't lack confidence, Ben Allison.
No. I'm not sure that Daz Ahmed does either.
Well, it'd be a good contest then. Yeah. I mean, no, I don't mean that. He's not. I wouldn't say he's sort of,
No, he's not brash.
No, but he's
Ahmed
just
certainly. But
he believes in himself. I think.
Yeah, it's good.
Doesn't like giving runs away. Likes taking wickets. Thinks he's got it, and he's done really well since he's come back from injury. Really well. In again now, looking for a third today. Not going to get it with that one. Driven nicely by Daz Ahmed up to mid-off. Didn't really time it, but the shape was nice. Worcestershire have got 2 points on the board. Just widening that gap.
Yeah, pulling ahead, although I sense an equaliser on the horizon. It's a dangerous free kick looming.
Yeah, 5 runs away. Ben Allison. Halfway through this over. He's in and bowls, and Ahmed is on the back foot, playing out on the offside. Not much footwork on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he did say that 40 that he made second innings against Northamptonshire, really absolute back to the wall situation, but you wouldn't really have known what the situation was.
No,
watching him play, and even in the first few deliveries,
good temperament. Yeah, definitely.
He's really had to wait for his chance.
Allison again then. 65, the number on his shirt as he moves away from us. And bowls, and that is a beautiful shot, but it's very nicely fielded at mid-off by Matthew Waite. He won't mind me saying, I hope. I mean, he's not the greatest mover in the field, Matthew Waite, but he's made himself through sort of anticipation and determination into a pretty good fielder. He's not a D'Oliveira or a Brooks. Taylor's loosening up again. Reckon he's going to come back, or is he just keeping loose?
Allison's in his
doesn't want to stiffen up
here.
Allison in, bowl short. Ahmed is gone. Is he be strangled down the leg side? No, he's not. Thought he got a glove on it, but it must have been thigh pad. Umpire not interested. End of the over. 4 left in the day. My update is 3 minutes away. You might as well start the over. I'll keep an eye on the clock.
Okay.
245 for 7.
Just felt something a little bit there, Allison, but I think it was mostly just the feeling of I've bowled 22 overs in the day.
Yeah.
He's still got the energy to dig away at the landing area, but that would suggest he might have another over. He's doing it for somebody else. Swanepoel will continue, and so nobody's really hurrying between overs here. I think Simon Widdop was hanging around just to supervise the scraping from Ben Allison. It will be Swanepoel to continue. 4 overs left in the day's play. Swanepoel is signalling off to somebody, or he wants mid-wicket to drop to the boundary. So there are 4 on the boundary for Hammond, not for the first time in the day. 245 for 7. Swanepoel bowls full. Hammond tries to get over it and drive, but hits the toe end of the bat. Even with this second new ball, it's been tricky to play those drives down the ground. Actually been put off a little bit because the clock on the scoreboard is a minute or so behind.
Yeah, it is. The actual time is 6:04.
I'll just get
so
that
you
up
do
so
this ball and I'll take over.
Swanepoel turns, approaches round the wicket. He's there now and bowls, and Hammond is forward and pushing away into the covers and won't get a run.
So it's 245 for 7. Hammond, gosh, 268 deliveries. That is enormous level of concentration. Very, very impressive innings. 121. Lets that go outside the off stump. Still happy to let the ball go at this stage in the day. Not going to give it away now with just 3 overs left after this. Gloucestershire want to come back tomorrow and get that score up to 300. I think Worcestershire will feel it's been pretty even generally, I reckon. Be interested to see what they think about the pitch. I think it's very similar to the pitch we saw last week. Swanepoel in, clipped away by Hammond on the leg side just for a single. "17 falls in his 121. But he has not cut loose at any stage. And Swanepoel again is in, and Ahmed is pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. 246 for 7. Yeah, it's been a long day in the field for Worcestershire after they lost the toss, but they have bowled with discipline and accuracy, but they've missed some chances in the field. A couple of catches put down, some run-out chances missed in the early part of the game. But Miles Hammond's century, as you said, has been the cornerstone of the Gloucestershire innings. He's 122 not out. He's faced 270 deliveries. He's been out there for a very long time. Also a 50 from captain Cameron Bancroft. But good effort by the Worcestershire bowlers. 3 wickets for Byers Swanepoel, 2 for Ben Allison, 1 each for Tom Taylor and Fateh Singh. We've got 3 overs left in the day. Hammond is still there on 122, Ahmed is on 5, and Gloucestershire off 93 overs at 246 for 7. Fateh Singh. We're going to be finished in 5 minutes. He's going to bowl 2 of the last 3. I'll do it. Yeah, Fateh Singh from the New Road End, and I reckon we've got 5 minutes left. If there's anybody listening who's thinking about coming for a live update at the end of the innings, I think we'll be done fairly soon. As Singh comes in over the wicket and bowls to Hammond, who pushes this out on the offside for a single.
Yeah, fairly happy to bowl at Ahmed, really.
Yeah, happy just to get the day over with.
Yeah. Yeah, they won't be too late for their supper this evening.
No. So Ahmed faces and Singh goes round the wicket to the right hander. Slow delivery, just pushed up to mid on. Taylor fields. 247 for 7. What did I say the score was at the end of that game last week? This one blocked out on the offside.
Gosh, 290 something for 8, was it? 291 for 8, something like that.
It was pretty similar. It was 291 for 8, yeah. Driven by Ahmed, this one up to wait at mid-off for a single. Yeah, 291 for 8. So, yeah, bit further behind. And yet they were slower in the morning than Gloucestershire were.
I remember looking at it and thinking, well, both Radders and I were looking and saying, Max Holden, 12 off 80 or whatever it was.
Something like 12 off 100. Or, yeah.
Thinking Max Holden.
I know. T20 specialist. Singh in, bowls. That one is just near third man and he's got 3. Good running. Felt like that was just too easy, didn't you? Just ran it off the face. But the 250 is up, the first batting bonus point for Gloucestershire, and they're not that easy to come by. I think Worcestershire will be reasonably satisfied with the day. Reasonably. But having missed some chances, they might feel that it could have been quite a bit better. Singh will be round the wicket again to Ahmed, last ball of the over. And he's forward, pushing it out on the offside.
So I suppose the third run means that Hammond will be back on strike at the start of this over, but Ahmed not a night watchman.
He's a proper batter. Ish.
Batting ability, certainly.
251 for 7. So why is he so late coming into the game?
I'm not sure, to be honest. He spent a long time in the seconds.
He's been on the staff for a while then, he's just not got into the first
Well,
game.
not even really on the staff, just somebody that played quite a lot of second team cricket.
Right.
But I think he only signed his first deal midway through last season.
Yeah.
Swanepoel goes in, round the wicket bowls, and Hammond, bat and pad, maybe both involved back towards the bowler. There's no run. I think he may have spent a little bit of time at the South Asian Cricket Academy as well, but I don't know that it was for too long. But
I thought that might be the way that he got into it.
But yeah, I think it's just somebody who's had to bide his time, and then had to bide his time as soon as he made his professional debut. He bowled 6.5 overs, I think it was, at Lords at the end of last season as Hammond lets that one go. Got a back injury, and then that was it. Couldn't bowl anymore. Came out twice with a runner. Didn't score a run, but didn't get out. So naught not out, naught not out. And then almost effectively his debut last round had another niggle, really, that meant that he couldn't bowl at the start of this season. So to be rehabbing that. It seems as if he's stayed fairly level as Hammond rocks onto the front foot and prods the ball up to mid-on. There's no run. I suppose when you've waited however many years, waiting another couple of months, you're sort of used to it. But it seems an intelligent chap, does Ahmed, and good to see him getting his chance. Bowled tidily at Northampton as well. Swanepoel bowls to Hammond, thinks there's a single there, which there is, just into the gap created by pushing deep cover back. So at the moment Hammond's almost seeing off the day with Ahmed at the other end for the most part. So Ahmed's got 2 balls left in the penultimate over of the day. Hammond to 127. So just over half the scoring for the day. Only 6 extras as well for Worcestershire. Swanepoel to Ahmed. It's over that and defends. Yeah, I'm using that word, but a bit disciplined. They've not gone searching for wickets. Not given many free scoring chances. Now point drops back, so a fair amount of space on both the off and leg side for a single for Ahmed. Swanepoel bowls, tucks him up a little bit for room, riding the bounce, hand off the bat to deaden it into the leg side, and so we've reached the last over of the day. 252 for 7. It's been a strange day. At almost no point was one or the other side decisively ahead.
Yeah,
it's just been
exactly
even,
what we said last week.
All the way.
On a side note, just a century for Henry Nichols at Lords. Played here for Worcestershire last year. Top scorer in the Plunket Shield this winter. Played here for Worcestershire last year on the pitches here for about 5 games. Couldn't get past 20. That's what it was like. I'm going to run through the story of the day very quickly in this over from Fateh Singh. I'll have to be quick. He's over the wicket. First ball to Miles Hammond. Down the pitch. Clips him away on the leg side for a single. And says, I will stay at the other end now if you don't mind. 253 for 7. Gloucestershire won the toss and chose to bat. Phillips out in the 8th over for 14, having played a couple of attractive shots. Caught by Libby off Allison in the slips. 28 for 1 in the 8th. 35 for 2 in the 11th when Borman sliced a drive to Latigan at backward point off the bowling of Taylor and was out for 2. Lunch 78 for 2. And after lunch, Bancroft, who had been very watchful, was out for 52, caught behind by Roderick off Swanepoel. Singh bowls short and pulled away by Ahmed. Loose delivery, wasted really. Sat up and he whacked it for 4. Bracey, the other man out in the afternoon, also caught by Roderick off Swanepoel, only for 1 at T173 for 4. Since T, Van Buren out, caught by Latigan off Singh at point, skying a top edge off a pull shot, out for 23. And then Allison removing Taylor, caught at slip by Brooks for 21 with the new ball, and Clark a few minutes ago caught by Roderick off Swanepoel without scoring. Who haven't I mentioned? Singh bowls, Ahmed on the back foot, nice shot, gets a single out into the offside. Who haven't I mentioned? I haven't mentioned Miles Hammond. 128 not out at the moment as he faces, with 3 balls left, 277 balls he's received. Been a splendid innings, dropped on 22. We think by Roderick diving to his left to a catch that wouldn't have carried to slip, got his gloves to it, couldn't hold on to it. My goodness me, has he made them pay. An innings of patience and diligence, very few spectacular shots. Absolute cornerstone of this innings. Plays that one from Singh away on the leg side, and Ahmed at the moment, does Ahmed, keeping him company as we near the end of the day's play. That one's short from Singh, but he can't capitalise. Hammond just hits it up to mid-off, and there is just 1 ball left in the day. And it's been a long, hot day for Worcestershire out there, but they've maintained discipline. Few loose ones. Singh's been a bit expensive. He's the only bowler that's gone for more than 3 and over. Comes in now and bowls, and that's down the leg side. And that is the end of the day. 258 for 7. Ahmed has 11. Hammond is 128 not out. The bowling figures: Taylor 1 for 54, Allison 2 for 54, Swanepoel 3 for 50, Waite none for 30, Singh 1 for 54, and Brooks none for 14. I've been Frank
Hammond when he reached 100, and I think he should be really just chuffed to bits with this innings, because he, as you say, there haven't been many extravagant shots, and you associate Hammond with that sort of strike play, and the fact that not only did he get to 100, battled his way through the 90s, it was not an easy ride for him through the 90s, got to 100, stayed there, and is there at the close of play. I hope that his arm is okay in the morning, because Gloucestershire will need him to bat for a bit longer then. Yeah,
very good. So there you are, that's it from New Road. Thanks for being with us. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. One more update coming for BBC Avon Worcester, I think. 258 for 7 at the end of the day. We did get a bit of cue, didn't we? Here we go.
1 point. That's all they need. A point will get Steve Clark's team into the last 32. Before that, we've got the USA trying to get into the last 32 as well. They take on Australia at 8 o'clock. I'll mark your World Cup card, don't you worry about that. I've got it all covered. It's a Stumps at Blue Road. If we get this finished, let's go back, shall we? To French.
Yeah, 258 for 7 at the end of the day, Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond still there on 128. Worcestershire have bowled well, they've been disciplined. Bayes Swanepoel may be the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 50. Ben Allison 2 for 54. A wicket for Tom Taylor, 1 for Fateh Singh, although he was a little bit more expensive. It could have been better. They dropped Hammond when he was on 22, and they missed a couple of run-out chances, 3 of which were involving Hammond, so it could have been a very different day. Honours pretty much even at the end of the day. Worcestershire will be pleased with their bowling effort, but they want to wrap it up pretty shortly in the morning. 258 for 7, Gloucestershire. I do. Well, you tell me you do. I don't believe you, but yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'll give you your greatest line of today. Do you want your greatest line of today?
Yeah, go on. Go on.
I had a big sneeze this morning.
I had a big sneeze. Yeah, because my colleague Ed sneezed. And I said, it's difficult when you sneeze because he only just got them. I said, I had a big sneeze this morning. Yeah, you do. I believe you now, Mel. Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Good night. Bye-bye.